everybody. This video is a compilation of all 6 Star Wars films from Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. These 6 episodes were previously posted separately on my channel, but I have compiled them here for ease of viewing. I hope you enjoy. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. Today we are going to be playing through all of the Phantom Menace. The Phantom Menace, which is, of course, the first film of the prequel trilogy of Star Wars. Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga came out in 2007, and it combined the 2 previous Lego Star Wars games, each of which had covered 3 of the Star Wars films. We are here on a Tatooine landing pad area with a cantina, and here in the landing area we can go look at our mini-kit collection. However, we of course have none so far. We are playing as Qui-Gon Jinn and have Obi-Wan Kenobi as our other unlocked character. Of course, over the course of a Lego game, you unlock many more characters, some of which you obtain by completing missions, and others you must purchase by spending studs at the store. You can also create your own custom characters. So, here is the bonus room area. We have nothing to do in here at the moment, so let's go ahead and enter episode 1, The Phantom Menace. The developer of Lego Star Wars is Traveler's Tales, who has developed all of the Lego games. Let's read this opening crawl. Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, Chapter 1, Negotiations. Turmoil has engulfed the Galactic Republic with a blockade of deadly battleships. The Trade Federation has stopped all shipping to the small planet of Naboo. The Supreme Chancellor is secretly Lego games, of course, translate the films into much more bite-sized chunks. They compress them significantly and integrate humor, silliness into the scenes that they are replicating. So here we learn that the Trade Federation is maybe not interested in peaceful negotiations. And now we have commenced our first mission of Lego Star Wars. So, we have some battle droids. Combat in the Lego games is quite simplistic, especially in these earlier ones. I'll do a little bit of exploration in this first mission, but if we're going to get through all of the Phantom Menace today, I won't be able to take too much time sniffing around every nook and cranny. Besides, I have often been of the opinion when I'm playing these games that because you have to replay the missions in free play mode in order to find all of the secrets, I don't need to bother being super careful in my exploration the first time around. But it is nice to do, a bit of a pass as you're playing through, because you can earn a lot of studs in these missions even before you're playing in free play mode. So we have a locked door here, which will require a protocol droid to open. And of course, we're a couple of Jedi, so we can't do that at the moment. We are beset with more droids. One thing that has always kind of annoyed me about the Lego games, they might have resolved this in more recent installments, but it's the fact that your AI companions do absolutely nothing to help you in combat. I don't need them to be, John Wick special operatives who are just going to do all the combat for me. But it can be a little annoying when there's a massive horde of enemies and you're cleaving your way through them, and you've got like 4 dudes with lightsabers and blasters, and they're all just standing in a clump, being useless. It's not really a big deal, especially, when you play these games multiplayer, you have somebody else to help you out. And, there's no real consequences to dying a lot, besides losing studs, which you can generally recover most of facing. But they are games that were made for children, so that makes sense. They're not, they're no FromSoft games, I guess, let's put it that way. Not designed to test your abilities to the highest mechanical degree possible. And, I don't know. I think, obviously, a lot of the appeal of these games now, to me, is purely nostalgia-based. Certainly, I wouldn't really be drawn to them at my current age if I hadn't played them before. But they do have more charm and appeal than than a lot of true children's games, right? If you're playing like Bluey Goes to School for Xbox Series X or whatever, that's not going to have any appeal for an adult. But I feel like a game like this, if you're a dad and your child wants to play through Lego Star Wars, you can still have a good time with them and, enjoy yourself. Not be in agony as you're playing, just to be nice to your child and spend time with them. I think, you would actually have fun as an adult playing these games with your kid. So there's a little bit of a difference there. But they definitely are kids' games. And the lack of complexity or consequences or anything does speak to that. I am so sorry. There is a lawnmower outside my house, so I hope that does not get any closer than it currently is. We have a little cutscene here at the end of our first mission. And there's that kind of understated Lego humor. The humor gets more and more slapstick, I think, and kind of over the top as the games progress. Which I'm not saying is necessarily a bad thing, but there is a difference over time of how the Lego games do their humor. We have some mini-kits to start building our first mini-kit vehicle. We get a gold brick for completing the level and another for obtaining a true Jedi. And we will start a new save. Apparently I have some cloud saved data from 2013, which is crazy. Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Chapter 2, Invasion of Naboo. The Trade Federation has launched a full-scale attack on the peaceful world of Naboo. Hiding aboard the landing craft, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi have secretly hitched a ride with the invasion force. Now they must make contact with local forces before it is too late. I remember playing this game quite a bit as a kid. That cloud saved data is from, I don't remember when that's from. It's definitely not the data that I actually played the game on the first time, because it was only at 6% completion. So here we are on Naboo. But I remember playing this game with my cousin who lived across the country, and he was visiting with his parents. He was a bit younger than me, and we were, finding stuff to do, and so we played some Lego Star Wars. Had an Xbox at that time, and I remember having this Tron-themed controller. It wasn't really mine, it was my brother's technically, but, we all shared this stuff anyways. And the joysticks, the thumbsticks, had kind of a thick rubber padding on them. And my cousin, we were playing this game, and I think because he didn't have video games, he was kind of obsessed with them. He's Jar Jar Binks. A very controversial character. I think because my cousin didn't have video games at his house, he was like really into them. And when he got to play them, he was kind of intense about it. And I don't know, it was like a dog with red meat or something. He was like obsessing over it a little bit and getting really fixated on it. And we were playing together, and we would be fighting enemies, and he would start like quivering, and his face would clench and his hands would clench, and he would dig his fingers into the thumbstick pads, those rubber pads, and I only noticed this afterwards, but he had been digging his fingers into the pads so heavily that he actually ripped chunks out of the rubber. It was these his thumbnail had just been digging into the pads and tearing them apart. We were not happy, my brothers and I, because it kind of messed up that controller. So, that got me thinking, because there was another kid at my school. As we got a little bit older, at some point this story happened, but he didn't have video games at his house, and he was obsessed with them. This is a different guy than my cousin. This is somebody from school, but he didn't have video games, but he would go over to his friends' houses, and I was kind of friends with him, but not super close. He would go over to his friends' houses, pretty much just to play video games. He didn't want to do any other activity with them, and it kind of bug some of his closer friends, because they'd hey, you want to go outside, you want to go in the woods, you want to blah blah blah. He'd be let's just play Call of Duty. And then when he got a little bit older, he secretly bought an Xbox, and because he didn't have games, not because his parents were too poor or something, but just because they wouldn't allow them in the house. And same with my cousin. And he went and secretly bought an Xbox and would keep it and all of the cables hidden in his closet. And then when his parents left, he would pull it all out, hook it all up into the TV, and then play. And then as soon as he heard that front door open, he would rip all the cables out immediately and throw it all back into his closet as quick as he could. And honestly, those moments were kind of like informative for me. Or they informed my opinion on like how you should handle stuff like video games with your kids. Which is to say, habits that might be bad if you do them too much. It feels like candy. Like, are you gonna ban your kids from having candy? Never have any candy in the house. Or are you gonna, ban video games, never have video games in the house? Because you don't want your kids getting addicted or whatever. And I'll continue on this train of thought after we see that we've unlocked Jar Jar Binks. We certainly did not get true Jedi on that level. We've hit 73,000 studs. We're building a mini-kit vehicle again. Got another gold brick. And we will continue the story. Okay, episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Chapter 3, Escape from Naboo. The Gungan ruler, Boss Nass, has refused to help the people of Naboo. Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi have left his underwater city for the royal palace indeed. As Trade Federation battle droid seize control of the Naboo capital city, Queen Amidala and Captain Panaka, loyal protector, are powerless to repel the invasion. So as this level starts up, I will finish my tangent. The conclusion that I came to after seeing those things in my life with my cousin and that dude from school is that it is better to, raise your kids with access to things like that so that you can help teach them a healthy way to engage with it, rather than ban that stuff entirely, or, poor Obi-Wan, try to keep your kids away from that stuff completely, because then they're still going to encounter those things in the real world. They're not going to not know that video games exist. And they're going to be, more likely to develop an unhealthy fixation on them and not have the skills, the tools necessary to engage with those things in a healthy way. Now that's just my own perspective on it, and I know that there are certainly plenty of cases where parents just ban video games and it didn't create some sort of obsession with the people that grew up in that environment. But it did, I think, create that sense in me that you should try to teach healthy habits rather than take away your kids' exposure to that stuff entirely. But I don't know, I mean, I definitely played too many, spent too much time playing video games as a kid. In retrospect, from a certain perspective, they weren't really helping me develop, but also, I don't know. I still feel like I grew up as a well-rounded person, and maybe if I had, didn't have video games, I would have learned to play some instrument or something, or been writing, and then now I'd be a novelist, who knows. But, yeah, it feels to me like you need to teach kids how to have healthy relationships with things at a young age, rather than trying to protect them from ever even coming into contact with those things. But I won't soapbox about that anymore. I know that people can have different opinions there, and that would be totally reasonable. So, I'm not saying that I know what's best in all situations or anything. That's just how my life experience has kind of informed my opinion on that matter. So we are running around Theed right now with Queen Amidala and Captain Banaka. It's amazing how ingrained these levels are in my brain. I might not remember every single hallway or, puzzle or whatever, but I really, I find that I'm remembering pretty much every single environment that I walk into. Despite having not played this game for many years, apparently I played it in 2013 again. So, at the very least I played it 12 years ago, but even then I didn't play very much of it because I only had 6.7% completion or whatever it was. So just from my childhood playing this game, those memories really sink in deep, don't they? So, this elevator that we just activated, we could take the Jedi back and work on some of those, little things you could do with the Force over there, like at the beginning of the level, but as I said, we're not really going for completionism here, or, trying to get true Jedi. We're not too concerned with studs or mini kits or anything. We're just kind of playing through the story, enjoying the cutscenes, enjoying the environments, and just the experience of going through this stuff again. also thinking of Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds right now. I'm remembering in the Trade Federation campaign of that RTS, there was some Theed stuff, a lot of Theed stuff, invading Theed. Maybe not a lot, maybe it was just one mission. I feel like there was something about one mission was approaching Theed, and then there was a mission where you were actually taking over Theed. I guess Theed is probably like Naboo's capital, if I had to guess. The prequels often get, a lot of criticism, and I think for very good reasons. The prequels have many, many issues. The writing, first of all, is really the big thing that comes to mind. But there are certain things about Star Wars in the prequels that are just phenomenally done, that make me, even though I think the prequels are in many ways bad movies, I still can't think of them as bad movies because of how well the things that are done right are done. Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Chapter 4, Moses Padres. Queen Amidala and her Jedi protectors have flooded Naboo and invoked Coruscant. They plan to inform the Galactic Senate of the Trade Federation invasion. However, the royal starships Hyperdrive is damaged in the escape. They've been forced to land on the remote planet of Tatooine for repairs. So, what I mean by the things that are done well is just the environmental design, right? The worlds, the costumes. I was thinking of that because I was looking at Queen Amidala's character model when she's in her queen outfit. And it is such a different alien sort of fashion. Her makeup is very alien. And, there are conversations to be had about the real world cultures that Star Wars pulls from occasionally. Usually in ways that may be a little it could be done better, let's say. But a lot of Star Wars also just has this phenomenal strangeness to it. It really does feel like a different world. And the prequels, for all of their problems, still maintain that feeling for me of a fleshed out alien world that you're only seeing a small sliver of. And they feel real in that way, the world of Star Wars never feels fake or shallow or uninspired. And so even though I think, The Phantom Menace or Attack of the Clones are like kind of really, really bad movies in a lot of ways, I still love watching them. And every once in a while the dialogue makes my skin crawl, but I think they're just awesome. It's an awesome world to enter. also doing this pod race is reminding me of, I actually did revisit this game more recently than 2013. I was in college at one of my friend's places, and at one of my friend's place. That you would say that one of my friend's place feels weird, but one of my friend's places sounds like he has multiple places, but he only had one. Anyway, let's say the place of one of my friends, and we were playing some video games, and he pulled this game out, and we played it for just, I don't know, 45 minutes or something. We never played any more of it, but it was fun to just check it out again and revisit the memories. But I'm remembering that because when we played this mission, we kept losing. We kept losing. And, he eventually, figured out that I wasn't pushing forward on the joystick. I just thought that the forward momentum, the forward acceleration, rather, was innate to the driving. That it was, you didn't have to, accelerate. And so, our characters were kind of rubber banded together. So he couldn't win because I kept on just lagging behind, and I would slingshot him back towards me. We were laughing our asses off at that one. Anakin's pod, a new vehicle unlocked. True Jedi, we did get a true Jedi on that mission. Continue story. Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Chapter 5, Retake Theed Palace. On Coruscant, Queen Amidala has found the Galactic Senate corrupted by trade, Federation influence, and mired in bureaucracy. Frustrated, she has returned home to Naboo to gather the Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Captain Panaka on duty to and the young pod racer from Tatooine, Anakin Skywalker. Queen Amidala now plans to infiltrate the royal palace and capture the evil trade federation of Viceroy. So we are going back to Theed. We are meeting with the Gungans and Boss Nass. Padme earns Boss Nass's allyship. They go out on the plains. An army of 3 AATs. They're moving in. I always did enjoy this battle in the movie. I can't help but love the Gungans. And I do love the droids too. Jar Jar Binks never really bothered me tonally. I know that he really pisses some people off, but I just he's just comedy for children. That's what he's in there for. And once you accept that he's just meant to make little kids laugh, it doesn't really, I don't know, it doesn't bother me that he exists. And he does eventually help shepherd in fascism, which is a funny political statement from Lucas that, moronic clowns like Jar Jar Binks can be useful in the rise of authoritarianism. Of course, the prequel trilogy is, George Lucas's response to the War on Terror and what he perceived as the decline of American liberty. And him thinking about how a republic could fall to autocracy. So this one, oops, I'm always slipping off into the abyss. So we just have to make sure all of our characters can get across, so we build a platform for some of them, we raise a grappling hook for the gun characters, and here come a bunch of droids. Send in the droidicas. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. A little mini-kit behind the false wall there. Not sure which path is the path forward here. I don't know. I'm just wondering if I should be negative. I will. I've already opened my big mouth, so I might as well keep talking. I have kind of completely detached from Star Wars. I was a huge Star Wars fan since childhood, and I kept my enthusiasm even through a lot of the Disney era, even as I thought the new movie trilogy was garbage. There were occasionally good things, I loved Rogue One, for instance. But in the television era, I have kind of come to the opinion that it is like impossible for Star Wars to make anything good anymore. When season 2 of Andor came out, I was like, this is the end of Star Wars for me. I put up with watching a lot of trash on Disney Plus, and then Andor came out and it was amazing. And I just couldn't stand any of the Book of Boba Fett and the later seasons of The Mandalorian, and I basically was like, okay, once Andor season 2 comes out, that is my farewell to Star Wars. That will be my last romantic rendezvous with the franchise, and then I am done. And because for a while I was like, I have to watch all the new shows, I have to watch all the new movies, and I'll probably still watch the movies because those come out so rarely. And there, it's a small time investment, you just have to watch one movie. But I'm definitely not watching the shows. I didn't watch The Acolyte, for instance. Not for the reasons that some people might not have watched it. I don't care about there's a lot of dudes making YouTube videos about Star Wars. And and agree with them on a lot of their takes. I think Star Wars stuff is bad now because the writing is bad and the acting is bad. Not for any weird political reasons or whatever. People get so obsessed these days with, what messages they think their art is, being shoved into art. It's like, stuff like this has always had messages in it. The only difference was that it used to be good art, and now it's bad. Anyway, sorry, this is not a relaxing topic, I think, probably. But yeah, I've just kind of said goodbye to Star Wars. And, if anything jumps out at me as being, like, super interesting for whatever reason, if a show actually looks good, I might give it a chance, but I am no longer on my beat of, I have to watch every new Star Wars show. And it's kind of freeing, I don't think you should be a servant to media like that. If, I love From Software games, and I would certainly give them some leeway if they made a bad game, which I don't think they have, but if they made a bad game, I don't think I would toss them out immediately. I would say, oh, well, everybody makes flubs up from time to time. But, A, you shouldn't defend it just because you like the franchise or the developers or whatever. And B, you should accept when something has really gone wrong, right? If FromSoft makes one bad game, I'll say, oh, well, probably a fluke. If they make two bad games, I'll say, uh-oh, it's not looking good. And, three or more, and I might have to say, well, maybe it's time to leave FromSoft behind. Now, thankfully, that hasn't happened yet, but it would be a dark day if it did. Anyway, yeah, the Star Wars decline has been unfortunate. And are there any, what's the status of Star Wars video games? There's been so many canceled projects. Are there any Star Wars video games actually coming out these days? I know they, obviously had, the Fallen Order games, which I didn't really get into. I played the first one, with a buddy, like hot swapping the controller every few minutes, and it was fine, but it wasn't good enough that when the second one came out, I was really interested in playing it, so I skipped that one. Though I've, heard good things, but it just didn't click with me for whatever reason. I did download, Star Wars The Force Unleashed recently, the first one, because I was thinking about making a video on it, and I still might. I loved that game. Loved it. Star Killer. And, oh man, who's the voice actor? Who's the voice actor for Star Killer? What is his name? I'm embarrassing myself. I know him. I know his name. Anyway, he also voices Maul in the animated shows. Anyway, my apologies. I should definitely know his name, and it's just not coming to me right now. But yeah, the Force Unleashed was a great game. And I still might do a video on that sometime. But the Star Wars gaming scene is certainly not thriving as it once was. You know, LucasArts used to just, you would see that logo pop up very often, and I don't think it even exists anymore. Speaking outside of my knowledge, but I'm pretty sure LucasArts is like dead or defunct or something. I guess they did do Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga recently. You have to build this tower the right way, going from big to small, not small to big. Going around freeing these engineers or pilots or whatever these guys are. And then, of course, this is the big hangar where the door opens, and there's Darth Maul. And Darth Maul and Duel of the Fates starts playing. I mean, that's the thing, right? As much as I think Phantom Menace is like such a bad movie in a lot of ways, it also has the Duel of the Fates fight scene, right? I mean, come on. You can't really hold hatred for something in your heart when it has the Duel of the Fates. I'm not sure what using the Force on these starfighters does. I know it releases those studs, but it's kind of strange that you can still use the Force on them again. Built another staircase here. That one seems to be useless. Alright. Let's keep wandering around looking for more dudes. Yeah, it's so funny just standing here. Like, come on, guys. I have a Jedi and two people with blasters standing right next to me, and nobody can give me a hand while I'm using the Force to, move these things. No one can handle one singular battle droid for me. We used to be a proper country. Now nobody can even handle a battle droid. Do a little lifting, fall off, come back down. And we have one more guy left. More guy left to find. It's funny how Tatooine was just this backwater planet. You know, supposed to be like nothing, just this meaningless place. And then, over time, Star Wars media has just used it so much. That's one of the issues with Star Wars that comes up occasionally, in my opinion, which is they make the galaxy feel small sometimes. They make stuff keep going back to the same handful of planets, and it starts to, or bringing back old characters over and over again, and it starts to make the world feel less real, right? When I was complimenting Star Wars before, it was because of how real the galaxy felt and how intricate and strange and expansive it felt. But when, people keep randomly showing up to Tatooine, which is supposed to be a nothing burger of a planet, the galaxy starts to feel less and less real. You start to feel the hand of the writers more, right? You start to feel more and more the writers going, oh, you know what, we should go back to Tatooine. Oh, wouldn't it be cool if the Inquisitors showed up to Tatooine to hunt down this fleeing Jedi, and then that Jedi bumps into Obi-Wan Kenobi while he's in exile? And in my opinion, no, that would not be cool. But it happens anyway. Continue story. Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Chapter 6, Darth Maul. The Trade Federation army has been neutralized by Anakin Skywalker, but the battle continues at the Royal Palace. Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi have one more enemy to face. 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 Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, one more enemy to face. One more enemy to face. Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi have one more enemy to face, and his name is John Cena. Also, I turned off the music so that I could have sounds on for this video. But strangely, turning off the music does not actually turn off all of the music. And because all of this music is, John Williams' Disney-owned score, it's difficult to actually include the game sounds. I've had people request, the game sounds, so you could have the sounds of the studs and the building and stuff, and I do think it would be nice if I could do that, but unfortunately with the music as omnipresent as it is, it just makes it kind of impossible for me to include any sound at all. Sam Witwer, that's his name. Sam Witwer, the voice of Darth Maul in the animated shows, and the voice of Starkiller. And he's also a true Star Wars fan. I've seen interviews of him, and clips of him talking about his love of Star Wars and correcting Dave Filoni on stuff and yada yada. So he's a true fan, not just an actor who does Star Wars stuff, which is pretty amazing, right? Can you imagine you're a Star Wars fan your whole life, and then you get to be in Star Wars stuff one day? I know there's lots of actors like that these days, you know? With all of the Disney Star Wars projects that they make, there's lots of new actors being brought into Star Wars, and it's just pretty cool, in my opinion, to think about all of these people who grew up as children loving Star Wars, playing with Star Wars toys, and then as adults, they get to actually be in Star Wars and be a part of Star Wars forever. I just think that's a wonderful, kind of beautiful thing, you know? I hope that it just brought them so much joy. I mean, wouldn't that be cool if you could, even just be a little cameo actor in a Star Wars project? I mean, you could put me in an alien suit even. Make me like a Rodian or something, and then I'd be telling my kids one day, you know, hey, look, that's your old man. That Rodian right there, that's your old man. We have the Darth Maul chase scene here, slightly different from the movies, as there are now battle droids dropping from crates from the sky. Even though Anakin Skywalker destroyed the droid control ship. This game is breaking the lore, bro. It's breaking the lore. I don't know, there's actually a different, these are all controlled by a different ship. It all makes sense. I need an 8-hour video essay to explain why these droids are still operating. You know, some video essayist, it's like, I investigated the dark underbelly of LEGO Star Wars lore, and what I learned changed me forever. There's kind of a crazy amount of droids that it spawns here. The little radio droid is calling in so many of them. So now we have some more droidicas. Our little roly-poly friends. Definitely a very cool droid type. So what I'm talking about, you know, just the design of the Star Wars world. The droidicas, like, come on, they just look so cool. I love this part in the movie when they're at the energy walls here, and the wall comes up, and Qui-Gon is meditating, and Darth Maul is like walking back and pacing, you know, ready to fight. It's just a great moment of characterization for the two of them. Shows you all you need to know about their characters. Look at all those hearts Darth Maul has. Look at all those hearts. Remember in the Solo movie, Solo, a Star Wars story, how at the end they teased Darth Vader, Darth Maul. Was I saying Darth Vader before? If I was, that was embarrassing. I mean Darth Maul. I know who this is. At the end of that movie, they tease Darth Maul being alive still. Which, of course, if, you know, you've watched the shows Maul was alive, but to regular people who just watch Star Wars movies and have never watched the animated shows, they were probably like, what the fuck? What the fuck? How is Darth Maul alive? Didn't he get chopped in half in that really shitty Star Wars movie? And then their 16-year-old kid is like, Mom, you've never watched the Clone Wars. Okay, you wouldn't even get it. You literally don't even know the lore. He survived by the power of his hatred. You literally don't know anything about the Force, Mom. Have you even heard about the father, okay? Or the sister, or the brother? You don't know anything about it. You don't know anything about it, Mom. You've never even heard of Mortis. Anyway, yeah, I think weren't they like, that was gonna be the start of a Darth Maul TV show or something. I think around that point they started to realize that maybe their Star Wars empire was not built on as solid of a foundation as they thought. Also, I didn't like that look that Queen Amidala gives to Anakin there. I'm not saying anything, all I'm saying is that knowing where their relationship ends up is kind of creepy. I feel like she was giving him a little bit of a, hey there, stud. It's like, chill out, girl. At least hit him with the, you know. Sorry. I was gonna say some stuff that was just making me laugh too much. Anyway, we're just gonna spend our studs here on some characters. Just blow it all on these characters. Padme, Watto. We got Watto here, everybody. And I suppose that about does it for our little excursion into Star Wars today. I was thinking it would be fun to go through all of the movies, like do one movie an episode like this, you know? So we go through all of the Phantom Menace today, and then just do that with all 6 of the movies. Because, yeah, I just really like this game and have a lot of fond feelings for it, and I think it would be fun to just work our way through. I also will return to LEGO Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars, because I know that many of you really like that one, and would enjoy seeing a little more gameplay there. But anyway, my friends, thank you for joining me. Until next time, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to LEGO Star Wars, the complete collection from 2007. Today, we are going to be playing through the Attack of the Clones episode. From start to finish. of the more thrilling characters. 1 hour of Gonk Droid ASMR. How does that sound? Just me going gonk, 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 gonk. Maybe some metallic footfalls of the Gonk Droid clumping around. Gonk, 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 gonk. Just kidding. We're going to start with Chapter 1, Bounty Hunter Pursuit. Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Chapter 1, Bounty Hunter Pursuit. The Galactic Republic plunges ever deeper into crisis. Count Dooku leads a separatist movement which threatens the future of the Republic. On the glittering city planet of Coruscant, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker guard Senator Padmé Amidala as mysterious assassins move against her. So we have the assassination attempt of Padmé Amidala here in Coruscant. We have Obi-Wan Kenobi and his Padawan Anakin Skywalker standing guard, and the bounty hunter Sam Wessel deploying a robot which deploys some poison centipede things. And of course that is a little joke you see online sometimes about that, where, you know, Darth Sidious tells Count Dooku to kill Padmé. Count Dooku tells Sam Wessel to kill Padmé. Sam Wessel tells the robot to kill Padmé. And the robot tells the bugs to kill Padmé. It's just a chain of hiring, passing the buck down the line. So we are starting off episode 2 with a vehicle level. Starting off episode 2 with a vehicle level. And the vehicle controls are a little floaty, a little swingy. I'm definitely not very good at navigating with them. And I'll be playing kind of recklessly today. I'm not really interested in preserving my studs too much. Just playing to, you know, enjoy the story of Attack of the Clones in Lego. And what I do find funny about this area here is that, of course, Sam Wessel deploys these energy barriers to stop us from following her. But we are in a flying car. We could simply fly up and over the tiny wall that is blocking our progress. But I don't know, maybe that violates Coruscant traffic ordinances or something. And, you know, Anakin is, of course, not going to do something like that. also funny how Sam Wessel just stands, just has parked our car right past the energy barrier, basically waiting for us to crack the thing open and continue chasing her down. One thing that's kind of funny to me about the Lego design of Anakin Skywalker here is it honestly doesn't look like him very much, in my opinion. You know, obviously with Lego characters, there's only so much you can do to try to create a resemblance, and this was made during an older style of Lego design where they tended to be a little less detailed in the face. Not that, they never made detailed Lego faces, but this character, of Anakin, he basically just has the regular Lego guy expression. And he's got a very basic hairstyle, and of course doesn't have the Padawan braid, the little rat tail sort of braid coming down from his head. So the Obi-Wan Kenobi design in this episode, I think, looks pretty good. It looks, it's very evocative of Obi-Wan, and I think you would, be able to tell that that's supposed to be Obi-Wan, even without context, if you know the character well enough. But I do think that the Anakin design, if you didn't know that that was Anakin, you probably wouldn't put those pieces together. In my opinion, it just doesn't. Yeah, this Anakin just kind of looks like, I don't know, just a generic Jedi type character. I think without context you probably wouldn't realize who he is supposed to be. But the design of the Lego guys from this time, the early, mid, late 2000s, they were getting a little more specific and a little more adventurous with character designs, but it was still pretty basic, I guess, interchangeable components, and not too much specificity. I think nowadays, if they released a Lego set with the Attack of the Clones Anakin, it would be a lot more obvious that it is supposed to be Anakin. I think he would have a more specific hairstyle matching Hayden Christensen's in the movie. And, and then of course we have another assassin tied into the whole chain of command there, right? Shooting a poison dart into Sam Wessel's neck. And who could that mysterious assassin be? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out in this next level. Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, Chapter 2, Discovery on Camino. A separatist activity continues to destabilize the galaxy. Obi-Wan Kenobi investigates the attempted assassination of Senator Padme Amidala. With an astromech droid R4B-17, the Jedi Knight tracks the source of a poison dart to the remote world of Camino. So Obi-Wan goes and consults with his friend Dexter Jetster and tracks the poisoned dart to the world of Camino. And sadly, we do not see Dexter. I would love if they had animated a little scene at Dexter's diner. But you can buy Dexter in this game. He is a Lego character that you can purchase and play as. So here we are on Camino, which is a very cool planet. Just this endless, stormy ocean world. And you have these long-necked aliens, the Kaminoans. Makes me wonder how their society developed. I mean, I have to assume they were aquatic originally. But it's interesting that on their ocean world, all of their cities that we see are above the waterline. You know, compare that to like the Gungans of Naboo, who have their didn't jump late enough, didn't have quite enough fuel to make that jump. Yeah, the Gungans who have their aquatic cities, or I think like the Mon Calamari and the Quarren have aquatic cities as well, I believe. Yeah, I don't really know the Kaminoan history at all. So R4 can activate this console. This is kind of a funny mission, playing multiplayer. I don't remember a super specific instance of this, but I feel like I remember on this mission playing multiplayer and arguing with, not really arguing, but I can't remember if it was maybe a brother of mine or a friend. I don't know who it was exactly, but I remember there being a sort of, who gets to play as Obi-Wan and who has to play as R4, because obviously, R4 doesn't really do anything. He activates consoles and can, zap hostile droids, but, let's be honest, if you want to pick a character to play as, you're gonna go with the Jedi over the astromech droid. And, he's not even R2-D2. And listen, I don't want it to mean R4, I think we all love R4. And he gave his life for the cause, right? But it's not a life of glamour being an astromech droid. So here we get our discovery of the clone army. Master Sifo Diaz. The studs are coming pretty thick and fast in this level so far. They are being very generous with the blue studs. I like, in the cloning pod, little glass tubes. They just have a single little Lego brick floating, like little clone embryos or something. Little clone babies growing in their test tubes. level is, well, I was gonna say it's more of a puzzle level, but I mean it's a puzzle level in the sense of a Lego scale puzzle. Lego games, they're more exploration games, right? You have levels, or you have areas that are kind of more combat focused. You have vehicle focused sections, and then you have very light puzzle slash primarily exploration sections. And this level is pretty light on combat, although it is about to start, because now we find Jango Fett, and he deploys some hostile robots to attack us. And we can set the table and make the chairs dance. I think a lot of the joy of the Lego games is in this very understated humor, right? Just the joy that you can find in exploring the map and finding what little treats the developers have left around for you. You know, you get to, also there's a fun little portrait there. You can change it from Jango to a clone. You get to just walk around and see the fun little interactions that the developers have programmed in, like, you know, making the chairs dance at a table, or creating a funny little picture on the wall. And it's just kind of, it's the joy of discovery, right? Having these fun little, we're not going to mess around with all that, we're just going to go chase down Jango. Yeah, just a very light style of exploration and, you know, finding secrets and solving very, very light puzzles. So it's a very enjoyable series in that way. You know, I talked before in my Phantom Menace video about how they're kind of games for kids, undoubtedly, but they are also, I think, enjoyable for adults. It's like, you know, something that you can play with your kid and still have a good time. And, I mean, I know adults play the Lego games on their own, and I think, you know, I understand why. You know, there's a lot of nostalgia there and stuff. I don't think that, you know, most adults would pick up the Lego games if they didn't have an attachment to them from, you know, when they were kids. But there is enough going on that it is fun to just explore the levels and kind of go through all of the events in a very low stakes, low stress way, you know. But I also haven't played the Skywalker Saga, or honestly any of the more recent Lego games. As I said, I kind of stopped playing the Lego games in like 2008 or something. Was the last one that I played. So I'm sure they probably matured to some extent and began to offer more complicated challenges and puzzles and stuff like that. I imagine, I don't know for sure. But yeah, I do know that, again, I don't really know what I'm talking about because I haven't played the more recent games, but I think the Skywalker Saga was at least somewhat popular with adults. I know one of my friends played it, and he's an adult, so again, I don't know how much of that is just nostalgia for the series, and if it's still kind of primarily a kid's game, or if Skywalker Saga is more specifically geared towards adults. What do you guys think? If you've played it, let me know in the comments. Is it still kind of, largely as simple as these earlier installments? Or is it, much more catering to their adult fan base? So we have a little boss fight with Jango Fett and Boba Fett. We have to deal damage to Jango while Boba Fett attacks us from Slave 1, Jango's ship. Which is a pretty cool ship. I've always really enjoyed the design of it, how it, lands on a landing pad on its back. It rotates 90 degrees when it takes off. And so I just think that's a really cool ship design. So I went around and activated all of the gun turrets, but I guess they don't stay on. You have to sort of reactivate them individually, so it's okay though. We don't even really need to activate them. We can just avoid Slave One's blasters and take down Jango. Obviously, if you were playing two-player, the person playing R4 would have nothing else to do but go activate those gun turrets. So it's nice that the developers at least thought of something for the second player to do. Although most of the level R4 is kind of useless, so not the best multiplayer experience on that level. Also, I've always loved these hyperdrive rings. Don't know what it is about it, just I think it's super cool that you have a starfighter, these Jedi starfighters that are very agile and powerful in a dogfight, but of course don't have room for a hyperdrive, and so you have this additional vessel attachment thing that allows the ship to go into hyperspace. Alright, episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Chapter 3, A Droid Factory. Obi-Wan Kenobi has tracked the bounty hunter Jango Fett to the planet of Geonosis. This rocky world, known for its droid production factories, forms the base of operations for the Separatist movement. While Anakin Skywalker guards Senator Padme Amidala, Obi-Wan lands his Jedi starfighter on the planet's surface. Isn't it funny how the LEGO game spends all this time on Obi-Wan's adventure? We don't get a level of Anakin Skywalker hanging out with Padme on her Naboo estate, slicing pears with the Force and riding giant tick creatures and falling in love. The LEGO games weren't very interested in that games, the Force objects you can use the Force on, you kind of highlight them in a blue circle. I'm imagining, if you're playing through that level, Padme's at the table, and you have to go over and, the little pear and the knife have a Force bubble around them, and you hold B on it to slice the pear and fly it over to Padme's mouth. So, we are here at the droid factory. Of course, we have a sort of cascade of poor decisions here as Obi-Wan gets captured, and then Padme and Anakin go to rescue him without waiting for backup or any support or anything, so they promptly get captured as well. Spoilers, this rescue operation is not going to go according to plan. It's kind of funny actually. After this level, we are doing the arena, the Geonosis Coliseum level, and it will be fun to compare that because I somewhat recently on this channel played Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars, for the first time. And the prologue of that game begins with that Geonosis arena battle. And it's very expansive and way more lush or something. There's so much more going on in that level than there is in this game's version of that Coliseum fight, so I'll be interested to put those side by side. Also, I was being a little foolish here. That giant bucket of what seems to be like smelted ore, I thought implied that if you stood on it, it would probably kill you because, it's a giant bucket of smelted ore. But it turns out it's actually perfectly safe to stand on, so I figured it out by I didn't figure it out, I just shot the target across the way rather than crossing over the intended way, and then Anakin hopped into the bucket and informed me that it was safe. It was safe, so if you're ever at a smelter or something, a big steel factory or something, just know it's perfectly safe to hop into those giant buckets of ore. Let's see up here, we have a little mini kit, And through here, we have a little platforming section. Lego platforming pretty difficult. Just because I find it hard to judge, the distance and the direction and how I am supposed to, where I need to move my joystick to jump in exactly the right place. And so the smaller that targets get, the smaller that the little spit of land that I have to land on is, I start to have some real problems. So here we need to get C-3PO across. So just figuring out how to do that. Bring around Anakin, and we can just rotate these platforms with the Force. C-3PO was kind enough to walk on without us having to tell him so. I will say, even though I have complained in the past about the Lego Star Wars AI not being helpful in combat, I am very appreciative of how proactive they make the AI in puzzling sections or platforming sections. The AI knows exactly where it needs to go. You don't have to do something like right there. I didn't have to rotate the platform around and then change to C-3PO and then walk onto the platform with him and then switch back to Anakin to rotate the platform. And I do think that there are some games that would, sometimes games can be a little annoying in that sense and not provide those quality of life benefits. So I am grateful to the to the Star Wars NPC AI that they are actively helpful in those sorts of sections. So we have a few droidicas. The droidicas are designed by a species that I can't remember the name of, but they design a handful of the ships and droids used by the Separatists. And you can kind of tell what ships they've made because they tend to be more insectoid or come in like threes, have 3 legs or something. So the droidicas are one, the buzz droids are another. They also designed, I believe, the Trident ships, those sort of squid-like assault ships that the Separatists use on Camino. A big old army of dudes here as we fight our way to the droidicas, and I'm employing my favorite tactic of just constantly jump attacking, doing the double jump smashdown, which is probably not as effective as deflecting attacks if you're interested in actually, not taking damage, but it's a pretty quick process. And we've rescued Obi-Wan, but found ourselves captured along with him, so we should be going to the Colosseum now. Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Chapter 4, Jedi Battle. In their attempt to rescue Obi-Wan Kenobi on the planet Geonosis, Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala have been captured by Jango Fett. Obi-Wan is sent to distress and signaled to the Jedi Council, but hopes of rescue seem remote, as the evil separatist leader Count Dooku oversees their execution. So, this is, of course, that scene in Attack of the Clones where they're all tied to the posts and the big animals come out and they're gonna be killed for sport as the Geonosians cheer. But then Mace Windu shows up. But Mace Windu isn't alone, of course. Luminara is with him. And a bunch of other Jedi all dropping in. So, this level in Lego Star Wars 3 is much more complex. In the complete collection here, it's extremely basic. Basically, you just have a series of arena fights, or I guess just a series of groups of enemies that you have to kill. So you see the enemies up at the top of your screen, and then once you kill all those enemies, they summon a new batch. The only difference at the beginning is that you also have to rescue one of the hostages after each batch of enemies that you take down. Mace Windu's double jump is pretty funny. He throws himself, throws his chest up and forward. So there's also a variety of power-ups. Or not really a variety, they all do the same thing, but rather there is numerous copies of these power-ups throughout the map. And they give you some benefits. You are magnetized for studs. You draw studs into you. When a hot guy goes to a gay bar. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, we have rescued all of the hostages, and now it's just more arena battles for the rest of the mission. Very different from the Lego Star Wars 3 version of this mission, where they have the monsters, the alien creatures, the Reek and the Acklay, and you have to deal with all of them, and you can ride around on the Reek, and you have to help everybody get into the LAATs to escape. So it's a whole thing. It's they also fit way more bodies on screen, and this is an older game, so it makes sense, but that was one of the first things that stood out to me in that game when I played that first mission was, holy cow, they're really flexing their more modern technology with the amount of enemies and characters they could render on screen at once. have that last super battle droid over there. And now it's time to finish off Jango Fett. Jango Fett comes down, and we just have to chase him down and finish him off. So he doesn't have any really tricky maneuvers this time. He doesn't have his son up in Slave One shooting us constantly, so we can pretty much just bully him here. Just look at that Mace Windu double jump. It's very silly. He looks like he's trying to belly flop into a wall, you know. And we got like a 1 second clip of Boba Fett running for his dad's body. Now we take off in the gunship. Look at that. Oh, poor Boba. I just lost his dad. We unlock Mace Windu. We unlock Padme Claude. Of course, she got scratched up by the big cat one, right? What was that one called? The Reek, the Acklay, and the Snorlax. Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, Chapter 5, Gunship Cavalry. The Grand Army of the Republic has been called into action, led by Mace Windu and Yoda. The new clone forces clash with the separatist droid armies on the planet Geonosis. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker engage with the enemy as they pursue Dooku and the Republic attack gunship. So we have another vehicle level here. This one in an LAAT as we sweep across the red sands and rocks of Geonosis. And just a lot of avoiding these lasers. Honestly, that's the one real hazard of the mission. Is just avoiding these red lasers everywhere. And you have to tow these bombs into certain defenses around the map. So to bring that one there, and I almost fell off the map. And go back for another one. Come back in free play to open that door. So I'll go grab another little rolly bomb. And I remember not liking this mission too much as a kid. I think I struggled avoiding these lasers. I struggle avoiding these lasers this time, but it's more just from impatience than actual challenge. Obviously, it's actually pretty easy to do. Bro, I really sucked at video games as a kid. I can't believe I thought this was hard. This is crazy easy, actually. Bro, why didn't I just get good at the game, man? It's embarrassing, honestly. It's really embarrassing that I found this mission hard. It's actually, like, really easy. I think at some point here I just say, screw it, I'm not interested in self-preservation, and I just start driving into the lasers. But now I only have one heart, and I'm one-tapped, bro, I'm one-tapped. So here we go. Okay, I crashed into the energy shield and died, but there we go. Now we have have only one more bomb that we need to take over. It's funny how much they compress these stories of these movies in these Lego games, you know. You have to tell the whole story of a movie in like about an hour or less. And, you know, it's just funny what they choose to focus on, what scenes they expand, what scenes they cut out. You know, they're being very economical with what they include. So now we have to blow up one of these big separatist ball ships. And we just have to drag the bombs into the turrets. So there's a lot of targets, but not too difficult. These large ships always remind me of Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds for some reason. Even though obviously these were from the movies, it always makes me think of the Separatist campaign in that where, you know, you're fighting through these areas and the environment is just littered with these ships. Both these large spherical ones and then the conical ones that are like, look like little missiles, you know. Just looking around for another bomb, but go all the way back to this one. Just start bringing them around to the other side. I think there's one closer, but and I can't recall. I don't think that this game, I don't think they had yet innovated basically like split screen play. You could do multiplayer, but I think you were kind of rubber banded together because they couldn't separate the screen at this point. Not like technologically or anything, it was just for whatever reason, that's how they designed it. And yeah, I think that was sometimes probably you know, this feels very easy by myself, but I imagine it's a little more difficult when another player is trying to kind of navigate these areas and you're rubber banding around each other and, you know, you're both shifting the screen in different directions as you're trying to, you know, nail a structure with one of those tow bombs. But figured it out as a kid. Remember I played a bunch of this game with my buddy from school that really loved Star Wars. I think I did play some with my brother as well. I did play alone, Indiana Jones and the Batman one. I think I played both of those largely by myself, but I remember playing the Complete Collection multiplayer a lot more. Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Chapter 6, Count Dooku. As the battle rages between the clone forces, the Republic, and the Separatist droid army, the Separatist leader Count Dooku flees to his secret hangar. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker following closely behind, prepared for a final showdown with the Sith Lord. So here we get our confrontation. Anakin and Obi-Wan versus Count Dooku. A scene that will be repeated many times in the course of the Clone Wars TV show. As the two of them, I like this vista here. Kind of beautiful. Geonosis, red horizon with the sun sinking low, and the rock towers in the distance. It's pretty beautiful. So we chase Count Dooku inside and throws us off with some droids. This is primarily a boss fight level, but you have to explore a little bit to actually reach the fight. The Geonosians are cool. I like a good kind of bug alien creature. That's what I'm talking about, you know. I'm grateful that the AI knows exactly to jump up there and stand on that button. You know, there are some games where you feel like you're wrangling your AI companions, right? They like stand in doorways and block you, or don't follow commands well, or whatever it might be. I will give credit to the LEGO games that that is not the case here. The AI companions are very effective in not getting in your way, which doesn't sound like a high compliment. It sounds mostly like they're good at not being awful, but you know, sometimes your allies in video games piss you off more than your enemies, because at least you can deal with your enemies, but you're stuck with the bad AI of your allies the whole time. So we have a little Dooku fight here. Pretty basic. We just fight him a bit, and then you have to throw, force objects back at him. Obi-Wan charges in. Count Dooku throws him back, and oh no, Anakin got his hand cut off. But Master Yoda has shown up to save the day. The little ketamine frog himself. I do really love how they animated Yoda, how he moves, his attacks, just the way that and then he can put away his lightsaber, and he walks so incredibly slow. He walks maybe slightly faster than that Gonk droid from the beginning of the video. And then when he has his lightsaber out, he still kind of hops with his cane and still moves kind of slowly, but am I remembering correctly? What am I thinking of? Is there a future LEGO game that he flies around on his little floating chair? Like if you put away his lightsaber, he summons up his little chair. I have a memory of that happening in some game somewhere. Yeah, I can't recall what it would be from. It must be from a later LEGO game that I had my hands on for some reason, or saw a clip of or something. like I have a memory of being in the Jedi Temple with Obi-Wan and Yoda, and Yoda flies around in his little chair. Oh, is that this one? Is that in Revenge of the Sith? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It must be. But then Yoda doesn't move like that in this. And he's the same, unless he's a different, like, character. Yeah, I don't know. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Maybe it was from the first Lego game when they did the prequels. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so that is Attack of the Clones. We have a little finishing cinematic here where we see Count Dooku land in a mysterious hangar. And who is that against the wall? Ooh, a very nasty old man. Very nasty, wrinkly old man. Stop spending so much time in the bathtub, bro. Your skin looks like a raisin. Yeah, so that is our excursion into Lego Star Wars today. I think I'll walk around the casino a bit, or not the casino cantina, pardon me. I'll go spend my studs, buy some new characters. And just watch how slowly Yoda walks. It's a PK droid. Come here, my friend. I love these little guys. I especially love their Lego versions. I love how they move and their sort of jaunty walk. We're not buying gold bricks, we're buying characters. Fertilizer, disguise, daisy chains. Show me the money, show me the characters. Pit droid, that's a must-have. Darth Maul, you're too expensive, bro. Gotta have Dexter, Lamassu, Tonway, Geonosian, Battle Droid, Super Battle Droid, Jango, Boba Fett, Luminara, Kid Fisto, Shakti, La Secura by Ayla Secura. Just blow through the rest of our money here. Okay. There go all my studs. We are at 14.6% completion. 14.6% completion. Let me go out into the yard. We got pretty close to finishing one of those mini kits earlier. Also, this thing gives you a lot of studs for just a infinitely rebuildable thing in the cantina. Just look at all those, that drops what, like 5,000 in blues? Something like that. We have our gold bricks all over there where they're being stored up. I don't even remember what that builds. Is that how you get to, like... How do you get to that, like, Lego City place? The gunship cavalry, we almost have the big tank built. And here we have a little garage, a little vehicle in here. You can the whole game. I'll go through all of the episodes, do one video per episode. So I'm just really enjoying revisiting these and remembering the levels and the cutscenes and stuff. And you know, it's been so long since I've played this game, but it's fun to see how all the memories just come crashing back in when I play through them. So I will definitely be playing through the rest of LEGO Star Wars, the complete collection. We won't be going for 100% or anything, but we will play through the movies. So thank you so much for joining me today. I hope that you enjoyed our journey through Attack of the Clones as much as I did. And until next time, my friends, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to LEGO Star Wars, the Complete Collection. Today, we will be playing through Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. This is the end of the prequel trilogy, and we will be starting naturally with the first mission. So, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, Chapter 1, Battle over Coruscant. The Republic is crumbling under a separatist assault led by Count Dooku and General Grievous. In a stunning move, separatist forces have swept into Coruscant and kidnapped Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. As the droid army attempts to flee with their hostage, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker lead a desperate mission to rescue the Chancellor. So, this will continue our quest to play through all of the LEGO Star Wars movies. And here we have the very exciting opening to Episode 3, which starts with a space battle over Coruscant. This mission is relatively easy to get 100% on. I'm pretty sure you don't need to play it again. You can just get everything in story play. You don't have to do free play. And it's kind of a unique mission because it is a sort of on-the-rails arcade-style shooter where your ship's course is predetermined and you simply fly down the predetermined course. You do have a little bit of freedom to maneuver on the screen, but for the most part you are just flying down the train rails that the developers have created for you. So you just have to watch out for the mini kits floating in the air, and and these studs will largely take care of themselves. So we'll see if I can get 100% here. I really like the separatist ships. The different styles are all very cool and distinct and iconic in different ways. The Republic is just using these Venator ships, which are certainly cool in their own right, but I like the variety of the separatist ships. You of course have those huge circular droid control ships, and then the very long spear-like, oh, just barely missed the red brick there. So we will not have 100% from our first playthrough. And then these, yeah, I don't know what types, what you would call these sort of frigate ships of the separatists. The one that we're passing right now. They're pretty cool as well. What I like about the LEGO games is, one of the things that I like is, I feel like they try to vary up the missions so that you're not kind of doing the same thing mission after mission. So we just had a pretty unique kind of on-the-rails shooter there. And now we'll get to have a more traditional, combat-focused mission. We did get a true Jedi, and we got all the mini-kits, so we'll stick around here and watch all of the mini-kits get loaded in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Which gets us quite a deposit of studs. I wasn't paying close attention, but it looked like maybe 50,000. So we will continue on to Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Chapter 2, Chancellor in Peril. High above the planet Coruscant, a deadly battle rages between separatist forces and the army of the Republic. On the separatist flagship, Count Dooku and General Grievous hold Chancellor Palpatine captive. Crashing their Jedi starfighters into the main hangar, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker are surrounded by hostile droid forces. Also, rest in peace to R4. I think this is, he gets killed in that space battle, right? He gets torn apart by the buzz droids, if I remember correctly. And I like, Obi-Wan just crashing into the hangar, whereas Anakin comes in for a much nicer landing. And Obi-Wan stumbles out of the ship. Of course, Anakin is a very adept pilot, one of the best in the galaxy. And Obi-Wan does not so much have a fondness for vehicles. So, we fight our way through some droids trying to get to the This section of them on the ship is one of the many ways in Star Wars history that Shaak Ti has been killed. I feel like in the games and movies and shows, we just see variation after variation of Shaak Ti getting killed in a way that doesn't happen for the others. I guess it's because Shaak Ti's death in this movie was cut footage. And so various later materials saw that as a blank space where they could insert Shaak Ti's death. I haven't watched the footage in a long time, but I think in this version, in this movie, General Grievous stabs her in the back. She's being held prisoner, if I remember correctly. And let's see if I can remember some of the others. I think she might have died in the Genndy Tartakovsky show. I do know she dies in this as well. When you're at the Jedi Temple. So we'll see that as we play deeper in. Of course, she dies in The Force Unleashed game. So you chase her down to Felucia. But yeah, I just feel like Shaak Ti gets killed all the time in various Star Wars media. Let me know if you can think of any that I missed. I think, because she doesn't have a canonical death, well, I wonder if she does now. In the current Disney canon, does Shaak Ti have a canonical death? Because I don't think that this movie, that cut scene is canonical. I don't know though. I do not know. Shaak Ti. Should we do some Jedi Master trigger word ASMR? Shaak Ti. Saying that name over and over again is making me think of that Fisto droid from Fallout New Vegas. If you know, you know. A very different job than what Kid Fisto had. Fisto is kind of like B tier. It's okay, but I don't know. Kid Fisto, Kid Fisto, Kid Fisto, Kid Fisto, Kid Fisto, Kid Fisto, Kid Fisto. I don't think that's the best trigger name. Kayatai Mundi, 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 Kayatai Mundi. Or are you sorry, I'm suddenly recalling that I pronounce his name in a weird way. Kiadi Mundi, right? Isn't that how it's actually pronounced? I think this has come up in my comments before. Something about how I pronounced his name weird, and it's just because as a kid, you know, reading the Star Wars books and playing Star Wars games where you could play as him, I was just reading his name and that's how I said it, Kaidai Mundi. But of course I think it's Kiadi Mundi. Kiadi Mundi, Kiadi Mundi, Kiadi Mundi, Kiadi Mundi, Kiadi Mundi, Kiadi Mundi. Kaidai Mundi, Kiadi Mundi, Kaidai Mundi, Kiadi Mundi, Kaidai Mundi, Kiadi Mundi, Kaidai Mundi, Kiadi Mundi. I think he's kind of mid as well. It's kind of a mid trigger phrase. I think that's going B tier for me. However you choose to pronounce it. Did I already rank Shakti? Shakti, 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 Shakti. I like that one. I think that's A tier, maybe even S tier. Shakti, 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 Shakti. The bounce from the K to the T is very triggering for me. Shakti, 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 Shakti. Let's think of a couple others. Of course we have Yoda, 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 Yoda. That's gotta be F tier, I think. Yoda, Yoda. Well, you do have the D. Yoda, 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 Yoda. You know what? We'll get that D tier because of the D. Yoda, 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 Yoda. And then let's do Yaddle. Yaddle, 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 Yaddle. That's awful. That's F tier. Yoda is definitely better than Yaddle as a trigger name, so we're putting Yaddle in F tier and we're putting Yoda in D tier. And let's see who else. Plo Koon, 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 Plo Koon. Plo Koon, 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 Plo Koon. else is on the council? Of course, we have Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi, 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 Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's okay. It's a little long. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I think that's C tier. Then of course we have Anakin Skywalker, who is famously on the council, but not granted the rank of master. It's outrageous. It was so unfair. Anakin Skywalker, 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 Anakin Skywalker. I don't know. Anakin Skywalker, Anakin Skywalker, Anakin Skywalker, Anakin Skywalker. That's maybe B tier. That's gotta be B tier for me. How about, oh, you know what, that's enough of our tier list, I think. We have, another opening crawl to read here. Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, Chapter 3, General Grievous. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker have saved Chancellor Palpatine, but his captor, General Grievous, has escaped. The Jedi Council assigns Obi-Wan Kenobi the task of hunting down Grievous, who is hiding on the single world of Utapau. Utapau, 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 the single world of Utapau. Yeah, let me know if there's any other Jedi Masters that you think are great trigger names. Jedi Council members that have good trigger names, but I think we've spent enough time ranking them today. So we have the General Grievous boss fight here. And it is Obi-Wan fighting with Commander Cody. Of course, they're usually fighting side by side in the Clone Wars. Anakin with Rex and Obi-Wan with Cody. It makes it very sad to see Cody turn on Obi-Wan with Order 66. When you watch this movie again, after having seen the Clone Wars and stuff, to watch Cody just betray Obi-Wan immediately. Now, of course, we have the lore about the chips. And, it's interesting, the chips, that wasn't always the lore, right? There was a time when the lore was just that the clones, followed orders, that they received their marching orders from the Emperor, from Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, not Emperor yet, and they, did what they do. Good soldiers follow orders, and they turned on the Jedi. I think certain point, that would have been untenable for the fans. Because of the Clone Wars television show and stuff, and how much people came to kind of fall in love with the clones, I think it would have been hard for the fans to accept that the clones that they loved so much, like Commander Cody, and all the characters that they knew and liked, would just turn so heartlessly on the Jedi. I think you would have had fans, kind of constantly arguing against that, like, oh come on, Cody would never have betrayed Obi-Wan. And then, by introducing the lore of the chips, the fact that clones had chips implanted in their brains that forced them to follow Order 66. There we go, Obi-Wan killing Grievous. It protects the fans' love for the clones, right? You don't have to question whether or not you should really look up to the clones, because they would follow an order like that so willingly. With the chips, you get to sort of have an uncomplicated relationship with the clone troopers. They are all good guys. They just, they had a chip in their brain. It wasn't their fault. Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Chapter 4, Defense of Kashyyyk. Obi-Wan Kenobi has taken care of General Grievous, but the Clone Wars continue. Across the galaxy, Jedi Knights lead the army of the Republic into battle against Separatist forces. Jedi Master Yoda fights on the Wookiee planet of Kashyyyk, but the Sith Lord at Darth Sidious is about to reveal himself and draw a new darkness over the galaxy. So, I think both stories can be interesting in their own ways. I think the Chips storyline is not boring per se. I think it's interesting to have stories about the clones who learned what was going on. Fives, right? Fives learning about it and trying to stop it and trying to warn people. And then you have, the clones that managed to get their chips removed, and the kind of exciting story that can come from being, from seeing the small groups of clones that, got out before the chip could activate. It also introduces storylines like when, that one storyline where the clone, goes crazy and shoots the Jedi that he's working with. One of those, two sister Jedi. But for me personally, I do think I would have found it more interesting for them to have the clones simply be soldiers, right? I think it's a bit of a cop-out to say the clones have a chip in their brains that makes them kill the Jedi. I think it's a more interesting story to figure out what is it about the environment that these soldiers are in that would allow them to turn against their Jedi comrades that they had fought alongside in battle, and to do it so callously. some more interesting stories from that dynamic. You get to think about, how do clones see the Jedi, right? And more broadly, how does the common man see the Jedi, right? We sort of see the Jedi as heroes, or at least that's the standard kind of feelings on the Jedi, I guess. Obviously, when you watch the prequels, George Lucas is kind of trying to convey that the Jedi are corrupted and should not be seen as heroes. You know how they treat Anakin, for instance, and his emotions. You know how they're driven by fear and paranoia, and their judgment is clouded. How they have become soldiers more so than true peacekeepers, you know. They have joined the military, and are a military arm of the Republic, rather than, you know, an order of wise peacekeepers who just want to protect stability, safety, and peace in the galaxy. But yeah, you know, thinking about what would make the Jedi hated enough by the clones that the clones could just turn on them. Or maybe the word isn't even hate, right? But whatever that emotion is, whatever that opinion is, that would allow that to happen. I personally find that that would be a more interesting story than, oh well, yeah, the clones are actually really good people, top to bottom, but oh, it's a gorgeous vista. Lovely. But they had this chip in their brain, and so, you know, of course, they can't, you know, we can't blame them at all for what happened. Because you do get into an awkward position as well, where, okay, so the chips made the clones kill the Jedi, but did the chips also make the clones join the Empire and stand with the Empire, even though their mission was to protect the Republic? Well, no, they did that of their own free will. Those clones that stood with the Empire, that wasn't because of a chip, right? They were just following orders and standing with the powers that be, without making their own judgments about, you know, how right or wrong that cause was. And so the clones, in my mind, are already morally compromised. And the idea that they need to be, like, pure enough or something to not kill the Jedi doesn't really make sense. They are already morally dirtied by joining the Empire, if that makes sense. And you can still have, I think, honestly, I think the stories would be way more interesting if the clones had free will in this regard, because what about the clones that wouldn't follow Order 66? I think it's obvious enough that if the clones had free will, some of them would not be willing to turn on the Jedi. So now you have really interesting stories where, you know, what do the clones who are brothers and comrades, what do they do when opens the door to some very interesting stories about conflict between clones, right? They're all brothers, and it would pain them to fight each other, but maybe they would be forced to because some of them would refuse to follow orders. So, I don't hate the fact that, the clones have the chips in their brains. I think it's a fine enough story, and it's not completely uninteresting. But, in my opinion, I have always felt like, I just wish that the clones would have had to make that decision themselves, right? That Palpatine gets on the blower and says, kill all the Jedi, and the clones say, yes sir, we're soldiers, that's what we do. Because, how many times in history has the military been used to destroy some group of people that, from one perspective, the military should be on the same side of, right? How many times has the military been used to destroy a citizenry or to kill a certain group of people in a country? That's not an uncommon thing. And, at all those times in history, those soldiers did not need chips in their brain, right? Those soldiers all had free will, but there was something about their environment, about being a soldier, at the time, with the factors that were present at their times, that led them to follow orders and do some terrible things that betrayed, people that they should have been on the side of. And that's not even just like about soldiers killing people that they've always kind of hated, right? Soldiers have done this in history to people that fought alongside them for one reason or another, right? Lies being spread, or, some conflict being kind of generated. So, anyway, that's a little ramble, I guess, about the clones, and also I'm very foolish. I didn't realize that I could shut off that flow of droids. Not entirely sure. I think that guy was calling them in, so. Still more guys coming. Oh, there's one up here too. Can I make that jump? I can. Okay. Don't really know what to do after that though. Yeah, so that's some rough feelings that I have about the clones and their motivations and their lore. I think it's a shame that by using the chips, the story kind of takes away the agency of the clones, and in my opinion makes them less interesting characters because of it. Because now we don't have to grapple with the clones' motivations, we don't have to grapple with what would make these soldiers turn on their own generals. But it's still an interesting story. fun about this mission is you're fighting droids and clones side by side. They're all of a sudden on the same side, and you just have to fight them all. Okay, I think you just can hop up here on that thing. Which you don't really see in the movies, right? Unless I'm crazy and am forgetting something. There's not really a point where the clones and the droids actually join forces like this. They sort of, I mean, it just becomes a moot point, right? Because the droid army gets shut down, right? I don't know if that's specifically addressed in episode 3. And obviously Anakin is sent to go decapitate the separatist leadership. But I don't know if it references what happens to the droids. It's been a long time since I've watched that movie. It's been a very long time since I've watched the Star Wars movies, period, actually. Be fun to crack those things open again and watch through them. Okay, how are you supposed to get... Is there a path over here? I don't know how to get my AI buddy to follow me on the jump, to get in the little thing, and the little ATSD walker. Not an ATSD, what is that one called? The Republic variant, like ATRD. All-terrain recon. I think it's an ATRD, but I can't say for sure. Yeah, it's interesting how the release of Disney Star Wars content, and I normally say content with kind of a negative connotation. I don't love that word because it just collapses art into sort of feedback slop, right? It's just content. It's just content. The quality doesn't matter, it's just content. But in this case, I will use that word for Disney Star Wars stuff because, to a large degree, it is just slop. And, anyway, yeah, it's interesting how they released they started like a tidal wave of Star Wars stuff when they bought the IP from George Lucas. Of course, they started the new movie trilogy, and then they started the Star Wars stories and the off-year movies, and of course the shows came out, and there were so many shows, but that has all drastically slowed down, and I have to imagine that's because it didn't generally do very well. So the next Star Wars thing coming out now is the Mandalorian movie. Mandalorian and Grogu, I think is the title of that one. Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, Chapter 5, Ruin of the Jedi. Palpatine has issued Order 66, starting the clone army against the Jedi. Across the galaxy, clones have gunned down their Jedi generals. Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi have survived and head for the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. They hope to find some answers to this shocking turn of events within the Jedi archives. Yeah, the first Mandalorian and Grogu trailer, which is all I've watched. They might have released some more, I don't know, but it just was a Baby Yoda fest, you know. It was like, hey, isn't Baby Yoda cute? Over and over again for the whole trailer. And it felt very, I don't know, my problem with The Mandalorian, I was never the biggest fan of The Mandalorian. I thought it was an okay show early on. It didn't grab me the way it grabbed a lot of other people. I didn't like the adventure of the week sort of adventures that he went on. I was a little more into the central narrative with Grogu and Giancarlo Esposito and that whole plot line, at least early on in Season 3. I mean, once you learned Giancarlo's whole plan, Moff Gideon, I just thought it was so boring and uncreative. Like, it was the kind of story that I would have come up with as an 8-year-old playing with my brother or my friend on the playground, playing make-believe Star Wars, right? Giancarlo having this whole plan of like, I'm going to combine the best of the cloners and the Jedi and the Mandalorians and create a super version of myself or whatever. Also, spoilers for The Mandalorian. Sorry, I should have led with that. I guess I'll put that, I'll put a warning about that on this video. At the front of this video, maybe some text on screen. Mandalorian spoilers. But yeah, it was like, it just felt like such a childish notion of what a villain would be doing. You know, of course the villain has to play with all of the cool toys that we as Star Wars fans like. He has to combine the Mandalorians, which, we Star Wars fans love the Mandalorians. I mean, I know Dave Filoni does. He is obsessed with them. And frankly, I think he's ruined them. What made the Mandalorians cool, Dave Filoni has just destroyed with the Mandalorian show and with his obsession with the Mandalorians. Sorry, I'm being kind of harsh, but, you know, the Mandalorian culture that we see in Mando Season 3 is just, like, pathetic and strange and dead. And, I don't know, I won't get into all that. But suffice it to say, I did not like that season of that show. And so anyway, I'm rambling. I'm getting off track. What was I even supposed to be on track about? What was I saying? I'm a madman. What's going on? Where am I? Who are you? How did I get here? Somebody help me. But yeah, so the new Mandalorian movie is coming out, and I could not be less excited for it, to be honest. honest. I will probably see it, maybe, just because I don't mind seeing a bad movie. I do mind seeing a bad show because shows take up a long time of your life. Watching like an 8-episode show with an hour episode each, 8 hours is too much time to sink into something really bad. But if I go to the theater and can sit there for 120 minutes and watch something bad, that's not a big deal. And it'll be fun to talk about at least. I have a friend, a really good friend, that I made in college, and we don't live near each other anymore. But back when we were watching all of the Star Wars stuff, we would have therapy session phone calls. We would call each other and just basically rip apart the new Star Wars stuff. Because he was as big of a fan of Star Wars as I was, you know. I mean, we were the two biggest little fanboys of Star Wars that ever lived. And the new Disney stuff broke our spirits. So we went through a similar grieving process, I suppose you could say, of disconnecting from Star Wars. Also, there goes Shock T in another one of her many deaths. Yeah, so my buddy, we would get on the phone, we'd watch the new episode of Mando Season 3, and then we'd get on the phone and just decompress about how terrible it was. And then Andor came along, and we had a bright spot in our lives, in the Star Wars world anyways. Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Chapter 6, Darth Vader. Anakin Skywalker, once the young pod racing champion of Tatooine, Padawan to Obi-Wan Kenobi and hero of the Clone Wars, has finally given into his secret emotions and fallen to the dark side. His wife Padme rushes to the volcanic world of Mustafar, hoping to turn Anakin back from his dark path. She has no idea that Anakin's former master Obi-Wan is hiding aboard her ship. And I should say, you know, if you like the Star Wars stuff, I don't mean to like trash what you like. It's okay for you to like it, or, you know, for us to have different opinions. But yeah, I just, the type of stuff that they were putting out, and Filoni, man. Filoni, I feel like people saw Filoni as this brilliant guy that, like, understood Star Wars in a way that the suits over at Disney didn't. And don't get me wrong, Disney has been a horrible caretaker of Star Wars. They've made a bunch of junk. But Dave Filoni has his own problems. And I really don't think that he's very good at making Star Wars stuff. I think to the extent that stuff like Clone Wars and Rebels turned out well, which I don't even think that they're amazing. I think people have very fond memories of the Clone Wars TV show, but I think if you go back and watch it as an adult, there's a lot of garbage, which is okay. It's a kid's show. I'm not trying to hold it to some standard of like AMC prestige television. But the Clone Wars does not hold up in many ways, but it also does in a lot of ways. It is a complicated TV show. There's some great stuff in it and some real low lows. I think to the extent that that stuff was interesting. However, a large part of that was because it was not Dave Filoni alone. He did not have full power on the Clone Wars, right? Early on, he was working with George Lucas, and so George was still overseeing it and preventing Filoni from running wild. He also had a whole creative team, right? And I think at a certain point, as Disney Star Wars was like foundering, they said, oh, you know who can save us? Dave Filoni. He did all of that great animated Star Wars stuff. The problem is, when you let Dave Filoni run wild by himself without any supervision or, anybody who can sort of rein in his fanboy impulses, I think he makes some pretty bad Star Wars stuff. Or at least not amazing. And I don't mean to trash on Filoni. I think he's, I think he's got a lot of passion for Star Wars, and I think he's a cool guy, and obviously wants to make great Star Wars stuff. But I think at the end of the day, he's a dude that really wants to play with his toys, and that does not always make for the most interesting stories. Also, to comment on what I'm playing, I really like this level. I think it's very fun how there's this element of Obi-Wan and Anakin have to work together through these areas. Obviously, like, from a gameplay perspective, you need to have a multiplayer game where these characters can kind of, you can have two players that are working together to play the mission. But yeah, I just think it's a very fun, lighthearted way of doing this mission where Obi-Wan and Anakin, have to use the Force to overcome obstacles together, and then it keeps bouncing between those moments of cooperation and the moments of dueling each other, fighting each other. In the cutscenes. And then, at the end, of course, there is a little fight between the two of them, which is a fun... Oh yeah, here it is. We get a bunch of health each. And I don't remember how this works in multiplayer. I don't know if Obi-Wan has to win in multiplayer for the level to progress, or just whoever wins, you then go into the cutscene. I don't know. There he goes. Anakin burning up in the lava. Yeah, but I was talking about the Mandalorian movie, and yeah, it just seems like, oh, Baby Yoda is so popular, we're gonna shove him in the trailer a lot, and I have no idea what the movie is even going to be about. Also, Jeremy Allen White is playing Jabba the Hutt's kid from the Clone Wars, and he's all grown up, and he has like a 12-pack, and I think it's so funny. Jeremy Allen White is playing a buff Jabba the Hutt dude. We live in a world beyond parody. There goes Padme. Rest in peace. Died of a broken heart. classic, Darth Vader is born. Darth Vader in his suit. And Padme, did she survive? It seems in your anger you killed her. No. Yeah, I do think that Grogu in the Mandalorian should have ended with the Mandalorian delivering Grogu to Luke Skywalker. And Grogu should have stayed there and the show should have ended. Or if the show continued, that's fine, but do not bring Grogu back. I thought that was a really bad creative choice, and my suspicion is that they just did that because Grogu was such a popular character that no, of course we can't get rid of Grogu. So anyway, I'll go spend our studs on some new characters here. Let's see who we get today. Plo Koon, General Grievous, clone, another clone, Mace Windu, disguised clone. What else do we have? All the ships down here somewhere. Yeah, we're not buying ships. We're not out here buying ships. Buys Darth Maul, Zam Wessel, another clone, and a super battle droid. Alright, the Cantina Band. You guys aren't playing music. You're just chilling. Oh wait, that's really cute. I think that's because I turned off the music in the game. So I'm assuming that's like they're making the animation reflect the fact that I turned off the music and so the band has nothing to do. If I'm right about that, I think that's really adorable and a wonderful little touch by the developers. Those kind of fun little touches that, I just love. It feels like the developers are thinking about the game and having fun with it, Someone had a really fun idea and was like, oh guys, I've got a great idea. What if when the player turns off the music, the band stops playing in the cantina? I love that. That's really charming. Once I stop recording, I think I'll go back in there and test that out. Alright, my friends, well, thank you for joining me for episode 3 of Star Wars. Until next time, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lego Star Wars. Today, we will be playing Episode 4, A New Hope. Playing through the story of the original Star Wars film, the movie that started it all. So we will be beginning episode 4 of civil war, rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the evil Galactic Empire. During the battle, rebel spies managed to steal secret plans to the Empire's ultimate weapon, the Death Star, an armored space station with enough power to destroy an entire planet. Pursued by the Empire's sinister agent, Princess Leia races on the border starship, custodian of the stolen plans that could save the people and restore freedom to the galaxy. So, we are beginning with this iconic opening shot of Star Wars. The planet of Tatooine, wide across the bottom of frame. Princess Leia's ship, the Tantive 4, moving forward, and then the massively larger Star Destroyer following it. And we get that great depiction of the difference in scale of the ships, as the Star Destroyer just takes seconds and seconds to cross from the front of the ship to the back. Which is a great little creative choice to just visually depict the difference in power. So here we start with Princess Leia and Captain Antilles. And Princess Leia has just withdrawn the plans onto a little disc, and now she seeks to offload the plans and get them safely down to Tatooine. This little machine here just pumps out a handful of studs every time you pull the lever. I don't know if it does something if you pull it enough times. Doesn't seem like it is. Okay. So, yeah, this is the shift now from the first LEGO Star Wars game, which had the prequels, to the second game, which had the original trilogy. Princess Leia with a brown fedora. And I like that little animation there as Antilles pulls out his blaster and aims it at the descending hat. Yeah, this episode will probably be a bit longer. I think these original trilogy episodes are a little bit more expansive, with maybe slightly longer levels and longer cutscenes. And we will try to get True Jedi here. Not go out of our way for it too heavily, but no, it's always nice to get. I was thinking, well, we'll see. I was thinking of trying to set up a time with my brother, who lives near me, to come over and play a mission, or rather an episode of LEGO Star Wars with me. And I would record that so we could have some two-player footage. So we'll see if I can make that happen, if we can find some time for the two of us to do that. So we have Darth Vader down there. He will push us back if we try to get too close. this whole scene of the ship being captured by the Empire. I like how Rogue One, gave us the events leading right up to this moment, or, very shortly before. Rogue One is not a perfect movie, and I know that I think a lot of that came from it having a bit of a difficult production cycle. But I do really like Rogue One, despite its flaws. And I think it's cool how we get to see the plans, get right up to Leia, and it just adds a bit more weight to the start of A New Hope when, we see the Star Destroyer chasing Leia. I like that. We can see the little scene there where Darth Vader chokes out the rebel. Here we have some flowers in the window. And some little buttons here. One thing I don't really know, I'd be curious to look this up, is how significant the differences are in levels from the original. Because obviously, the LEGO games had the prequels in one game, and then the original trilogy in another game. And then this game, the Complete Collection, came out combining both those games. And I'm curious to what extent there were, major differences, or to what extent there are differences at all, between the versions of the levels that appear in their original games and the versions of the levels that appear in this game. So I might go online and look that up. I did play A New Hope earlier in this channel's history, maybe a couple months ago at this point, or I forget exactly when I did that, but I was playing the original game in which this level appeared, so it's definitely identical in the broad strokes, but I am curious if there are any changes and to what extent those changes occur. So we have the little crane there that can drop the stormtroopers into the pits, and now we get another character, the rebel friend, which is nice because if you're playing multiplayer, it's nice to not force one of the players to be just stuck as C-3PO or R2-D2. I mean, obviously you're picking R2-D2 in that situation, but still not an ideal character. So we just blast our way through these stormtroopers. Just get up in here, get up in the smoke, and just punch them as they're all coming out. Don't even give them time, to build little bridges to C-3PO across because, of course, we are trying to get the droids to an escape pod. Get the droids to an escape pod so they can get down to the surface of Tatooine. It's kind of funny, we've got the stormtroopers in their little spa. They're sitting in the hot tub. It will not be the only time we see stormtroopers in Speedos. And in fact, you can buy the stormtrooper in a Speedo character, which I will certainly be doing. You may not like it, but this is the ideal male body type. A Lego stormtrooper in a Speedo. That's why I work out, so that I can look like that. Don't shoot. There's no life forms aboard. I like that joke in Family Guy, which is not a show I have watched for many years, but in their Star Wars spoof episode, they have that line where the escape pod fires and the Imperials are in the little control room, and one of them goes, "Don't shoot, there's no life forms aboard." And then the other Imperial goes, "What are we paying by the laser now?" Which is just hilarious. Knee-slappingly funny. Hi, Peter Griffin here to explain the joke. The joke is, why wouldn't the Empire just shoot the escape pod? And so, humorously, the show suggests an underling of the Imperial officer replying in a snarky fashion. Episode 4, New Hope, Chapter 2, Through the Jundland Wastes. Darth Vader searches in vain for the secret rebel plans on Princess Leia's starship. The droid R2-D2 has escaped the Death Star blueprints to the planet Tatooine below. But R2-D2, along with his companion C-3PO, has been captured by Jawa as a small scavenger trade in mechanical scrap. Young Luke Skywalker knows the great destiny which lies before him, is looking for droids to help work on Luke's moisture farm. And Crawler's life is about to change forever. So we have the droid buying scene. Of course, all these droids are falling apart. And Luke purchases a couple of droids, C-3PO and R2-D2. And we get this little scene where the Jawas come back and just steal the droids. Which is not very honest of them. And here he is, old Ben Kenobi. That part in the movie always, it's made me laugh. Obi-Wan Kenobi. I wonder if they meet old Ben Kenobi. It's like, yeah, bro. I wonder how many people do you meet with the last name Kenobi. Also, you live in the middle of nowhere. And then somebody comes through and's like, "Hey, do you know a guy named Obi-Wan Kenobi?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, one of the only people I've met in my entire life with this incredibly rare last name. Yeah, annoying, you know. But I was going to Taji Station to pick up some power converters. But I was going to Taji Station to pick up some power converters. Shut up, boy. Get out there and work on the moisture vaporator. So we are beset by Tusken Raiders here. And me and Mr. Kenobi, pardon me, Mr. Kenobi and I, rather. I have a friend who I can always hear him in my mind when I say me or I incorrectly. He would always jump on you to make the swap. Say Ben and I, or if you said Ben and I when it should be Ben and me, you would go Ben and me. So every time I misspeak, say it wrong, I can hear his voice in my head. I can hear him even now, haunting me. Womp rats, we've got some womp rats running around. Watch that line Luke has. Why, that's no smaller than a womp rat. I used to bullseye those in 1916 back home. That's, the life of a farm boy, I guess. Got nothing to do, so you just, go around shooting animals. Alright, we build a little ramp. We can continue up. What I love about these Lego games, is, well, I like a lot about them. They're great, but there's something very childlike about them, in the sense of it feels as though you are playing through a child's imagination. I think part of it is because, well, they're very simple, and, you know, the characters don't talk, and, yeah, it's sort of like a child's recollection of the movies. You know, it leaves out a lot of the boring stuff, and the talking, and all that garbage, and it just gets to the good stuff. And it's like, oh, what if the Jawas kidnapped R2-D2 and C-3PO again, and, you know, Luke had to go out to find them. But there's also something about how the worlds of these games, the environments, are not made of Lego. Whereas the, you know, a lot of the interactable stuff is. So this sand crawler, it's not made of Lego. It just looks like a giant regular sand crawler. And what I think is kind of fun about that is that it reminds me of playing with my Legos and my other toys as a kid, where I would combine all my toys, right? I had Lego, and I had building blocks, and I had, you know, plastic dinosaurs, and whatever, all sorts of various stuff. A wide variety of styles of toy. And the combination of those different things is very childlike to me. You know, you're mixing and matching the various toys in your toy box. And in environments that are not made of Lego, but you are Lego characters. It reminds me of that. It gives me that feeling of I'm mixing up all the toys in my toy box to make a little playset. And yeah, I just find that kind of charming. I know probably part of that is because it was easier to design these just low poly worlds, very simple worlds for the Lego stuff to happen in. It's probably easier to do that than design entire worlds made of Lego. But even so, it's still, I just find it charming. I still haven't played the Skywalker Saga. Is that more Lego based? Like, are the environments in that all made of Lego? I should check that game out sometime. I will play it on the channel eventually, I'm sure. I have played a lot of the Lego games, and, well, not really a lot, when you consider how many there are. I've played actually a very small amount. But, I'm sure I will get to playing the Skywalker Saga at some point. So of course we're just running around the sandcrawler, smashing it to pieces. It's one of the funny things about the Lego games is you just go around blowing everything up, destroying everything. You're a little chaos agent in the world, just, exploding everything you can get your hands on. And the Jawas in this level will chase you around and zap your droid characters. So, you do have to kill the Jawas, which is a little sad. They're not monsters. They're not violent like that. But these guys are all destined for death anyways. Because of course we, in the movie, we find, or rather Luke and Obi-Wan come upon the Sandcrawler, which has been destroyed by the Empire, and the Jawas massacred. And Luke is like, oh no, that will lead them back home. And then he runs home and he finds Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru burned, tragically burned. And it seals his determination to fight the Empire. So we are killing the Jawas here so that they will not disturb us as we let C-3PO out of his cell. One thing I like about C-3PO in this is how, as he takes damage, he loses more of his limbs. I think he can only lose one arm and one leg. But actually maybe he can lose both arms, I forget. It's a nice little touch. It's one of those things. I talked about it in when I did Revenge of the Sith, I think, where I noticed that the Cantina band in this was not playing because I turned off the music in the main menu. And I just thought that was delightful. But yeah, these little bits of like, you can feel the developers having a good time designing the moment, right? Some developer thought, oh, you know, what if we could knock off C-3PO's limbs? Which I think is great. I also think it's cool how they have a variety of different move sets for the lightsaber wielders and the people with guns. You know, the lightsaber wielders have different double jumps, they have different downward slams and jump slashes and all sorts of stuff. And there's some repetition, but the variety really helps them all feel distinct and gives more interest than, you know, if it was just every lightsaber user plays exactly the same. And, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and, like the gun wielders, you know, if you're using Luke, he's kind of clunky, not like unplayable, he's completely fine, but when you play as like Han Solo, he's so fluid with how he shoots, and he can like roll and drop onto his knee and aim, and there's all this, you know, he feels like a much more expert marksman than Luke does. And, you know, I think there might only be like those two. Well, I think characters like Jango actually play differently as well. I forget all the variations, but the point is, they didn't just say, oh, you know what, let's have blaster characters and lightsaber characters. They went to the effort to vary the types of lightsaber characters and the types of blaster characters that you could play as in the game. Which I think, you know, just shows the care and the fun that they had making a game like this, which is great. I love when you can see developer passion come out. So we are still making our way through the Jundland wastes. Also, C-3PO has lost a leg here as well, you can see. So he is hopping around, doing his best. It's kind of goofy how, I've talked about before how one of my problems is when Star Wars makes itself feel small. You see this a lot in the Disney era, where we keep revisiting the same locations and the same characters and all that, and it just makes it seem like the universe of Star Wars is tiny, right? There's only a small handful of planets and characters. And that's mostly a Disney problem, but, you know, George Lucas had a part to play in it as well, because Tatooine, he introduced Tatooine in this movie as, you know, the backwater, nowhere place. And then in the prequels, turns out that Darth Vader lived here as well as Luke. And also Darth Vader actually made C-3PO, which never comes up in the original movies, and yada yada yada. Now at the same time, I think it's been a little unfair to George to take stuff like that too seriously as a sign of uncreative or bad story writing, because George's intention is much more mythological, much more heroic, and I guess metaphorical in a sense, than, you know, a lot of what Star Wars is now, where it's very literal, it's very small, it's very like, oh yeah, Cad Bane, he's one of the cool bounty hunters, and so he just shows up all the time. In George Lucas's, you know, version of things, his 6 movies, it's a story about a family, right? About the Skywalker family. And so there's an element of, well, should I reference the famous quote, right? It's like poetry, it rhymes. Now, you don't have to agree with that as a good story device. You can think that it's bad. That's fine. But at least it sort of feels intentional. So I like that moment where Luke almost kills Obi-Wan with the lightsaber twice, and Obi-Wan has to keep dodging out of the way. I'll keep yapping in a minute, but first let's read this next title crawl. Episode 4, A New Hope. Chapter 3, Mos Eisley Spaceport. In search of a pilot who can take them to the distant planet Valderon, Luke Skywalker and old Ben Kenobi journey by land speeder to Mos Eisley Spaceport. Here, among the most dangerous and reckless elements of Tatooine society, they hope to find someone brave or foolhardy enough to help in their quest to deliver R2-D2's secret data to the Rebel Alliance. But Imperial forces are everywhere. Yeah, you can disagree with Luke R2-D2 falling off the speeder and catching up at the end there. These Lego games, they get me with their humor every now and again. Yeah, you don't have to like Lucas's approach to the story and repeating elements like that. But at least it is kind of intentional, right? He was trying to do something artistic. He had a vision for it and an idea of why, why these elements should repeat, why they should go back to Tatooine. And even if you don't like it, I think it's still recognizable as a creative choice, which I think is respectable. In the modern Disney era, however, it does not feel like intentional rhyming or whatever, as George might put it. It feels like, hey, people like these old characters, let's keep bringing them back. Oh, people Coruscant is. People know what Tatooine is. That's what Star Wars is. We have to keep bringing those elements back. Otherwise, people aren't going to like it. People aren't going to get it. They're trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator. So, it's, I don't know, yeah, it's just, repetitive and makes the world feel small. And, it's too bad. But, I don't know, I've kind of trashed modern Star Wars enough in these videos. I don't think I need to keep hammering the same points over and over again. I always think whenever I'm in this Mos Eisley area with the giant crashed spaceship, it always makes me think of Star Wars Battlefront, where the originals, I forget if it's the first or the second one, I think it's the second one. It definitely is the second one. Maybe the first one as well, but certainly the second one. There's a Mos Eisley level, and it has the giant crashed spaceship, and you can sort of jump your way up to the top if you're, a double jumping force user. And, I think just, like, playing that game so much, that crashed spaceship, I just associated so clearly with that map in Star Wars Battlefront 2. I would always play heroes versus villains on that map. And my brother would play Aayla Secura and beat me up all the time. I could never, whenever he was playing as Aayla Secura, I couldn't win. So I would just let that stormtrooper run out and get in the ATSD. So I'd always try to ban my brother from playing Aayla Secura. No, you can't play Aayla Secura, it's not fair. It's not fair. I can't win if you're playing as her. Man, it's kinda take me back thinking about that game. I should go, I should do a video on that. I already did. Maybe I should do the first Battlefront first, I don't know. I still haven't done a video on the 2015 Battlefront, which is a shame because that's my favorite of the whole Battlefront series. I really, really loved that game. And, I should go back to it for a video. I liked the heroes versus villains of that game, where, and I mean, I could understand not liking that variation, but I thought it was really cool. It was 3 heroes versus 3 villains, and then the other 3 people on the team were just regular soldiers, and if you died as a hero or a villain, you respawned as a regular soldier. And the first team to kill the other team of heroes or villains won. Also, I like Han shooting Greedo there. That's a cold moment, bro. It's a cold moment in this Lego version. He just shoots him and his whole torso blasts out the back. He doesn't like you. I don't like you either. Of course we get a reference to that in Rogue One where those two guys show up randomly. That is an element of modern Star Wars that I definitely do not care for. The member berries, as they're sometimes called. I don't know, there's a fine line between Easter egg that's like fun and member berries that are sort of annoying and forced. If I had to try to put my finger on the difference, I think it maybe has to do with just the subtlety. Like, it is, if your reference is extremely unsubtle and forced and sort of like, hey, wow, look at this thing that we all remember. If it's like, hey, we all remember, or I mean, just take the Rogue One example. We all remember that pair of dudes from the cantina that threaten Luke, right? And then the audience goes, "Oh my God, it's those guys! It's those guys from a New Hope! Oh my! I'm losing it! I'm pogging, bro! I'm pogged out of my gourd right now." Because you're just sort of shoving it in their face. I think that's sort of annoying. But then, more subtle references are generally okay. Like, I know in Andor, Luthen's antique shop, there's like a million references to stuff in that. Stuff from, The Force Unleashed and, like, Knights of the Old Republic and, all sorts of stuff, so it's, I don't know, yeah, but they're just like sitting in the shop and you have to sort of pause your TV and look at them specifically and sort of know what they're referencing. It doesn't like get in your face with, hey, we're gonna point the camera directly at this character because we know you're gonna love it. You're gonna, hey, remember that thing? Remember that thing that happened in that old movie? What if we showed you that thing again? No way, no way. But yeah, we get those a lot. The other ones that really annoy me are like explaining things that don't need to be explained. And there's something to be said for, okay, so nothing needs to be explained, right? You never need to do a prequel, whatever. It's okay to do that stuff. But it's like justifiable to explain certain things, I guess. It's okay to say, oh, where did Darth Vader come from? What's his backstory? Let's go look at that in the prequels. Or you can say like, how did the rebels steal the Death Star plans? Okay, let's look at that with Rogue One. And those are interesting stories, and so it's not really a huge deal to me. The things that really bother me are like things that don't need to be explained in the sense that it's incredibly mundane. So for instance, I think Solo, a Star Wars story, the Han Han Solo prequel movie was so guilty of this. And I'll give some examples. But first, let's read this title crawl. Episode 4, A New Hope. Chapter 4, Rescue the Princess. Imprisoned at the Death Star, Princess Leia still refuses to reveal the location of the rebel base to evil Darth Vader. Meanwhile, Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi have commissioned Han Solo to take them to Leia's home planet Voltron. Escaping from Imperial forces on Tatooine, they make the jump through hyperspace. But Voltron has disappeared, its population a victim of Darth Vader's impatience, and in its place, they find the deadly shadow of the Death Star. Of the Death Star. Death Star. So, I think the Han Solo movie is okay. It's a fine movie. Honestly, my biggest problem with it is the fact that it's a Han Solo movie. If it was just the story of some random Star Wars ne'er-do-well doing those adventures, I think it would be fine. But once it's Han Solo, they have to do all this stupid backstory stuff, like Han Solo calls Chewbacca Chewie. That is an incredibly obvious nickname, right? It does not need any explanation. But then, in Solo, A Star Wars Story, we have to have a moment where Han Solo says, "What's your name?" And Chewbacca goes, "Roar, roar." And then Han Solo says, "Chewbacca, well, I'm not calling you that all the time. We're gonna have to figure out something shorter." Something like that. And it's so painfully stupid. It's just like, dude, nobody needed to have Han Solo say, "Chewbacca's too long of a name. I've got to come up with a nickname for you." Because we just knew from context in the original movies that Chewbacca is his name and Chewie is a nickname. It's like, in real life, if you're watching a movie about just some modern day real world scenario, and there's a character named Robert, and another character goes, "Your name's Robert." Well, I'm not saying that all the time. We're gonna have to think of something shorter. And then he starts calling him Rob. It's just a ridiculous thing to do. So, that's one example. The other example from that movie that drives me up a wall is how Han Solo gets his name. It's like, my God, we did not need an explanation for how Han Solo gets his name. It's just his name. But, they don't think so, apparently. So they go, Han Solo is like checking in with an Imperial officer. And the Imperial officer goes, "What's your name?" And he says, "Han." And he says, something like, "What's your family's name?" And Han Solo says, Han at that point says, "I don't have a family." And the Imperial officer goes, Han Solo then. Bro, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. It's just insane. It's insane. It's like, who thought that was clever? Who thought that was a necessary thing to add to that movie? And I don't care it doesn't matter. Because, it's just a movie. But from just a screenwriting perspective, like, why do you think that that's a necessary thing to add to a script? It's offensive, not because of how sacred Star Wars is to me or whatever. It's just offensive because it's so offensively stupid. But yeah, anyway, those are the kinds of things that just make me roll my eyes, because you have to think about these things. Like, Star Wars is not magical. It's not exempt from, like, the rules of good storytelling, right? Just because it's Star Wars. Nothing is. No franchise. A franchise can get a lot of goodwill from its fans, and, fanboys are not going to criticize their beloved franchise if it makes mistakes. But, be that as it may, for a film or story to be good, it still needs to be good on its own merits, right? It can't be good just because it's part of a good franchise, or a franchise that you have a lot of fond memories of, right? And so you need to treat the characters as actual characters and ask yourself, are these characters acting in a reasonable, believable way that, contributes to the verisimilitude of the story and makes the story feel real and the stakes feel real, right? If characters start to act in unbelievable ways, it starts to diminish the reality of the story, which then diminishes the power of the story. So, let's really drill down on this Han Solo example of him taking the name Solo. So, let's analyze this too much, right? It wasn't meant to be analyzed because it was just a stupid, clever writer's idea, right? Oh guys, we could name him Han Solo because also we're in a new sauna zone with more bikini-clad stormtroopers. Sorry, Speedo stormtroopers. Yeah, so are we meant to assume that, like, if this Imperial officer is giving this guy a last name because he doesn't have a last name, like, ask yourself, is that Imperial policy? Does everybody that doesn't have a family, does every orphan get assigned the last name Solo? Like, well, clearly not, because there would be a million Solos in the universe. So then, is that just what this Imperial officer does? Oh, you don't have a family, so I'm gonna call you Solo. Okay, so is he just frequently assigning, they're on Corellia at that point, and Han is not an exception for being like a little street rat kid that doesn't have a family. So this Imperial officer must see a handful of these people every year at least, right? And so, is that the Imperial officer's prerogative wherever you are? Like, if you're trying to get off world anywhere in the Empire and you don't have a last name, does the Imperial officer just assign you one? And is this guy assigning all of the orphans the name Solo? And also, it doesn't even make sense for these, sorry, let's read this before I keep ranting like a madman. Episode 4, New Hope, Chapter 5, Death Star Escape. Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and Chewbacca have rescued Princess Leia from the clutches of Darth Vader. is it really the system throughout the Empire that if you're trying to go off-world and you don't have a last name because you're like an orphan or an undocumented street rat urchin kid, that the Imperial, like, border officer just assigns you a last name? I don't know, I mean, maybe, right? But it just opens up all these weird questions that feel faintly unbelievable. And then also it adds the additional wrinkle of like, okay, so Han Solo, who hates the Empire, or, you know, he works, he's a smuggler, right? He works in opposition to the Empire. The Empire's always trying to catch him. Han Solo gets assigned a name by the Empire. He gets given a name by the Empire, and he says, yeah, I'm gonna identify with that. This Imperial assigned name, like, when his entire motivation is to be free and, you know, to not be, like, locked down or constrained by anybody. It's like why he doesn't want to join the rebellion in A New Hope. And, yeah, it feels unbelievable to me. It's like, okay, so Han Solo, of all people, doesn't have a problem with being assigned a name, which is like such a symbolically important part of a person's identity, by the Empire, the very antithesis of what Han Solo represents. So, I don't know, that's just, all of that is just me thinking way too much about a stupid little moment that was just meant to be, haha, and this is how Han Solo got his name, isn't that fun? But my only point in, like, going that far down the rabbit hole is just to say it's stupid, and they didn't think about it as a real event that happened to a real character who's in a real world governed by a real political entity. They just said, oh, Solo, that's like the word solo, meaning, you know, alone. What if Han Solo got his name Solo because he is alone? And it's like, first of all, it's ridiculous because obviously the name was chosen to reflect Han Solo's philosophy on life, as he is when we first meet him, right? You don't want to, it's just him and Chewie. I mean, you know, he has Chewie who's his friend, and they are loyal to each other, of course, but Han Solo doesn't want to join the rebellion because he doesn't want to be locked down by any group. And so, it's like a good name for that character if you're going to be doing that sort of writing where you're kind of naming characters. And this is a pretty popular thing, right? You name a character in a way that has a sort of resonance with their personality. Then, you know, Han Solo's a good name. And to then take that name as a later creator working in that same space and see the fact that the name is meant to be resonant with Han Solo's character traits, and then say, oh my god, like, it's very stupid. It feels like they didn't understand that that's the reason Han Solo had the name. And so some writer was like, oh my god, did you guys ever realize that Han Solo doesn't like to be pinned down by his obligations and relationships to other entities, and also his name is Solo, and those things are kind of similar? It's like, geez, Jesus, it's so obvious, and yet they have to, like, put a giant blinking light on the fact that his name is Solo, and say, how do we explain how he got a name like that? That's what I mean when it's just, like, offensively bad. It's offensive in the sense that, it feels like the writers think you're a moron or something. You know, that you're gonna be entertained by figuring out how Han Solo got his name, and then you find out that he got his name because he was alone at one point in his life, and they think that you're gonna, like, clap your hands like a sea lion and go, whoa, yay, Han Solo, he was alone, that's so cool. So, yeah, it's just ridiculous, and, I don't know. It just speaks to me, it speaks to the quality of much of modern day Star Wars, where Star Wars is now like the tail wagging the dog. No matter what your art is, no matter how prestigious your, like, property is that you're working with, you need to still treat it as an actual story. You need to treat it as, like, real characters who are doing real things and working in a real world. And if you just suddenly start relying on the fact that, well, it's Star Wars, like, it plays by a different set of rules. No, it doesn't. You still have to tell a good story. The fact that it's Star Wars means that you have an advantage because people are gonna let a lot of things slide, and they're more willing to accept a bad Star Wars movie as kind of good because it's Star Wars. But you really do still have to make a good movie. And when I say it's like the tail is wagging the dog now, I mean that it's like in a regular story where, you know, the dog is wagging its tail. That means that, you know, the writer is being motivated by creating a good story, and then things in that story become iconic because the story was good in the first place. When the tail is wagging the dog, that is to say that you already have things that are iconic because of previous art, and then you start creating art because of how iconic certain things are, and then they're bad because that's just not how, like, it's okay to work with iconic stuff, but you still need to fundamentally tell a good story. You know, to take another example from the Solo movie, they have to explain the parsecs line, right? From this movie, A New Hope, we have the famous bit where Han Solo says, you know, I'm the guy who flew the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. And, of course, a parsec is a unit of distance, not of time. Now, as a fan of this movie or a viewer, you can come to any number of conclusions about what this means, right? You can resolve this in your mind in any number of ways. The most obvious thing that you can do is just say, oh, it's a mistake, right? George Lucas wrote the script and he didn't know what a parsec was. He thought it was a unit of time. It wasn't. Nobody in the room caught the mistake. So now you have this little mistake in the movie. Another way that you can explain it, and I've seen this online a lot, is the idea that Han Solo is just bullshitting them, right? He's just coming up with stuff off the top of his head, and I guess testing this stupid farm boy and this senile old man to see how much he can kind of take him for a ride. If they don't even know what a parsec is, he can totally, overcharge them or whatever. Because they don't know anything about what they're talking about if they don't even know what a parsec is. And that's a fine explanation, that's a fine thing to think about it. But then to take that moment in the Solo movie and go, actually, we need to explain what that line means. And what it means is that the Kessel Run is so dangerous that people normally take a longer, safer route, which would be, 30 parsecs long or whatever, right? And then, what the line means from the Solo movie is Han Solo was such a good pilot with the Millennium Falcon that he flew the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs or whatever it was because he took a more dangerous but shorter route, right? Now, there are no universal rules, right? At the end of the day, I'm sure some version of this movie could have been made that explained the parsecs line, and I wouldn't not like it as much as I don't, right? That was so confusing. How many negatives was that? I wouldn't not like it as much as I don't. But anyway, if the movie was really amazing, I would not really care. I would either think, oh, that's kind of funny, they explained the parsecs line, or it might make me roll my eyes a little bit and be like, okay, that was kind of goofy that they explained the parsecs line, but, it's still a great movie. So there are no universal rules in art. But for me, again, to go back to the tail wagging the dog thing, it's like the creators of this film, the parsecs line is only significant because of how much people have talked about it. Because Star Wars is a massive media property that people have talked about for, over 50 years. And, not over 50 years, almost 50 years. And so the movies have been analyzed to death at this point, and all the little mistakes and the jokes and the things have been talked about and talked about and talked about. And one of those iconic points of discussion, it's like who shot first, right? Han or Greedo, and yada yada yada. This stuff has been talked to death. I'm gonna read this opening crawl here. Episode 4, A New Hope, Chapter 6, Rebel Attack. With the Death Star plans in their hands at last, the Rebel Alliance plans a desperate assault on the Imperial Space Station. But a hidden homing beacon attached to the Millennium Falcon has led to the visit of the Rebel secret base on the moon of Yavin 4. The moon will soon be in range of the mighty Death Star super laser. Now a small band of fearless pilots bear with them the hopes of an entire galaxy. Okay, let me get back to screaming my head off. So yeah, tiny moments in these movies have become so iconic and so talked about because of how big these movies are. And so one of those moments is the parsecs thing. People talk about the parsecs. They say it was a mistake. They say, no, Han, Han was testing them. They say all this stuff. And they talk about it, and talk about it, and talk about it, and talk about it, and talk about it. And so it becomes this iconic moment. Not because of the significance of it in the movie, it's one tiny line, but because the fans have talked about it so much. And so now, these people get in a room and they write this Han Solo prequel, and they say, oh my god, we have to put in the parsecs line. We have to explain the parsecs line. And so then, they go to huge lengths in this movie to explain the parsecs line. I mean, the culmination of this whole, heist thing on Kessel that they get up to is to explain the parsecs line. And it is just unnecessary. It is unnecessary to explain that line. And again, as I said, there are no universal rules in art. If they had explained the line, and it had also been an amazing movie, whatever, it's not the end of the world. But it goes back to what I mean with the tail wagging the dog, right? These writers did not write this Kessel Run bit because they thought it would make for the best story. They wrote it this way to explain one tiny throwaway line from A New Hope that the fans have been arguing about for decades. And that, to me, shows the wrong approach to dealing with a franchise legacy media property like this. It does not respect the material to obsess over tiny little details like that and then make entire films dedicated to explaining a bunch of that garbage. And I'm being a little unfair to the Han Solo movie because it is obviously a movie in its own right, and it has its own stories and, relationships between Han and that girl whose name I can't remember, and Woody Harrelson's character, and all this stuff. And all that stuff is pretty good in my opinion. It's a reasonably good movie. I don't hate the Han Solo movie. I'm not in love with it, but it's okay. But just these little things, these things that they have to explain. You have to explain why Han calls Chewbacca Chewie. You have to explain why he's named Han Solo. You have to explain why he said he completed the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs. You do not need to explain those things. It truly does not matter. And again, I'm not trying to say you can never have a prequel or whatever. It's okay to tell these kinds of stories. If you have a good idea for it, then it will be great. Again, I love Andor. I think it's maybe the best piece of Star Wars media ever made. It obviously couldn't exist without Lucas's films, but in a sense I think Andor is the most mature and complex and interesting Star Wars media ever made. And that's a prequel. And not only is it a prequel, it's basically a prequel to a prequel, right? It's a prequel to Rogue One, which was a prequel to A New Hope. But, yeah, the difference for me, if you look at Andor and Solo and say what makes these things different, is that Andor takes this world. Let's take this world seriously. Let's take the Empire seriously. And imagine what it would be like to live under the Empire and witness the birth of the rebellion. And then you just tell a story about interesting characters within that world. And they made something amazing when they did that. Solo, while not a terrible film, is so obsessed with explaining all of these little things. It doesn't take the world seriously. It's so much more interested in the iconic aspects of Star Wars and the Star Wars mythos. It's so much more interested in those things than it is in its characters and in its plot line and in the setting and taking all of that stuff seriously. So I don't know. I've been rambling for so long. I don't even know who I am anymore, what the world is, what I'm even playing. What is this game? But yeah, I guess that's just my nutso rambling about what I think makes for less interesting art set in a pre-existing universe, right? It's important to still, in a lot of ways, just treat it like you're telling a regular story, and do not get obsessed with what fans are obsessed about. Do not be like, oh, we have to explain all of the iconic moments from these films. So, we have just finished A New Hope, so I should bring my ranting to an end, my unhinged ranting. Thanks for putting up with me. And again, I have largely detached from Star Wars emotionally. This is the kind of thing that I would get really heated about years ago, and I know I clearly wasn't heated talking about this just now. But yeah, I can still get passionate about it, sort of analyzing it, and I like the Imperial spy showing up there, talking about it, because I think it's interesting to examine why these things go wrong, and what the particular disease is that has afflicted Star Wars media for so long. But when these movies were coming out, it would kind of break my heart every time that they were really bad. These new Disney movies and shows. And now I don't have that same level of pain. And I'm exaggerating a little bit. Even when I was really into Star Wars, it wasn't, shattering my life, when the stuff would go wrong, but I was passionate about it. I loved Star Wars as a kid, and I still do in a lot of ways. I love what Star Wars can be. Yo, it's Captain Tarples. My boy, my boy. In this house, we respect Gungans. Alright, well, thank you for joining me for A New Hope today. I apologize apologize for my very long rant. And, I don't know, maybe you enjoyed it. I hope you did. But until next time, my friends, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Hello, everybody. Today, we are going to be playing Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, in LEGO Star Wars. So we will be starting with Chapter 1, Hoth Battle. And I'll read this opening crawl here. It is a dark time for the rebellion. Although the Death Star has been destroyed, Imperial troops have driven the rebel forces from their hidden base and pursued them across the galaxy. Evading the dreaded Imperial Starfleet, a group of freedom fighters led by Luke Skywalker has established a new secret base on the remote ice world of Hoth. The evil Lord Darth Vader, obsessed with finding young Skywalker, has dispatched thousands of remote probes into the far reaches of space. So today, we have a special addition to the gameplay. I am playing multiplayer. My brother joined me for recording this session of gameplay. So we will be tackling Episode 5 cooperatively, or as cooperative as my brother and I can play together anyways. I told him we couldn't mess around too much, but we might attack each other from time to time. So, here we are on Hoth. Of course, the secret rebel base has been discovered by an Imperial probe droid, a Viper droid. And with the Empire approaching, the rebels set up a defensive perimeter. And Luke Skywalker hops into a snowspeeder. Who's his co-pilot? Is he flying with Wedge? I think he's flying with Wedge. Wedge Antilles. So here we go. Finally, with a second player, I am freed from the somewhat useless AI that mostly just wanders around and occasionally draws enemy fire. So this is a vehicle level, and it will involve us using these bombs pretty frequently. These AT-ATs, you can use your tow cable, just like in the movies, to snare their legs and pull them down. And at this point we didn't put together that you actually need to finish them off with a bomb, so we will have to go and do that now. I do think LEGO Star Wars is, or the LEGO games in general, are a a bit more fun with another player. They're perfectly enjoyable solo, but I don't know, it feels like it's missing something a little bit if you don't have a buddy filling in that player 2 slot. So I played these games with my brother when we were younger. I have a handful of brothers, but this one that I'm playing with is the one that is closest in age to me. And so we tended to play together more, a little bit more than I played with my older brothers. They were old enough compared to me that, they were a bit more mature, interested in more big kid sort of stuff, I guess. But this brother of mine, we would play together pretty often. Not just video games, but, play together in general. And we would do like, I don't know, imagination, playing with our imaginations. We'd go outside and tell stories and sort of imagine ourselves as characters in these various stories that we would make up, and oftentimes we would do that while hopping on our trampoline, which are very good memories. We would always start out, we'd always go out there and, I would say, hey, do you want to tell a story? And then that was our cue to go out onto the trampoline, and we'd start jumping around and describing. Then the next step was we'd say future or past. And what that meant was basically sci-fi or fantasy. Now, I think we probably picked future like 1 out of every 100 times that we played. We were way more into the fantasy storytelling. But once we picked past, as we almost always did, we would then, set up the scenario. I'd say, oh, I'm a master fencer, and I run a fencing school, and this army is attacking my city, and I have to lead my students out to help fight off the army, or something like that. And then my brother would go, okay, yeah, I'm a hunter, I'm a master with a bow and arrow, and I'm jumping around on the trees. He was a big Legolas guy. Who did you like in Lord of the Rings was kind of it's like a personality test, I feel like, at that age. If you were into fantasy, were you a Legolas guy, which my brother was? I was an Aragorn guy, and so my characters usually always had swords and were very kind of grizzled and had long hair and a beard and all that. But yeah, that would be the shape of our play sessions as kids. And then, of course, we also had all sorts of other stuff. The usual stuff that kids do. We had toys and Lego sets, of course. We were a pretty big Lego family. We had the massive tub full of spare Lego pieces. I'm sure if you played played with Lego, you all had that yourselves. All of the sets, you get a set, and you build it, you follow the instructions, you build the set, and then over time, that Lego set kind of dissolves, who knows how it happens, but you have a fully built little Star Wars Lego set, and then you think, oh, I could really use a couple of those pieces to build my new, some spaceship that I want to make. So you pillage a couple of pieces, and then before long the set is completely dismantled, and all of the pieces are deposited into a giant plastic tub that is just full of mixed and matched Lego pieces. No organization whatsoever. There's things that are like half built, there's pieces that are stuck together. Of course, there's those pieces, the very thin bricks that you could just never separate. If those things were stuck together, it was impossible to detach them. You had to try to wedge a fingernail in there, and eventually there were tools for that, but I don't think we ever had one of those. So there were some Lego pieces that were just permanent. They might as well have been glued together, because they never, ever, ever came apart. Alright, we are moving on to chapter 2 here. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Chapter 2, Escape from Echo Base. Imperial forces have mounted a relentless assault on the rebel base on Hoth. The rebel fighters have held out bravely, but the enemy is overwhelming. In the Echo Base command center, carved deep into the ice of the frozen planet, Han Solo and Princess Leia monitor the evacuation of rebel personnel. But as stormtroopers breach the outer defenses, they must quickly find an escape route for themselves. So, we have the shield generator finally destroyed by the AT-ATs. The assault on Hoth, led by the General Veers, Moff Veers, Grand Moff Veers. Forget his exact rank, he's probably a Moff. Has been successful. And now the rebels have to secure an escape route. So here I am playing as player 1, so I am Han, and my brother is playing as Leia. Yeah, that Lego bin, I imagine that's kind of a universal thing, right? For kids that have Legos, you always end up with this massive mixed together stew of Lego pieces. Because that's the real fun of Lego, right? I mean, building the sets is awesome. And, just watching us kill each other. Building the sets is a lot of fun. And I think, obviously, as an adult, if you're still into Lego, that's kind of more that's probably the entirety of Lego, right? As an adult, I can't imagine you're, like, breaking down your sets. Well, I guess there's two kinds of Lego hobbyists, right? There's Lego hobbyists who buy the wildly overpriced Lego sets that come out these days, because now, as adults, they have disposable income, and the Lego Corporation is catering to them rather than families and children. But I do know that there are Lego hobbyists who also are kind of more creative and like to create stuff themselves. I see them online occasionally, making unique builds. But yeah, that big gumbo of Legos, I think, is probably a classic experience for people if you grew up playing with Lego. So we have found C-3PO, and he can start opening doors for us. And this is actually reminding me this exact spot here. This room, I told a story in one of my earlier Lego videos about playing with my cousin who did not have video games in his house, and he was sort of obsessed with them. And he came over to my house and we were playing Lego Star Wars. And it was this exact mission, this exact spot, that I looked over and realized that he was like shaking and twitching, kind of vibrating as he was playing the game. That it was having such a, like, I don't know, just an extreme effect on him. And he, it was so extreme that he was digging his fingernails into the rubber joystick covers of the, the thumb pad joysticks, and was actually like carving chunks out of my controller, which I was not very happy about. And yeah, that memory came back because I'm remembering that this was that very exact room where I looked over and saw the sort of physical effect that playing the game was having on him. So, yeah, just have healthy relationships to stuff in your life, everybody. If you're tearing chunks out of a controller's thumb pads because your body is like having a mini seizure because of how excited you are to play a video game, you should probably try to figure out how to change that. But also, I get it. I mean, I know it's tough. Like, as a kid, you live in a world of video games, right? You know that they exist, but your parents don't allow them in your house, which was the case with him. I mean, obviously, you could be in a house that can't afford it, but I know his parents could. They just were opposed to video games, so I'm sure as a kid that is very unpleasant to be, aware of video games, and you know how much, like, fun they are. You probably talk to kids at school who have these games, and you just become more and more fixated on them. And so when you can finally actually get your hands on them and play them yourself, it probably, I understand why that would create a sort of extreme reaction. Alright, we have linked up with Chewbacca here. Chewie. The Han Solo movie, of course. Solo, a Star Wars story. What's your name? Chewbacca. That's too long. We're gonna have to come up with something shorter. And the crowd goes wild. Yo, now we know why Han calls Chewbacca Chewie. We got the lore, bro. Now we know. Sorry, I won't talk about that. I already ranted about that in one of my earlier Lego Star Wars videos. Something with a large motor is passing my apartment. Trying to figure out if that is going to be a recurring noise, and I might have to pause recording, or if that was a one-time thing. This is not an airplane that I'm hearing, but I do live near an airfield, and people, I think, I don't know, for like getting there, probably getting in hours for their pilot's license or something, sometimes they will just circle above my apartment for many minutes at a time, just circling and circling and circling, so that that always prevents me from recording. I've had some recording sessions that I've had to scrap because a plane starts circling, and I'm like, all right, that's it for today. And the unfortunate thing is, usually my recording time is kind of heavily scheduled, in the sense that, you know, if I miss my window to record, I don't really get another chance that day. I don't have flexible time. There goes the Millennium Falcon. And Luke hops in his X-Wing. So, yeah, what was I saying? I got distracted by talking about planes or something. Whatever, let's read this opening crawl. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Chapter 3, A Falcon Flight. Led by the evil Darth Vader, Imperial forces have overrun the rebel base on the ice planet Hoth. Having briefly stalled the enemy advance, Luke Skywalker has made his escape by X-Wing fighter, and if the last rebel transports lift off from the planet, Han Solo, the Millennium Falcon, engages the Imperial ships above. I have been watching Season 2 of Andor, which I know that I am extremely late through the game on that one. It's been out for months. But when it came out, I just had a ton of stuff going on in my life. And I didn't really have time to watch the show. And, well, kind of more to the point, you know, I might have been able to watch it, but I was very excited for Andor, and so I wanted to not just, like, was less stressed out. So that time has finally come, and I've been slowly working my way through it. I'm trying not to watch the episodes too quickly. I'm watching about like one a week, sometimes actually longer between. But I'm really enjoying it. I won't really talk about it too much, just because I haven't finished it yet, but that's one thing that I've been up to that is Star Wars related. Into the asteroid field, into the asteroid field. Never tell me the odds. I am playing, these Lego Star Wars episodes, and all of my Lego episodes for the most part, pretty recklessly. I'm not trying very hard to get, like, true Jedi or anything. I'm not doing a ton of exploring. Mainly because I just want to, kind of appreciate, or I just want to focus on the story, right? Just enjoy just like playing through the game itself. And so I have not been getting very many true Jedi scores, but I will say these vehicle levels, I always struggle with true Jedi more. Some of them, I don't know when this change happened, if this is from older Lego games or newer ones, but there's some vehicle levels where if you destroy something, all of the studs are automatically collected. Like in the pod racer level of Phantom Menace, so maybe this is an older thing and they stopped doing it this way. But yeah, you like smash through stuff and all of the studs are automatically sucked up into your counter. But then you have levels like this where you still do have to walk by the studs, or fly by the studs in this case, to actually like magnetize the studs into your inventory. And I always, I find these levels a bit tricky to get true Jedi on. Usually they require, fewer studs to get true Jedi, so it's easier in that sense. But I always find it kind of tricky to collect them and to collect your hearts so that you're not losing studs as often. And of course you can collect the studs that you drop, but as you can see, they kind of spread out and it can be very easy to miss them, so the true Jedi on these levels is a bit tricky for me. Something fell in my apartment. What's happening? It's an earthquake, everybody. Get under the beds. You can see here my brother is doing a lot better at the stud collecting than I am. He has like 10 times my amount of studs right now. He's a certified gamer. I'm just a poser. I'm a poser. So now we descend into the classic asteroid worm. The giant worm in the asteroid that our heroes take cover in. Of course, you get that Minoc jump scare on the windshield. Windshield. It's not the right word for a spaceship. What would you call that? I don't know. I'm windshield of a spaceship. But anyway, yeah, you have the classic worm here where they realize that they're in something alive and they fly out right as the worm's jaws close. So, we are just collecting these torpedoes. This is a kind of a common trope in these vehicle missions at this point, is finding torpedoes so that you can destroy purple targets, which are gating your progress forward in the mission. The vehicle levels are not my favorites in the LEGO games. I don't know, the kind of floaty controls of them. I don't mind the ones where you're on sort of a track, like the pod racing mission in the Phantom Menace, where you're basically just being propelled forward down a racetrack, and you just have to, avoid the obstacles and hit the speed boosts and stuff. The vehicle levels where you have the freedom to kind of move around fully like this, I don't care for as much. And I think you'll see that in the Indiana Jones, LEGO Indiana Jones 2 video that I made. Remember doing that one where you're on like a bike and you have to smash other cars and bikes on this in this sort of town area. You just have to chase them down and bump into them over and over again, and it's hard for me to get the angles right to propel into them with enough speed to actually hit them. There's another mission in the next episode 6, where you're on the speeder bikes on Endor, and I remember not caring for that one too much, just finding it hard to hit the speeder bikes with my lasers. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, Chapter 4, Dagobah. Han Solo and Princess Leia have finally evaded the Imperial fleet, the Millennium Falcon, and are on their way to Cloud City, secretly followed by the bounty hunter Boba Fett. Meanwhile, following instructions relayed to him by the spectral form of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke Skywalker has piloted his X-Wing to the forgotten planet of Dagobah. Accompanied by his trusty droid R2-D2, Luke heads towards the murky swamp world in search of his destiny. So, in Attack of the Clones, in my video on Attack of the Clones, I talked about how the mission on Kamino, where one player has to play as Obi-Wan and one player has to play as R4, you kind of get the short end of the stick there if you have to play as R4. Well, now we actually get that same dynamic with another player, because for most of this mission, you're just Luke and R2, and so my brother was we were teasing each other about him having to play R2-D2. Well, I got to be Luke the whole time. then we were joking about how, or he started saying he's an R2 main. And, we were laughing about that, He's a top-ranked ELO R2 main in North America. But of course you do need R2 for some stuff here because R2 can go into the swamp water, which will kill Luke. And so you need R2 to activate some various things around here. Now he's going for the mini kit here. There we go. There we go, my completionist brother. That's one less mini kit we have to get on our 100% free play replay of all of these missions, right? And just keep dropping into the swamp water there. So, Dagobah, of course, we get our introduction to Yoda, the little Yoda puppet that started it all, and who would become such an iconic character in Star Wars. And it's funny to think about, how he started, right? This kind of crazy, comedic old hermit in the swamp. And the different forms that Yoda has taken over the years. He is, you compare Yoda in this to Yoda in the prequel movies, for instance, and he has a very different tone, a very different style, very different personality. Here he is. Here's our little ketamine frog himself. Now it's time for training. Oh my god, Yoda just killed Luke. He just killed Luke, bro. So now, we get our Yoda backpack, I think. Or maybe not yet. I think not yet. I think, at first we're just... Yeah, we have to follow him around for a bit. And then eventually he gets on our back. Also, these bats are no joke. Do not mess around with the bats. They will mess you up. Yeah, this is kind of a fun gimmick where you put Yoda on your back and then you get access to the Force. Because of course he is using the Force. But then you can lose him like that, so I think if you take damage or something. Not many return visits to Dagobah, right? In the Star Wars canon. I've talked before about how Star Wars returns to its iconic location so much. We've been to Tatooine in a million movies and shows and stuff at this point. But we don't get many trips to Dagobah. Doggo Bay. I guess people are, they're not compelled by the barren swamp setting on your back, you actually have the vehicle health, right? How in when you're in vehicles in this game, they have the silver health bars. Build our little mushroom path for R2 to get up to the console over here. My brother was having a grand old time at this point. Alright, and with that intense training montage, Luke can now use the Force himself. We are a fully fledged Jedi. And my brother is just pulling me along here. There's some goofiness that can happen with the shared screens of these early LEGO games. And eventually they introduced a sort of fluid transition from split screen to single screen play. And that kind of resolved that issue. I don't think I ever really played any of those games. By the time that they had made that innovation, I was not really playing the LEGO games anymore. But we have our, oh, not yet. I thought it was the beginning of our confrontation with Darth Vader, but not yet. Yeah, I have seen, though, they eventually innovated that sort of merging and separating the screen that you would get in some games, where if the players walked away from each other, you know, as you've seen in this, if the players walk away from each other, the players kind of a rubber band are forced towards each other. But eventually they made it so that you could walk away from each other and the screen would just seamlessly separate. And so that you didn't get that that kind of forcible rubber banding aspect. Also, I remember at this point I was telling my brother, I was like, you can play as Yoda now. And this is when he was insisting, no, he's the highest ranked R2 main in North America, so he's not going to be switching to Yoda. So we have our Darth Vader fight here. Of course, in the movie, Luke goes into this cave and he sort of faces a vision of himself where he strikes down Darth Vader and he finds himself inside the suit. He is Darth Vader. And, you know, that ties into some stuff that we discovered later on in the film. A massive spoiler that I will not say. I wouldn't want to spoil Star Wars for anybody who hasn't seen it yet. You know, if they're like 40 years late to the party, that would be rude. But yeah, also just ties into the element of Luke's pull to the dark side. You know, there's an element of, could he become Darth Vader? If he gives in to the dark side, he could, right? So, yeah, that's of course part of episode 6, where he starts off in his black suit and he's using Force choke on Gamorrean guards and stuff, and it's like, oh man, did Luke go bad? And he didn't. He's a good kid. And of course we see the progression of his story in The Last Jedi, where he is a broken old man on an island. I don't really agree with how they did Luke in, well, I don't know. I thought The Last Jedi was an okay vision of what might have happened to Luke, because you can imagine him with Obi-Wan dead and Yoda dead. You know, he's kind of lost his mentors, his tutors, the people that could teach him what it means to be a Jedi. And obviously there's some discussions to be had about the Force ghosts, and could they have continued to teach him? So that's a bit of a weird, I don't know, the Star Wars, that's like a hole that you have to fill in, I think, right? What happens to all of the potential teachers for Luke, right? Because after the prequels especially, we know that there's a Qui-Gon ghost, and an Obi-Wan ghost, and a Yoda ghost, and an Anakin ghost. And it starts to feel like, you know, why couldn't these guys just teach Luke? Spinny R2D2. Why couldn't these guys teach Luke what he needs to know about being a Jedi in their Force ghost form? And this has been kind of explained away at various points. I know, like, in the Thrawn trilogy, in the books, the original books, it starts off with Obi-Wan's ghost being like, hey Luke, I have to go now. We can't keep, like, having ghost lessons. So it kind of takes him out of the picture. Speaking of Force Ghost Obi-Wan there. But yeah, all of that is to say, there's a snaggle with, could the ghosts just teach Luke? But we will read this crawl before I keep yapping. So. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Chapter 5, Cloud City Trap. Barely a few weeks into his Jedi training with Yoda, Luke Skywalker has had a vision of his friends captured by Darth Vader. Against Yoda's advice, the impetuous young Jedi sets his X-Wing fighter on a course for Cloud City. Here he hopes to find Han Solo and Princess Leia, little guessing in his haste, that he himself is the true target of Vader's trap. So here we have another mission that tormented my brother with him being stuck playing as R2 while I played as Luke the entire time. I might have invited him to play the worst episode that I could have picked in terms of how good it is for playing multiplayer. But yeah, so as I was saying, the sorry, just getting distracted by the gameplay. The vision of Luke presented in The Last Jedi is, I think it's a plausible one, in the sense that Luke had lost his teachers. Again, we have to kind of ignore the Force Ghost stuff. It's an awkward... I mean, this is part of why I think it doesn't make a ton of sense, but the Last Jedi version of events. Because if Luke had been able to train with his Force Ghost teachers of Yoda and Obi-Wan and Anakin and Qui-Gon even, if that capability was there, you might imagine that he wouldn't fall into the traps that he does by The Last Jedi. But the aspect of Luke's character in The Last Jedi that I find somewhat plausible is the idea that he is a very young man who has been caught up in this incredible thing of becoming a Jedi, right? And he doesn't know how to deal with it, how to learn from it, what it means, how to handle that power and that responsibility. And then all of his masters die, and suddenly he has to figure it all out himself. And so in that situation, I can kind of understand why he might cling to, ancient Jedi texts as the, the source of... Also, we were laughing at these stormtroopers rubbing their asses after they get zapped by R2. I just thought it looked weird. The way that they're just slowly stroking down on their cheeks. Sorry. We were making a lot of jokes about it, and we were laughing pretty hard, but I will spare you the jokes that we were making because they were somewhat off color, and I'm trying to be chill for an ASMR video, so. But anyway, where was I? Yeah, so I can kind of understand the rationale for Luke becoming very orthodox and obsessed with these books, these old Jedi texts, because his mentors are gone, and all he has to rely on now are these old books. Now, there's a lot of weirdness with that, where did these books come from? I mean, we don't see them in the previous movies, and it's have these always been a guiding force for the Jedi Order? Or what are we supposed to believe about these books? Yoda clearly doesn't care for them. And that's weird too, the Force Ghost of Yoda shows up in The Last Jedi to chastise Luke. But then that just raises the question of where has Yoda been this whole time, right? Where was Yoda when Kylo Ren was getting corrupted? So, those are just... I think it kind of makes sense, but it's also a little weird. And then, I think that interpretation of Luke just becomes increasingly impossible to believe. I'll drop some Mandalorian spoilers here for season 3 of The Mandalorian, I think, right? So, if you don't want to hear those, you can hop out now, but, in, I think it's season 3 of The Mandalorian, we see how Luke is teaching Grogu. And Luke has taken Grogu to his, the Jedi school that he's going to found. And he's starting to teach Grogu to become a Jedi. And what does Luke do? Someone is banging like crazy in my apartment. I'm gonna pause my recording, okay? I will return to you when things have quieted down. Alright, everybody. I am back to finish the video. It has been a long day. The noise never stopped, so I am here at night to finish recording. And as soon as I finish, I am going straight to bed. I had a delicious dinner of leftover ramen. Went to a ramen restaurant recently with my family, and it was very good. But what were we talking about? We were talking about Luke. And we were talking about Luke. We'd already addressed his last Jedi incarnation, and I believe I was just about to start talking about his Mandalorian incarnation, season 3 in particular. So, what I wanted to say about that, my opinion about Mando season 3's version of Luke, is it's really bad. He is, in a sense, I guess, you could see how it lines up with the Last Jedi version of Luke. Because if the Last Jedi is arguing that Luke became this ultra-orthodox, sort of letter of the law Jedi, then I guess Mando season 3 sort of makes sense, but basically the characterization in The Mandalorian for Luke is that he's a hard-ass prick. He is just like, hey Grogu, you have to choose between your family and being a Jedi. And if you are not willing to completely give up your family, then you do not get to be a Jedi. And what's more, I'm not even going to train you. And of course, Grogu chooses to return to his family, the Mandalorian, Din Djarin. So, I'll talk about why I think that is an atrociously bad characterization for Luke. What do we know about Luke from the original trilogy? What are some of his defining characteristics? What is the pivotal moment of his character in the conclusion of the trilogy. What does he do? What makes Luke special? The answer to that, the core of Luke's character, is that at the end of Return of the Jedi, Luke does not give up on his father. For all, rational observers, Darth Vader would seem to be completely lost. There is no hope of redemption for Darth Vader. But Luke refuses to believe that his father is completely gone. And he puts his own life on the line to prove that. He is willing to let himself be killed, basically. He is not going to raise his weapon to defend himself against Palpatine. He is begging his father to intervene to save him. He is begging his father to come back to the light. And why does Luke do that? The answer, of course, is because he loves his father. He loves his family. Luke lost Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru, the only family he ever knew. He knows the value of family and friends. Think about in The Empire Strikes Back. Luke is training with Yoda, and Yoda says, "Your training isn't finished, you can't leave yet." But Luke has had a vision that his friends are in danger on Cloud City, as of course we're seeing right now. And Luke does not hesitate. He prioritizes his friends over, the traditions of his training. I'll keep talking after we read this next title scroll. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, Chapter 6, Betrayal over Bespin. Escaping from the rebel defeat on Hoth, Han Solo has sought a sanctuary on Cloud City, high above the planet Bespin. His old friend Lando Calrissian is now Baron Administrator of this self-governing colony, and Han hopes for a warm welcome. But in this time of galactic upheaval, nothing is as it seems. So, the Luke that we meet in the original trilogy, the Luke who we see have this journey over the course of those 3 movies, time and time again, we see Luke choose love, choose his friends, choose his family. He doesn't care that Yoda says, if you want to be a Jedi, you have to stay and finish your training. Your connections are making you weak here. Luke says no. Family and friends, love, relationships, that is what is most important. And so, and of course that theme is finished, he doesn't change that core of his character. His belief in love does not change by the end of the trilogy, because chooses to try to save his father. He doesn't seek to strike down through violence. He seeks to bring his father back to the light. And not in some weird, detached Jedi sense, but in the... Sorry, did you hear my stomach right there? That was a crazy noise. Not in a, Jedi Buddhist sense of like this universal Jedi love, a detached sort of love. He does it from the love of a son for his father, right? And so, to skip ahead, a few years in The Mandalorian Season 3, and what do we find of Luke? We find that Luke is so strict in his adherence to traditional Jedi philosophy that he is unwilling to allow his first student to even have a connection with the one person that this student loves, this student's one family member. It is completely incompatible with the character that we met in the original movies. Now, obviously, characters can change, and it's not impossible that a character could have that 180. But there's no explanation for it, there's no justification for it. And with a character like Luke, that's not the kind of character that you should just say, oh, he changed off screen. If Luke is going to go through such a major personality and philosophy change like that, we should see it happen, because that's interesting, and also it's hard to just tell an audience, oh, this character that you know really well, actually off screen he became an entirely different person. That doesn't feel good. So, I sort of get why Mandalorian Season 3 would make Luke an insufferable prick if they were trying to match him up with the last Jedi version of Luke that we get. But I guess at the end of the day, I just don't think that they did it well, and sort of doubly so at the end of the day, I just disagree with that interpretation of Luke's character. I disagree with this idea that he would become this embittered, orthodox old man who had no room for, love in his heart, that was unwilling to train Padawans that could have relations with their... Oh my god. Sorry, not relations with their families. Relationships with their families. A very, very different thing. Sorry, I completely broke my train of thought with that one. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense that the Luke we know would not understand the value of his Padawans having relationships with their families. I mean, Luke has Leia, right? And she becomes a Jedi, and the two of them love each other. Like, none of this makes any sense. It's just, I don't know, there's two ways of approaching it, right? On the one hand, I sort of respect Rian Johnson for doing this bold, take on Luke. I kind of respect at least that they made a choice, right? The new trilogy has so many flaws. But I don't know, The Last Jedi has so many issues beyond that Luke choice. It's just not really a very good movie. Anyways, you have all that whole plot line with Finn and the casino planet and the hacker. It's really bad. But yeah, so there's two aspects of it, right? I don't agree with the way that they took the character. That's not how I would have done it. I don't think it makes sense based on the existing evidence, but also, that's art, right? It's sometimes artists have different interpretations, and it's not wrong, per se, to have a different interpretation, right? That's just how things go, so. But then, yeah, the other side of it is it actually done well? And in The Last Jedi, I think Luke is done okay. Part of that, I think, is because Mark Hamill does a great job selling the transformation. It's a tricky change to make, but I think Mark Hamill performs the character very well and believably. But yeah, I guess those are my thoughts about modern Luke. I guess we can just say that I much prefer Legends Luke. I much prefer Luke running around with Mara Jade than I prefer this weird asshole Luke who won't even let a little baby see his dad. Just makes no sense to me. But yeah, those are my Luke thoughts, I guess. So. Sorry, yawning, recording late at night, as I said, so I am quite tired at this point. But yeah, what should we talk about for the rest of the video? I've done my usual Star Wars ranting, which these Lego Star Wars videos have kind of become the means by which I just bombard you all with my Star Wars opinions. I've been reviewing all these Star Wars movies and shows, and talking about my feelings about Star Wars and modern Star Wars and yada yada yada. So I hope you at least find that a little interesting if you also feel very strongly about Star Wars. If you have a history with Star Wars. Even if you disagree with some of what I've said, I hope it's interesting to you at least. I know there's a lot of different feelings about Star Wars out there, and a lot of the stuff in the Disney era is pretty controversial, so I've definitely come down pretty negative on it all, but I know some people appreciate it more. I do feel like Rise of Skywalker is sort of universally hated though, right? We're all on the same page that that movie is dog shit, right? So we are wrapping up here in Cloud City, trying to chase down Boba Fett as he flees with Han Solo all frozen in carbonite. And we saw Boba Fett escape on Slave 1, so now we head to the Millennium Falcon. The Millennium Falcon. Oh boy, sorry. Oh, sleepy. I've been to Disney. I went to Disney World some years ago at this point, and visited Star Wars World. What do they call it? What is the name of that? They have like a planet that they made up for it. All I can think of is the location is like Black Rock Outpost or something, I think. I can't remember the planet name, but I'm too tired. But yeah, they have a Millennium Falcon ride, which I gotta say, I will fully admit that I was going full, like, child Star Wars fanboy weirdo. I was losing it, man. To get to the ride, you, like, walk into the Millennium Falcon, basically, into this sort of interior, and you're in the space. You're in the ship, you're, like, in the hallways, and in that little recreation room, or the room with the chessboard, and I was losing it when I walked through that place. I was like, oh my god, I'm in the Millennium Falcon. I'm in the Millennium Falcon life size, you know. It's real. It's real. So that was a cool moment. I just fully gave into my my inner child there. But the ride itself was pretty cool. You pilot the Millennium Falcon on this little mission, on like a little heist mission, led by Hondo Ohnaka. Hondo Ohnaka, my friend. This is a funny little bit there. Oh, these Lego games. Very funny, very funny. Alright, well, that is the end of episode 5. Episode 5 is over. And my brother is creeping around. So I hope that you enjoyed. As usual, I'll go spend our studs. I'm ending up with a lot fewer studs in these original trilogy missions than I am from the prequels. But let's see who we'll buy. We're going to buy enjoyed this Lego episode. I hope it was a fun novelty to see me play with my brother, play multiplayer, which was a rare treat, obviously. It was the first time that happened. And, if you really enjoyed that, I might be able to convince him to come back so we can play some more multiplayer. We'll see how schedules align. But until next time, my friends, thank you for joining me. Please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye. 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 Hello, everybody. Today, we will be playing through episode 6 of Lego Star Wars, the Complete Collection. I would say that this will bring our journey through Lego Star Wars to an end, but that's not quite right, and I'll talk more about that after this title crawl. Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, Chapter 1, Jabba's Palace. Luke Skywalker's return to his own planet of Tatooine to attempt to rescue his friend Han Solo from the clutches of the vile gangster Jabba the Hutt. Little does Luke know that the Galactic Empire has secretly begun construction on a new armored space station, even more powerful than the first dreaded Death Star. When completed, this ultimate weapon will spell certain doom for the small band of rebels struggling to restore freedom to the galaxy. So, when I say that this will not be the end of our Lego Star Wars journey, what I mean by that specifically is that we are not going to be getting through all of Return of the Jedi today. This is a bit of a long episode. I like this little bit right here where Vader reprimands that officer, and then he goes and falls on his buddy for comfort. We will be doing the first 3 chapters of Return of the Jedi today because of the length of this episode. And sometimes my schedule allows me to do longer episodes, or longer videos rather. You know, I've done 2-hour videos, 3-hour videos, but I do not have that kind of time at the moment, so we will do the first half today, and we will return to finish Return of the Jedi another time. And I'll probably, whenever we do that, I will also stitch together the 2 halves and release a single video that has both halves in it. But in a broader sense, we're also not done with Lego Star Wars, because I will definitely be returning to Lego Star Wars in some way. I have had requests for Lego Star Wars 3 and the Skywalker Saga. So we'll definitely see those. I was also thinking of doing an episode of this, the Complete Collection, where we look at the bonus content. There's a whole room of bonus missions and stuff, so. But who knows, who knows? We will figure that stuff out as it comes down the line. So here we are as Princess Leia with her Bouche helmet on. And of course, she disguises herself as the bounty hunter Bouche to sneak into Jabba's palace in her attempt to rescue Han. Who is Bouche, anyways? Also, we have reconnected with Luke here in his very fashionable, very classic Return of the Jedi black suit outfit. But yeah, who is Bouche? All I know about Bouche is that they're the bounty hunter that Leia disguises herself as, but I mean, are they like a real person? They're not like a fake identity, right? You know, I assume they were a real bounty hunter that Leia took the armor of. Is Bouche one of the bounty hunters that Vader hires? I'm trying to remember the lineup there. I don't think Bouche is one of them. Is there Bouche lore? By the way, I love how Chewbacca wears helmets there. They don't fit over his head, so they're kind of cocked on the side like that. But yeah, have we, in the decades since this movie came out and we've had massive amounts of Star Wars expanded universe lore, have we gotten, 3 novel series about the adventures of Bouche? Bouche's family, Bouche's dreams, Bouche's fears, Bouche's traumatic childhood memories that shaped Bouche into the bounty hunter that he is today. If he was real, did Leia kill him? Is there no more Bouche? Bouche, Bouche, Bouche. In one of my earlier videos, I did Jedi Master trigger names. What if we did some Star Wars bounty hunter trigger names? Bouche, 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 That's pretty relaxing, I think. Bouche, 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 Bouche. But let's try some other bounty hunters. Of of course, we have the most famous one of all, Boba Fett. 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 Or his dad, Jango Fett. 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 I don't like that one as much. I prefer Boba Fett. Boba Fett. Boba Fett. If we're tier ranking the bounty hunter names as trigger words for ASMR, Boba Fett's gotta go higher than Jango Fett. Jango Fett. Ja, ja, ja. I feel like you don't hear many J's in trigger words. Ja, 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 ja. Ja, ja, Jango, Jango, Jango. But of course we also have some other options. We have Bosk, 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 There's a lot of B names here, aren't there? Bush, Boba Fett, Bosk, Bush, Boba, Bosk, Bush, Boba, Bosk, Bush, Boba, Bosk. We have IG-88. That's a mouthful compared to the other ones. IG-88. 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 Who else? We have Dengar, of course. Dengar, Dengar, Dengar. Dengar, Dengar. Dengar, 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 Dengar. Dengar, Dengar, Dengar. Dengar, Dengar, Dengar. Dengar, Dengar, Dengar. The guy that looks like a big mummy. He's all wrapped up in toilet paper. Oh yeah, he was One of my favorite villain heroes from Star Wars Battlefront 2015. Playing as Dengar. I really enjoyed playing as Dengar. He could charge forward and throw sticky bombs at everybody around him. Or he could charge forward and swing his gun as a club. Or he could activate rapid fire on his gun and unleash a barrage of deadly blaster bolts. Dengar, Dengar. Of course, there's another bounty hunter we all know, Greedo, the Rhodian that Han famously shot first. And then that sparked a whole sort of the flashpoints of, this is something that I think younger Star Wars fans don't always understand. They see George Lucas as the guy, right? I think in the era of Disney, where Star Wars has fallen so far, and Disney's stewardship of Star Wars is much maligned. There has become a romanticization of George Lucas as the guy who really knew Star Wars. I mean, obviously he made it, right? George Lucas would never do all the bad stuff that Disney is doing. And to be clear, I have a lot of respect for George Lucas. But yeah, I don't think people, younger fans of Star Wars, quite understand how much older Star Wars fans, how do I put this? Dislike is a strong word, but I don't think they understand the issues that older fans have with George Lucas. Because in an era of Disney, George Lucas just seems like the guy who could do no wrong. But the amount of changes that George made to the original movies, the special editions, trying to scrub the original movies from existence, basically. He earned a lot of animosity with, those older Star Wars fans. And then, of course, that's not even getting into the prequels, which obviously were hated by most, or by a lot of Star Wars fans at the time. And it was sort of widely seen that George Lucas had pretty majorly dropped the ball on the prequels. But nowadays, in an era of, the rise of Skywalker, and, the Book of Boba Fett, George Lucas, it's understandable why people would look to him as a source of, trust, right? Oh, that's the guy that he really knew how to make good Star Wars stuff. But it's a bit more complicated than that, I guess. Anyway, we have a new title crawl here. Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, Chapter 2, The Great Bit of Cargo. there's Princess Leia in her Jabba bikini. Jabba's I don't know, it's a funny thing, you know. Does a giant slug man find a human woman attractive? Apparently, in this situation, I guess, Jabba's got a thing for human ladies. But, you know, it's like you imagine that, you know, a human, I'm not attracted to a giant slug woman. Or, well, listen, I shouldn't be too hasty, okay? If, you know, I'd have to see the giant slug woman first. Maybe she's got a certain allure, who knows? I shouldn't speak out of turn. Also, I know there's a lot of people out there that would absolutely love a giant slug woman. And, you know, more power to them. So, you know what, actually, as I'm reflecting on it more, it's really not unusual for Jabba to have the hots for Princess Leia, because I think about the things that people, you know, on planet Earth are attracted to. And I guess that's not surprising. I have a friend who is very into reading, but like specifically book talk, right? I'm not on TikTok, but you know, my understanding is there's a sort of culture on TikTok called book talk, and it is, you know, for people who are interested in books, but my understanding is it's also kind of like a specific type of, well, I'm sure it's a very wide range on book talk, to be clear. I'm sure you could like find lots of niches within that group, but my understanding is there's kind of a thread of like romance novels and like fantasy and stuff. Fantasy in like a romantic way. So anyway, I have been talking to this friend of mine because she came up here for a bit. She is staying in town, and we end up going to the same places a lot, and so we often drive together for a while, and I've been talking to her, and so that's a lot of unnecessary preamble. What I'm trying to say is that she was telling me about her, I don't know, like people that she follows or, you know, friends that she has in this community, but she was telling me about some of the stuff that they were into, some of the, like, types of romance books that they were reading, and I have to be honest, you know, I thought that I was, like, up to date on the tastes of the internet, I guess, let's say. I thought that I sort of couldn't be surprised by the stuff that people were into. You know, I've lived on the internet for a large portion of my life. I know the score. Like, I'm not gonna be surprised that people wanna, you know, boink a werewolf. I get it. people think werewolves are hot. That's not unusual to me. So I'm not surprised by stuff like that, and I kind of thought that I couldn't be surprised anymore, but my friend was telling me about some of the sort of subgenres or whatever, and she was telling me about like animated objects, I guess. That there's this genre of inanimate objects that are like the subjects of a romance story. So, like, she was giving examples of some of these books, and it was stuff like a pillow or a jack-o'-lantern, and I was like, okay, so, but you mean that it's like a witch transmutes the jack-o'-lantern, and then, it's just a really hot guy with like a ripped body, but he just has a jack-o'-lantern head or something like that. Because I could understand that, like that's still like normal, they're just putting a funny head on a hot dude. But she was like, no, it's just a jack-o'-lantern. It's just a pillow. It's like a sentient pillow, I guess, that the characters in these books are forming relationships with of both I guess an emotional and a sexual nature. And I was stunned. I really could not, I just can't quite wrap my head around that one. Because, like, what are you even... I don't know, man, it's a pillow. Like, what are you attracted to? What is the fantasy there that you are fulfilling by dating a pillow? And I guess I did sort of see this notion appear because some months ago that game came out, Date Everything, right? And I saw that game and I knew that it was like go around your house. It was a dating sim, and you could go around your house and date your couch or date your washing machine or whatever. But the thing there was that wasn't weird to me, because I thought that it was just like a comedy game. And also, it wasn't weird to me that people were attracted to the characters because you weren't literally dating your washing machine. It transformed into like a hot person that was sort of washing machine themed, right? Like, you would date your, I don't know, a padlock, and then it would be some, like, dominatrix, like, I'm gonna put you in a chess cage or something. I don't know. I didn't play the game, so I don't know what people were getting up to in it, but, it was basically just dating people, right? But with the funny flavor of, oh, these were originally objects in your house. But I'm beginning to feel as though maybe that game was sort of a joking reference to actual inanimate object dating novels or whatever. And maybe I just wasn't in on the joke, or I didn't fully understand that. But anyway, anyway, yeah, my friend was telling me some more stuff, and I was pretty shocked. She was talking about, like, okay, you know, maybe I shouldn't even go into this. There's some stuff that gets even kind of nastier, but anyway, here's Princess Leia killing Jabba the Hutt. There we go. There we go. Well deserved. Well deserved. If anybody takes you prisoner and forces you to wear a metal bikini, I think you have permission to choke them out. Yeah, sometimes I get on the mic and I just start, like, rambling about things that maybe I shouldn't ramble about, but I think in this case I should probably not talk about the other kinds of books that I found shocking, because they go into topics that are not not appropriate, I guess. But not just not appropriate, but like in a really big, crazy way. So, I guess all I'm saying is, if y'all are into like crazy romance books of a very unusual nature, I will just say I was not familiar with your game. I thought that I sort of understood the range of things that people could be attracted to or have fantasies about. But it's a wonderful thing, you know, you learn more every day, and it's a beautiful world full of all sorts of diverse and interesting people, and what a gift that I get to learn about them. So if you are out there, if any of you are reading a book about dating your, like, Ottoman, more power to you, you know. I hope that you're having just a great time imagining smooching your footstool. So anyway, we are, of course, on the sail barge now, and with Jabba dead, we are fighting to make our escape. So, I did play this mission, I think maybe on my first LEGO Star Wars video I did, which I think was my very first LEGO video. I can't remember. I think this was the first one. I think I started with some Return of the Jedi. So we have played this before, but now it's different because it's part of an actual series to go through all of the complete collection, and we're actually going to finish Return of the Jedi this time, so. We have a little bridge so we can go up top here. And now we need to go shoot those exposed, like, power core things. Yawn. I think I've mentioned this before, but recently there's been a lot of work going on in the floor above me in the apartment. I don't know exactly what's going on. Someone's doing a lot of sawing and drilling and hammering and stuff, so they're doing that at the normal times that I like to record, and there's also some other times that I just can't record because of other regularly scheduled noises, you might say. Certain times of day or the week that loud things happen. Title crawl time. Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, Chapter 3, Speeder Showdown. The Rebel Alliance has learned of the new Death Star and launches a daring plan to destroy this evil weapon before its construction can be completed. The Rebel fleet is ready for an assault, and a small strike unit lands on the nearby forest moon of Endor. Led by Luke Skywalker and Han Solo, their mission is to destroy the ship generator which protects the deadly Imperial space station. I think you will find this station fully operational. So here we are on Endor, the forest moon of Endor, with Luke and Leia in their forest garb. The scout trooper has been alerted by Luke tripping on his face. So, now we begin our, this is kind of a vehicle-based level, but with some, well, it's sort of half and half. There's some vehicle sections, and there's a lot of, like on-foot sections as well. So anyway, I think I was saying that I'm kind of tired because I have to record at night now, and actually it's past bedtime, and I'm hearing some thumping from the floors above me, so I don't know who's up there stomping around, but you should be asleep, alright? This is an hour for sleeping, So this is kind of a repetitive mission. You chase down some speeders, you blow them up, and then you do a little ground segment where you have to blow up a little generator thing, and you just do that a few times. But yeah, then you have this, you're just going on kind of a loop course here. There's just a circle, and for a while here I was just crashing into the trees over and over again, not realizing that that was actually hurting me. I was thinking of the, like, pod racing level from Phantom Menace, where you want to smash into the Lego stuff. You smash into the crystals and the little towers and stuff, because when you hit them, it gives you studs. But on Endor, crashing into the trees just deals damage to you, so it is unwise. So now we do a little ground segment where we have to destroy that generator off in the corner. So we will commandeer this ATST. Kaboom, kaboom. Let's see, of course there's Sam Wessel, that's another bounty hunter. Sam Wessel. whistle, Sam whistle. Not a very good one, is it? Sam whistle, Sam whistle, Sam whistle, Sam whistle. Sam whistle, Sam whistle, Sam whistle. There is, Aura sing, Aura sing, Aura sing, Aura sing, Aura sing. Also not a very good one. Aura sing, 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 Aura sing. Yeah, those are both pretty low tier on the bounty hunter names as trigger words list. Hard to beat, Boosh, Boba, and Bosk. Boosh, Boba, Bosk. Boba, Bosk, and Boosh. Bosk, Boosh, and Boba. Boosh, Boba, and Bosk. Boba, Bosk, Boosh, Bosk, Boosh, Boba, Boosh, Boba, Bosk, Boba, Bosk, Boosh, Bosk, Boosh, Boba, Boba, Bosk, Boosh, Boosh, Bosk, Boba, Boba, Bosk, Bosk, Boba. Is that enough? Are you sick of the bounty hunter trigger names? Have we had enough of those today? Maybe we have. Maybe we have. Back on the speeder bikes, we now have 4 bikes to chase down. 4 bikes to chase down. So, we will pursue them. Take care of them all. Listen, I don't think that in real life I could have been a speeder bike pilot on the forest moon of Endor. Okay? You know how fast they were just whipping through the trees? They were going so fast, and they were not on roads, man. Like, they were just going through a whole ass forest with trees everywhere. Trees everywhere. Like, I would have broken my neck after like half a second of driving around on my speeder bike. That's a sad fact, okay? I'm not a bad driver. I'm a good driver. I've been in one accident in my life, and it wasn't my fault, okay? I had the right of way. They came flying out of a parking lot. I braked and tried to avoid them. And listen, I'm a good driver, okay? I avoided a much more serious collision. We only ended up with some superficial damage to our cars. Well, not superficial, I mean not like literally superficial. The cars were both drivable. But there was definitely some repairs to be done. But anyway, point is, I'm an okay driver. But this Endor stuff, alright, the speeds that those bikes are going in that movie, it's like trying to drive through the redwoods, you know? there's no paths or anything. I would have been a pancake against a big tree. Immediately. A bunch of Ewoks would have had to peel me off. Bet some of you freaks out there are reading Ewok romance novels, aren't you? I'm just kidding, I don't mean to call you freaks. Or I mean, I did mean it, but... Sorry, I did mean to say it, but I don't mean it. It's a joke. I don't hate you. So we have some more stormtroopers here. I think this is our last little shield generator thing that we have to destroy. But, where will we find the ATSD to do it? We'll have to figure that out. We'll have to look around. I think this has kind of a fun map design. A bit of a creative one where they have this loop, this circle of a map, and you keep going through the entire map on your speeder bike. But then they have a couple sections of that loop that are, you're going to revisit on foot. And so we kept on driving over, for instance, this little gap here, this little ravine, on the speeder bikes. And, and now we get to, cross over it on foot. There was a little bridge that we kept seeing on the speeder bike. And then we eventually got to walk over that bridge. So, I think it's kind of a fun, builds anticipation, I guess, or not anticipation, just, cohesion or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that you get to see something for a while, and then later you get to interact with it directly, which is kind of a satisfying way of structuring a game or, a movie or whatever, right? You show something early in the story, and then when it appears later, there's sort of a payoff. There's a sense of satisfaction, I guess. But yeah, I'm sleepy. I hope that you're sleepy too. Or rather, I hope that if you are sleepy, that you are asleep by now. That doesn't make sense either. I hope that if you were sleepy when you started this video, and that you wanted to fall asleep, I hope that this video has helped you fall asleep. And if you're using this video to focus or something, then I'm sorry for my increasingly inane rambling as my eyelids get heavier and heavier. I might fall asleep recording an ASMR video. That would be kind of fun, wouldn't it? Just leave it all in. I'm talking and then I kind of start to slur my words and I fade in off. And the breaths get longer and heavier. And all of a sudden I'm snoring into the microphone. I was trying to figure out how to do a snore sound quietly. I didn't really crack that puzzle. I basically just breathed. Just making myself laugh, imagining me just like snoring at full volume, with like a loud ass snore, and then leaving that in. There's something so funny to me, and I would never do this. Because this would be like, this is a horrible asshole thing to do, but I have to admit that I find it's such a funny concept, such a funny idea. To imagine a person making an ASMR video, some ASMR YouTube channel, and then like 45 minutes into the video or something, they just start screaming, just like screaming bloody murder. They're like, I'm being stabbed to death or something. Or they're like, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. And they're screaming their heads off, wake up, wake up. There's someone in your room, wake up. There's someone in your room, wake up. Sorry. Yeah, the idea of somebody doing that just makes me laugh my ass off. I think it's so funny. Just completely betraying the trust of an ASMR video. But yeah, I would never do that. You don't need to worry about that. I am a responsible maker of ASMR videos. So you are safe in my hands, okay? You are safe in my hands. How do you fit in my hands? You're so tiny. You're such tiny little people that you're right in the palm of my hand. Isn't that amazing? You're so small. You're so little. And I don't know what I'm talking about. I need to go to bed. But we will not go to bed quite yet. We will not go to bed quite yet. Because, I wanted to, do just do a little more here. Fill out, up to an hour, because if I had done the whole episode, it would have been like probably 90 minutes or so, I would imagine, maybe. Probably a bit longer, honestly. Maybe probably like 100 minutes. But if I just did the 3 chapters by themselves, I would, they would be a little short. So it was a little short, after finishing Speeder Showdown, so we're just gonna goof off in the cantina for a bit. What do you say? Gonna mess around on this landing pad and, just check things out. The womp rats. All these womp rats hiding in the trash cans. I'm not sure if there's like more to this little course here, this little track. I don't know if there's some kind of like Easter egg to be discovered here or played with or something. But yeah, you can push this little paddle back and forth. But yeah, I don't know that's just all there is to it. But let's go back inside, and I think, oh yeah, I don't think I've done this in a video before. You can move all of these little goblets. Move all these little goblets. Goblets, 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 goblets. And then you can play, you can go bowling. Knock them all over, then they all explode. They all explode. But I will make a little character here as well with our remaining time. Because they introduced this character customization in Lego Star Wars 2, so you can mix and match various Lego character pieces. And I'm just going to, I kind of like this skeleton with an afro. So we will use a skeleton with an afro, and we will cycle through some chests for him. Try to find a good one. Let's see. There's a lot of style in Lego tops here. Oh man, this is just taking me back for some reason. Something about the customization here, customizing the body and like looking closely at all of the Lego torsos and the designs on them and all that. It just really, it's giving me some heavy nostalgia to doing that, not even in this game, really, but just in real life, with like real Lego pieces. Making my own little dudes, searching through our big tub of Lego pieces to try to find all the perfect little pieces to make exactly the guy that I want. Yeah, just, I'm having a strong memory all of a sudden of sitting in my room and, sifting through Lego bricks. Oh my god, that's like the loudest sound in the world, isn't it? When you have a giant tub of Lego and you stick your hand in to try to find a certain piece, and so you're like stirring it around like a big Lego jambalaya. The noise that those Lego bricks make as they are all being stirred up together is nuts. It is nuts. That should be what I do when I finally go, when I become evil, and I make a really loud sound in the middle of my ASMR video. I'm gonna make it a recording of me sticking my hand into a giant bucket of Legos and just stirring it all around. I probably lost some like hearing sensitivity from all the noise that made right next to my face as a kid. Alright, let's give our boy Bone Man a little test run here. Let's just pop into the beginning of Phantom Menace so we can see Bone Man in action. of course he's evil. He is a Sith. He has a red lightsaber. And, that's just the way he is. Look at that. He's very fashionable. I like his cape and his big afro. He's a good-looking bone man, if I do say so myself. We are playing free play here. Just my first time playing free play on this channel. So you you have a roster of different characters, and you can cycle between them freely at will. So all of these LEGO levels are really designed to be played multiple times, at least twice. Because, the first one you play through the story, and you can only do so much of the content in the level. A lot of the stuff is hidden, and you need to come back in free play with the abilities of additional characters that you cannot access in the story mode run of the level. So I think Bone Man is he's a good character. We made a winner here. But that will do it for our gameplay today. So I am going to return to the cantina so that we can pour ourselves a nice drink, kick back and relax at one of the cantina's tables, and maybe make a purchase with my studs, finish off the last of my studs. So, thank you for joining me, my friends, for the first part of Return of the Jedi today. We will be back soon enough to finish off the movie. And until then, my friends, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Thank you again for joining me. Goodbye. 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 Hello, everybody, and welcome to LEGO Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi. Today, we will be playing through the second half of the episode, starting with Chapter 4, The Battle of Endor. So let's get started. Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, Chapter 4, The Battle of Endor. As the Rebel fleet draws closer to the Death Star, Luke last episode we talked a little bit about the many issues that older Star Wars fans have with George Lucas. And certainly one of the issues that's brought up a lot is the presence of Ewoks. They were often seen as very goofy and inappropriately placed in the movie. I don't mind them, but I grew up with Star Wars, so a lot of the stuff that was more appealing to children certainly had an appeal for me. I didn't mind goofy little furball characters. So in the first half of Return of the Jedi, we saw Luke, Chewbacca, and Princess Leia, and of course our two droid heroes, break into Jabba's palace to rescue Han Solo. Princess Leia killed the vile slug-like gang boss. Have you guys seen the interviews with Diego Luna, who plays Cassian Andor in the Star Wars universe? Have you seen the compilations of him talking about how much he wants to touch Jabba the Hutt? It is very funny. He's always like, "Don't you want to touch Jabba? I want to know what Jabba feels like. What is the texture of his skin?" There's a compilation you can find of just interview after interview where Diego fantasizes about, getting hands-on with the Hutt Lord himself. I don't think he ever actually got to touch Jabba as much as he might have wanted to. Which is a sad thing, a very sad thing. So, we have Wicket here with us as our Ewok character who can crawl through vents that only short characters can go through. I'm just locking onto my teammates here and beating the crap out of the droids, which is not appropriate. Very rude of me to do. And we are up in the Ewok tree forts. This is making me think of Star Wars Battlefront 2. Specifically the one from 2017, but also the one from 2005 has a game mode called Hunt. And in that you play as stormtroopers versus Ewoks. And in the 2017 version of Battlefront 2, they sort of modified that game mode. It's called Ewok Hunt, and it's a lot of fun. You are on Endor at night with nothing but the flashlight on your blaster, and you are locked into first person, and you are playing as a stormtrooper. And I think one or two players are randomly selected at the beginning of the match to play as Ewoks. And the Ewoks can see much better in the dark. And they run around and try to kill the stormtroopers. And any stormtrooper player that is killed becomes an Ewok. And the Ewoks can respawn infinitely. So it's this high tension sort of horror game almost, where you have no mini-map, none of the sort of normal benefits that you would have in a game like Battlefront. And you're just being hunted by the Ewoks in the dark. I played a fair amount of that game mode with my friends, and that was always a lot of fun. Especially with no minimap, you try to sort of find each other by referencing the landmarks. You'd say like, oh, I'm over by the fallen ATSD that's on fire or whatever. And you would try to link up in the dark, and players would, stormtroopers would gravitate towards each other, stay together for safety. And after a certain time period, a shuttle would arrive to evacuate the stormtroopers, and they would have to run across the map and get to the shuttle without being killed by the Ewoks. More often than not, in my experience, the Ewoks would win this game mode. It was pretty difficult to make it to the shuttle, to survive that long, and then safely make it to the shuttle pickup area without being cut down by the monstrous little teddy bears. So that game mode has colored how I think of the Ewoks. They certainly seem cute and harmless. I mean, in the movies you see their ingenuity and their bravery and all that, but that Ewok hunt game mode really makes them pretty terrifying. You actually feel scared of the Ewoks, which is not something you would expect just by watching the movie. George Lucas certainly loves his cute little alien creatures that kids are gonna love. You have the Ewoks, and you have Jar Jar Binks. That was something that he said. I forget if he was talking to Dave Filoni or maybe some creative executive at Disney after he sold the rights, but his sort of parting message was remember, Star Wars is for 12-year-old boys. And I certainly don't think he means that in the sense of Star Wars can't be enjoyed by adults, you know. The whole prequel trilogy is very adult-oriented in a lot of its themes. That's sort of the fatal flaw of the prequels, isn't it? For a lot of people, anyways. You know, a lot of people really hate all of the political stuff in the prequels. Personally, I don't mind it. I enjoy that stuff. I enjoy a bureaucratic drama and a political drama. It's part of the reason why I really like the show Andor. But it's fair to say that the prequel trilogy has a bit of an identity crisis with that stuff. One minute you're watching Jar Jar Binks do some slapstick comedy, and the next minute you're listening to some negotiations about trade route blockades or whatever. Again, I have talked before about how I can't help but love the prequels, even with any flaws that they have, and I certainly know that they are flawed. But even that, where I can recognize, well, sure, it's totally inconsistent to switch between those things. I don't really mind it. I think it works well enough to have the different styles of story, I guess, within the same movie. But I can also understand somebody being like, well, I don't want to watch a political drama and then watch Jar Jar, slip on a banana peel in the same movie. Those should be different from each other. And I think that's fair enough. That's a reasonable perspective to have. Even if I don't really share it myself. So here we have the bunker that our team of commandos is trying to break into. And of course, in this group of commandos fighting on Endor, we see, not in this game, but in the movie, we see an older man with a white beard wearing this forest print camo uniform of the Rebels. And thanks to Dave Filoni in the Rebels TV show, we have had that character be sort of backfilled in, backdated almost to be Rex the clone, who survived the Clone Wars. And in the Rebels TV show, we see him wearing the forest print outfit, which is it doesn't really make any sense that he would have that exact outfit. That would then be used, I don't know, the timeline is Rebels months before this, or maybe a year or something. Oh no, because I guess in Rebels, we know that Luke is still a little kid, I think. Rebels is a few years before the Battle of Yavin. So anyways, obviously they put Rex in that outfit just to be cute and be like, hey, Rex is actually this guy from the original movie. And I think that's a fine thing to do. You know, Star Wars certainly has a history at this point of being like, oh hey, you know that random background character? I mean, it's the joke, right? You know, Glup Shido or whatever. Turns out that he actually has a whole backstory that we've now filled in. And, so, I don't know, it sort of is what it is. I think it's cute to say, oh, Rex was actually, on the moon of Endor fighting the Empire, and he was that guy. That doesn't really bother me too much. But it is pretty silly to have put him in that forest outfit in order to make that point so long before the Battle of Endor. Because then it's like, I don't know, I mean, I know it's not meant to be analyzed closely, but if you do think about it, you're like, okay, so where did Rex get that outfit? And then, did he have that outfit? And then, you know, Mon Mothma or somebody was like, oh, excuse me, Rex, that's a great forest camo, uniform. Can you put me in touch with the supplier that made that? I'd like to equip the Rebel Army with that for, operations on forest planets. Anyway, it's a little silly, but it's not really a big deal. I think there could have been a more subtle way of making that connection, but it's fine, it's whatever. It's just one of those things that Star Wars does now, where there always has to be these connections and these tie-ins and whatever. And Star Wars has been like that for years and years and years, right? As soon as all of the, the original trilogy comes out, you've got all sorts of novelizations and stuff, and, all these expansions of character lore, and, we get all these stories about what the Clone Wars are, and who Boba Fett is, and Dengar, and all these people. That's just Star Wars for you. That's the kind of franchise that it is. So, to me, it's one of those traits that sometimes it can be kind of annoying or feel a little silly, but it's just so much in the identity of Star Wars at this point that you just kind of have to laugh and take it for what it is. Oh yeah, Rex is wearing his outfit. This outfit from the Battle of Endor in Rebels, yeah, sure, whatever, okay. To be clear, I think it was in a literal sense, it was a stupid decision because it just doesn't make sense for him to have that outfit at that point, even if that is him. But whatever. So we are working on getting these 4 levers. We have to pull 4 levers in the bunker to give us access to the shield generator area, and we will set some charges in there. There's a cool level in Star Wars Battlefront 2015 that is set, I guess not in this exact bunker, but in an Imperial facility designed like this, and there's a big room that has those shield generator pylons, I guess. Oops, and I just demonstrated there my classic inability to judge directions in these 3D games. I was flying too far towards the camera and missed the platform. Now we can build a little vent for Wicket to go through. Little Wicket, little Wicket, little Wicket. And there we go, there we go. Entrance into the shield area is secured, so we can go back and throw this switch, and there we go. We're in, baby. Let me just build these charges. I like these pylons, these little generator pylons. They just have a cool design that I enjoy for some reason. My studs, not my studs. I like that little shoulder check that Chewbacca and Leia do there. It's kind of cute. Oh my god. Han just died. They just killed Han Solo. So after getting a couple new characters and getting 69% of True Jedi, nice. We can read the next title crawl. Is 69 passe now? I mean, now that 67 is sort of on the market as the hot new number meme. 69 getting the shaft a little bit, perhaps. Alright, episode 6, 7, Return of the Jedi, Chapter 5, Jedi Destiny. As the battle between Imperial and Rebel forces rages around the second Death Star, Luke Skywalker confronts Darth Vader, his father, once Anakin Skywalker. From boy slave on Tatooine to hero of the Clone Wars to Sith Lord, feared throughout the galaxy, Anakin Skywalker's path has been dark indeed. In front of Emperor Palpatine, his villainous master, Vader must now face his son and reclaim his fate. So here we have Luke turning himself in to the Empire. Still in his fashionable black garb. Darth Vader giving his lightsaber a little shake. Everybody laughs. There's that little Luke smile, that little smirk. Mark Hamill was a great choice for Luke. He's very boyish, very kind of naive in a sense. Also, Emperor Palpatine having to like slide off of his throne like that is pretty funny. But yeah, Mark Hamill's very boyish, very sort of gives off a naivete, but was also able to bring the sort of purity of heart that Luke needed. He was a great casting for Luke Skywalker. The cast really well, you know. They got a great group of actors to perform these characters. So we have a little trick here where, or a returning facet where the enemy starts to shock one of the characters, and then the other character has to go make the, to use a blow against them and break the lightning connection. We are fighting these red Imperial guards who have quite a bit of health, but now that we have Vader, we can just choke them out. Also, hooray, we have finally unlocked Darth Vader as a playable character. We finally have Vader himself. And that might be the first Sith that we've unlocked. I'm not sure if I've purchased like Darth Maul or whatever. Yeah, the Sith characters, there's a lot of Force objects throughout the world that can only be manipulated by Sith characters, so when you're doing free play, you need some Sith characters to activate those. Also, I'm just thinking again about the move sets. I don't know why, I don't know, I'm just so impressed by all of the move sets that they gave the different characters in this game. I know there's some repetitions, I'm sure, but, you know, for instance, like, when you're melee fighting with Han Solo, he does this whole, like, punching combo, whereas Lando does, like, a kicking-focused combo. And, you know, Princess Leia slaps them. And then with the lightsaber characters, many of them have very different lightsaber attack combos, or different double jump styles, and different down slams and such. And it would have been so easy for them, and, you know, I don't think that they would have gotten pushback or anything. Like, a game like this, at the time that it came out, there was no expectation that, you know, every character has to be unique. If they had just given all of the lightsaber characters the same combos, that would not have been a problem at the time. But they went the extra mile and did that. And it adds a great, it just adds a great charm to the game. The fact that when you play as Chewbacca, you rip the arms off of your enemies when you fight in melee. You know, it wouldn't have been a problem if Chewbacca's melee combo was just a punching combo, the same as like Han's or whatever. But they did something unique, and I really appreciate that. What is the solution to this puzzle? What am I doing wrong? How do you, you have to get all these things lit up at the same time. What's the situation here? I don't understand. Well, we're not going for completionism here, so we can afford to let that mini kit or whatever it was go uncollected, uncollected. Maybe we can return to this game at some point and do free play runs and go for some completionism. If that happens, it definitely won't be soon because I've had a lot of, done a lot of episodes at this point of this game, which I've completely enjoyed. But it's good to have variety, and I've been doing a lot of Lego Star Wars, the Complete Collection, so. But that could be a fun thing, maybe, every once in a while return to this game and just knock out free play completionist runs on, 3 missions or something, and slowly over time work on getting 100%. Realistically, I probably won't do that. I've come to realize how often in videos I talk about something like, oh, it would be a fun video idea, I'm gonna do this, I'll do this, I'll do that, okay, and then I never do. But I just have this huge list of video ideas on and in the notes app of my phone. And, sorry, I just got distracted for a minute. Here we have Vader saving the day. And with so many video ideas, it takes a while to get to them all, so all of my ideas, take, just don't make that many. Anyway, we have the great moment here of, I want to see you with my own eyes. And there goes Vader. Goodbye, Anakin. Okay, also this moment is hilarious. I find this so funny. Luke plants a kiss on his forehead, and then he just lifts the landing ramp, and Vader's body just slides head first back into the ship. That tickles me. What can I say? It tickles me. So Darth Vader, of course, casting Emperor Palpatine into the depths there. Emperor Palpatine dead once and for all. Right. That was the whole point of the Skywalker family line, right? Anakin's fall to darkness and his return to the light. Capped by his return to his son, his defense of his son, and his killing of his Sith Lord Master. Surely we wouldn't negate all of that. Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, Chapter 6, Into the Death Star. With help from the Ewoks, the rebels have finally managed to destroy the Death Star shield generator on Endor. In the sky above, the rebel fleet has come under intense fire from Imperial craft and the Death Star itself. Many ships have been destroyed. But General Lando Calrissian is now able to lead the final assault of the Empire's ultimate weapon and to pilot the Millennium Falcon deep into its dark heart. Deep into its dark heart. Now, we have 9 up here, and Lando Calrissian, Admiral Akbar, of course. There they go into hyperspace, the rebel fleet. The rebel fleet. They all arrive chasing down a fleet of Star Destroyers. Here we go, here we go. So, now we have to fly around collecting torpedoes and destroy all of the Star Destroyers. But yeah, obviously the death of Palpatine is not permanent, and you can't even really lay this entirely at Disney's feet. The idea of cloning Palpatine is not a new one, If you are a fan of Legends, you will know that. But, I might as well talk a little bit about the new trilogy, the Disney sequel trilogy, and talk a little bit about my critiques of that. This Lego Star Wars series has, it's been kind of a platform for me to rattle off my long-held opinions on Star Wars. And I think thus far I have largely avoided the topic of the sequel trilogy. So, there's far too much to say in, one short video like this. Each of the movies could be talked about for hours and hours and critiqued and analyzed and such, but I think for me, one of the most significant things, one of the biggest sins that the sequel trilogy commits is sort of disrespecting the work that came before, the narrative of the original and prequel trilogy. And there's all sorts of major sins you could talk about, right? From a production standpoint, from a behind-the-scenes standpoint. From that angle, my biggest issue with the sequel trilogy is that there was not a unified vision behind it. So I like this little bit here. Bit of physical comedy there with Nine Nub slapping Lando's hand away. So yeah, because they were switching like movie showrunners or whatever you would call it, creative directors, not only literally the directors but the screenwriters and such, there was nobody in the driver's seat mapping out the arc of the trilogy, even taking it movie by movie with one cohesive artistic perspective. So what you ended up with were 3 movies that sort of whiplashed in direction, and, honestly, I would have preferred, I wish that the sequel trilogy was at least something. The biggest problem with it, from a higher level perspective, is that the sequel trilogy does not exist. And what I mean by that is that with no guiding artistic vision, what you end up with is just slop. You just end up, it's not the right way of putting it. What you end up with is a disjointed, meaningless collection of movies. Each movie on its own is sort of trying to do something, but as a collection, as a trilogy, they are saying nothing because they were not created as a trilogy. They were created as 3 individual movies that were the sense of like, I have a different interpretation of how this story should go, and so I'm going to do things differently from how the previous movie was doing it. So anyway, that's the biggest sin in terms of production. I would have preferred how do I put this? I would have preferred a sequel trilogy that I thought was worse in many ways if it at least was a unified artistic idea. Because then at least you could sort of critique it as a body of work. But it's not. It's this confused mess of self-contradictory ideas. Nothing's unified, nothing's working together. And so it's just nothing from the get-go. But putting that aside and trying to actually look at the trilogy as a piece of art, my biggest problem with it is that the original trilogy is about a father and a son. It's about the Skywalker family. Not just a father and a son, right, but also Leia, so a father and his children. But sort of very, very specifically about Vader and Luke, because Leia is important, but Luke obviously becomes the Jedi and is the one that confronts Vader and returns him to the light. So it's about that Skywalker family. It's about a father that has been lost to evil and how he comes back. The prequel trilogy, George Lucas shows us how this man fell to evil in the first place. He shows us the story of the corruption of Anakin Skywalker. And so then when you take the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy together, you end up with a sort of cohesive narrative where it's about Anakin, right? It is the rise of this good-hearted man with love in his heart, how he became corrupted, and then how his family brought him back to the light, and he redeemed himself in his final moments. So what do you do with a sequel trilogy, right? How do you fit a sequel trilogy into that arc? The story is fundamentally about Anakin Skywalker and his family. Well, I'm sure there's lots of interesting things you could do there, right? But one thing, that I've always thought is like, it would be appropriate. I actually really like part of how they did the sequel trilogy. What I love about the sequel trilogy in particular is Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren. Okay? Kylo Ren is the son of Han Solo and Princess Leia. He is Anakin's grandson. And what this means, the creative space that this creates, is the prequel trilogy is about how Anakin became Darth Vader. The original trilogy is about how Darth Vader became Anakin once again, how he was redeemed. And then the sequel trilogy could be about Anakin's legacy. How is Anakin remembered? What does Anakin's grandson think of him? Right? That to me makes sense. That is a smart approach to doing a sequel trilogy to Star Wars. Because if you're doing a mainline sequel, a trilogy in the Skywalker saga, then that sequel trilogy needs to in some way be about Anakin. Now he's dead, and so he's not going to be there directly. But the presence of Kylo Ren as a grandson who is obsessed with his grandfather's legacy is incredibly ripe territory to continue that Skywalker arc. And I thought that Kylo Ren was sort of brilliantly conceived. Now, unfortunately, the movies, of course, are in many ways terrible, and they fall flat, and they disappoint, and they don't live up to their potential. But what I love about Kylo Ren conceptually is that he is a man who looked up to his grandfather when his grandfather was evil, right? Because, think about it, we think of Darth Vader as being redeemed at the end of his life. But what does the galaxy think of Darth Vader? Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that Darth Vader was redeemed. I mean, and also we could even have a conversation about if they should even care, right? Okay, so in his last 5 minutes he became a good guy. So what? He committed atrocities in the galaxy for years. But put that aside, right? Nobody in the galaxy knows that Anakin came back to the light side. To all of them, he is still just Darth Vader, right? He is the epitome of evil in the galaxy. And power. And so it is so appropriate that Kylo Ren thinks of his grandfather as an evil, powerful man, right? But I mean, evil, he thinks of him as a Sith, he admires him, he looks up to him because he was a Sith. And so the beautiful arc that Kylo should have had, which, I mean, he kind of did, is for him to look up to Darth Vader and think that what made Darth Vader special was his hatred and his power and his mastery of the dark side. And then what you find out, what Kylo comes to find out, is that no, what made Darth Vader special was the fact that he returned to the light. You know? Also, because the video is running a little short, I think we're going to do a little, like a character bonus game or something. The one where you have to collect enough studs. But look at this is a little family gathering here. We've got, well, Leia just walked away, but we had Vader, Luke, and Leia. So, anyway, to get back to my sequel rambling, Kylo Ren, which, by the way, I do think he's the best part of the sequel trilogy. Like, I think for all of the wasted potential, he's still a pretty solid character, and he goes on a great arc. So, anyway, my idea of how it ends for him is, he realizes that the legacy of Darth Vader was not his evil. The legacy of Darth Vader was his return to the light. And so you can have Kylo Ren return to the light because of the lessons of Darth Vader. And And in that way, the sequel trilogy remains about the Skywalkers at its core, right? At its core, the first 6 Star Wars movies are a family drama. And the sequel trilogy should have been about that as well at its core. Of course, there's a lot of other stuff going on in Star Wars, right? I mean, you have, like the Galactic Civil War and all the politics in the prequels and yada yada, but at its core, that's what Star Wars is. And in The Rise of Skywalker, the terrible last installment of the sequel trilogy, my vision of how it should have ended is that Anakin appears to Kylo. Don't get me wrong, I thought it was sweet that Han Solo appeared. That's a lovely image, but also, like, it doesn't make sense. Han Solo can't be a Force ghost. I mean, even if that's even what's supposed to be going on there, like, he's not blue. Sorry, not to be so, like, lore-brained or whatever, but it doesn't, like, even from a sort of poetic standpoint, like, Han Solo, he's a great character, but he never learned the Force. He never became a Jedi. That shouldn't have been who Kylo Ren talked to. Kylo should have encountered Darth Vader himself, right? He should have encountered the Force ghost of Anakin Skywalker. And then Kylo gets to have a conversation with the Sith that he admires, the Sith that he envisions himself to be, right? The Sith that he is modeling himself after. And what does he learn when he talks to Anakin? You've got it all wrong, my grandson. You know, it wasn't my hatred that made me powerful. My hatred made me weak. My love made me powerful. And then Kylo, who has at that point has killed his father, right, in the first movie, he killed Han Solo. And he has sort of been struggling to kill his family. At that point, you know, Kylo is confronted with the fact that his idol, his grandfather, is telling him, "You're wrong." And that could have been the sort of turning point for Kylo's character. And it would have brought Anakin in just enough, right? Because the sequel trilogy should have been about his legacy. So anyway, you know, that's, there's way more things to talk about there. Obviously Palpatine shouldn't have come back, because that sort of invalidates Anakin's return to the light. Not entirely, but like, what is the thing that brings Anakin back to the light? It is Palpatine killing Luke, and Darth Vader returns to the light by killing Palpatine to save his son. But then in the sequel trilogy, you just bring Palpatine back, which I know was just J.J. Abrams, you know, in the last quarter, just doing something stupid, but, obviously Palpatine shouldn't have come back, because it makes Anakin's sacrifice, meaningless to a large degree. So, yeah, there are way more issues to be talked about. There are endless problems with the sequel trilogy that we could yammer about for days and days, right? But for me, if I could have just slipped like a one-sentence command, if you could get like one short sentence into Disney headquarters, right? And be like, you have to try to implement this in the new Star Wars trilogy. My short sentence would be like, it should be about the legacy of Anakin. And again, they kind of did that in some ways with Kylo, and I think, as I've said, Kylo is by far the best part of the sequel trilogy. You know, when you think about characters that are interesting, what you're thinking about is, you know, in general, you're thinking about characters that go on a journey. Characters are interesting when they change. Characters are interesting when they are different at the end of the story than they are at the beginning. And when you think about that in the context of the sequel trilogy, nobody changes more than Kylo. Rey has her own stuff going on, kind of. Finn has his own stuff going on, sort of. There's like, you know, characters are going through journeys, kind of. Rey learns how to be a Jedi, I guess, but like, that's not really a compelling change from an emotional perspective. That's not the kind of thing that, like, becoming a Jedi isn't a character arc. It's the things that happen to you to become a Jedi, or that you learn while you're becoming a Jedi. That's what's interesting. Luke isn't interesting because he became a Jedi. Luke is interesting because of the lessons that he learned and the changes to his, you know, his personality and his ideology, because of what he learned becoming a Jedi. So, anyway, you know, Kylo Ren he's far and away the best part of the sequel trilogy. And, yeah, if I could have sort of made one change, like issued one order, it would be focus the sequel trilogy on Darth Vader, on his legacy, on Anakin's legacy, and sort of therefore, you know, you would naturally focus more on Kylo as his grandson. But obviously, if you get into specifics, if you really want to drill down, there are so many problems with the sequel trilogy that you could talk about. But anyway, I will stop my ranting, my crazed rambling, my raving about Star Wars. I have yammered long enough to get us to about an hour, and we played through that little bonus area, so with all that in mind, thank you for joining me. I don't know what we have coming up next. As always, I will figure that out, and whatever it is, I will see you next time. But we'll just grab a few more studs. I always like to build this little like satellite array thing out here. It gives you a nice handful of studs for very little work. We have the gold bricks over there. I do think I'm definitely going to return to this game to explore the bonus content. They have like little Lego city areas, and some of the old missions, which I was talking about the Republic ship one on Geonosis and how much harder I had it in my memory. And there's a reason for that I recalled. But I'll talk about that in the bonus content episode. But for now, my friends, thank you so much for joining me for the conclusion to our trip through LEGO Star Wars, the complete collection. Until next time, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye. 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 Hello, everybody, and welcome back to LEGO Star Wars, the Complete Saga. Today, we are going to be finishing off some of the bonus content in the game. We have gone through all of the Star Wars movies in this game, and now we're going to do the bonus room missions, which you unlock by acquiring certain numbers of gold bricks. Pod Race Original Queen Amidala entered Jedi Protectors of Fled Naboo, heading for Coruscant. They plan to inform the Galactic Senate of the Trade Federation invasions. However, the Royal Starship Super Drives damaged the escape. They've been forced to land on the remote planet of Tatooine for repairs. So, in our Phantom Menace episode, we played a pod race mission. But it is not the original pod race mission as seen in the first LEGO Star Wars game. They modified it for the Complete Saga because it was kind of difficult, and so I think they just decided that it was too hard for a kids game. But this mission is actually not too bad in my opinion. It is hard, and it was hard when I was a little kid playing it, but there's a different mission that we will play soon after this, which is way more difficult, and it caused me incredible pain as a little boy playing through the first LEGO Star Wars game. So, we will get to that soon enough, but the major difference between this original pod race mission and the revamped one is that in this one you have to complete every segment within a certain time. Basically, there is another pod racer that you have to defeat in every leg of the race. And if you don't defeat them, then you have to reload your checkpoint. So So here you can see this countdown. And I have to cross the finish line of this section before that countdown ends. So it can be tricky, especially if you're a kid, but I don't think it's too terrible, mainly because you only have to focus on these very small segments at a time. You don't have to deal with, long stretches of race that you have to replay if you fail. Also, the washing machine on the floor above me is whirring, so hopefully that will end soon. My upstairs neighbors were stomping around for a while, and it pushed back my recording time, but then they turned on their washing machine, which is no fun. But anyway, I was also thinking for this little bonus segment today, we could do maybe some very light triggers. I normally don't do triggers besides just my whispering and speaking, but do a little bit of hand rubbing. Do a little bit of hand rubbing. Little bit of hand rubbing. Little bit of hand rubbing as we work our way through the Moses Papa trees. So, I wanted primarily with this game to play through all the movies, which of course at this point we have done. But then I was thinking, well, we've done so much of the game, and there's not too much left after we've done all the movies. It might be nice to just finish off the game, go do the bonus missions, and I will be doing the bounty hunter missions after this as well. The bounty hunter missions, and then that will be the end of our Complete Saga journey. And by the way, as I've been editing these videos, I realize how often I say the complete collection. So, if you hear me saying Lego Star Wars the complete collection instead of the complete saga, that's just a mistake I've been making. Also, it's hard to do and do trigger sounds while also whispering because my mics are too close together, so I have this one little slot to fit into, and I can either put my face there to whisper or my hands there to make hand noises. So if I want to do more triggers, I'll need to change up my recording setup a little bit here. Sebulba. There we go, little Annie. Little Anakin Skywalker has won the credits. They can buy their new hyperdrive and take off. And of course, Anakin comes with them to be trained as a Jedi. So, back in the Mos Eisley Cantina, we have our next mission. Our next mission. Which we can build the gold brick door here. Anakin's flight. I'm not sure the details of this one, the background of it. I imagine it was probably a cut mission for the first game. Maybe they were working on it and then decided that it didn't, fit in the amount of missions that they had planned. But, you play as Anakin as he hops in his Naboo starfighter and flies off into the droid control ship to shut down the droid army. So, stage one is you have to fly around and use the proton torpedoes. Is that what these purple missiles are supposed to represent? And there's a lot of, ships and turrets on the droid control ship that you have to watch out for. And I have, so far missed actually collecting the torpedoes, so I have to go find where those are dispensed from. Where do you get them? Oh, right here, okay. There's just the one spot for them. So I get this guy there, and then we can turn around and collect another torpedo, and then go get the last three. It's been really fun going through the Complete Saga again. Game which I have not played since I was much younger. And just sort of seeing all these things that I had vague memories of, images in my mind and stuff. Some of these bonus levels, like the Lego town or whatever it's called, where you have to collect a certain number of studs. I had these memories of these kind of traditional Lego sets in one of these games, but couldn't remember what it was, and turns out it's in this bonus room. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about getting true Jedi on these levels, which is of course the real challenge with something like the pod race. So now that we're in the ship, you just sort of make your way through these various hangars and have to open up doors either by using torpedoes or shooting torpedoes by destroying ships. So we'll just collect that. And there we go. We are through into the next hangar. Just got to keep destroying the turrets and stuff. Alright, so here we are at the core of the ship. Anakin, even as a child, you know, this whiz of a pilot. This part is a little annoying, because it just starts to go very slow. So once you destroy those, you have to shoot those little blue orbs inside, but every time it then pops out these shields that you have to just fly safely around without bumping into the shields and exploding. So it's just sort of a hassle. I don't think it was a bad decision to cut this level from the first game, if that is indeed what happened, because I don't think it's a very good level. But also, I think I've said before, I'm not really the biggest fan of the vehicle levels in the LEGO games. They're just kind of floaty and hard to control, and it can be kind of punishing, unforgiving because of reloading checkpoints, although they made those levels easier in this one. But we will see the pain of what they can be very soon after this mission. There's the one on Geonosis Republic. It's like gunship battle or something, I forget the name exactly, but so one more spin of these shields, and hopefully that will be the end. There we go. Alright, Anakin flies out. That's that. Yeah, the trope of the kind of like brilliant wonder kid. It's not my favorite. I know that it's in this context that it's supposed to be indicative of how powerful with the Force he is. But it's still a little like, okay, Anakin shows up, he's 8 years old or whatever, and he's just solving all of these huge problems. But I know it's the point. I mean, he designed C-3PO at that age and stuff, so it's gunship cavalry. Here we go. This is the horrible mission. When we played through Attack of the Clones, in my earlier episode of LEGO Star Wars, the Complete Saga, we played the revamped version of this mission, and I believe I talked about how I remembered having such a hard time with this mission as a kid, but I was kind of confused about it because I was like, well, the mission was really easy playing through it now. And what I didn't realize at the time is that, of course, it was actually a different mission than the one that I remembered playing as a kid. Because as a kid I was playing, this version from the original game. And this version is really tough. It's not impossible. It is a lot easier now as an adult, but even now, I did struggle with this for a few minutes trying to beat this segment where you have to reach the big ship, so you can watch me suffer here for a while as I just try to get through this segment. I remember this also being extremely difficult in multiplayer because of course you now have two people to worry about, and if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that if one person died, then it sent you both back to the checkpoint. So this was probably a level where it was like playing it with my friend, and then I was like, dude, unplug your controller for a minute, drop out. This will be a lot easier if it's just me, and then I probably was stuck on it for 45 minutes or something. But, yeah, in the Attack of the Clones episode, I talked about how hard this mission was as a kid, and then I was like, oh, it's actually not that bad now. But I didn't realize that they were just protecting me from the horrors. So, yeah, what makes this kind of tricky, very much so, is, I think, the fixed camera movement. So you have the camera kind of going forward at this predetermined pace. And you cannot, move out of the confines of the camera. But then they have all of these things that can hurt you, and so you're trying to navigate them. But also if you, kind of get stuck by the camera, it might drag you into things that'll kill you. So it's pretty tricky, but you can see I'm also, I probably could have learned quicker here. So it's kind of funny that this has been quite a series now at this point of going through Lego Star Wars, a complete collection, and now it is drawing very close to an end. Just have this one more episode. I was thinking of doing a compilation of all of the movies. I won't include the bonus stuff, but I had to buy a hard drive, an external hard drive, because my computer is, too full of stuff, and that compilation would be like, 200 gigabytes or something. So I just need to have, and I need to have all the raw footage. So I think I have to put all of that stuff on an external hard drive and render it to that hard drive directly and upload it from there as well, because my computer is not, it is capped out. We are overflowing the cup in terms of data that is filling up the hard drive. So, but I think it'll be fun to have, a 7-hour-long video or whatever, compilation of maybe a little bit of beard scratching. switch off a lot with my facial hair. Sometimes I'm clean shaven, sometimes I got a full beard, sometimes I just do a mustache. It's funny, I think about my dad, who for my entire life, even old photos of him from before I was born, he is rocking the exact same facial hair style. And it's just funny to me. It's like, okay, I guess you found what you liked and you just stuck with it. But anyway, that was the end of that mission. We now have a very short little bonus one here. It's hardly a level. It's extremely short, but it is Darth Vader boarding the Tantive 4, which it's pronounced like Tantive, right? Technically, it's the Tantive 4 to me. But yeah, it's funny to think about, my dad just had the same facial hair for decades and decades and decades. Never ever changed it. And then, me changing it out every couple months. You get bored of it, I guess. But I don't know, maybe I should desire that kind of peace. You cannot find pleasure in worldly things. Maybe I will finally attain permanent happiness if I just change my facial hair one more time, right? The seeking, it's the seeking. He doesn't know that the endless seeking will never truly bring peace. It is only by releasing his need for peace that he can truly find it. Or his belief that just by changing something, he will find peace. That's me, the fool. The fool who has not walked the noble eightfold path yet. I'm still trapped in the cycle of samsara, spinning around on that thing like a Ferris wheel. So, you can see an incredibly short level. We just, it ends with us getting that little Princess Leia shot. And back to the cantina. Alright, are we sick of the beard scratching? Are we sick of the beard scratching? We'll move on. We'll move on from the beard scratching as we start in Lego City. Lego City. In an infinite universe, all things are possible. The epic struggle of the Skywalker family sends turmoil throughout the Force. And in another galaxy, far, far away, though, echoes of this drama live on, and a new world awakens. Lego City. So, in this mission, you just go around Lego City and you have to collect every stud on the map. So basically what that means is you just kind of have to wander around and solve all these little, I don't know, puzzles is a strong word. You just need to find where all the studs are hidden, so that means you have to use the Force on certain things, or you have to destroy stuff, or you have to kill Lego people. You just kind of have to find where all of the studs are hidden. And there's no room for error. You have to find, there's an exact amount. I think each mission has 1,000,000 studs. And you have to find exactly 1,000,000, and there's only 1,000,000 to be found on the map, so although I might be misremember, I don't know exactly, but I think there's like a way to destroy the gonk droids if you have that special ability turned on from the power bricks, and those gonks might give you more studs, so there might be a bit of wiggle room there, I'm not sure. But yeah, basically this is just a, I don't know, a scavenger hunt, almost. Going around and solving all these tiny little environmental puzzles, finding where all the studs are hidden. And, I remember, this was one that, when I started this level, I was like, oh, I've been remembering, I've had images of this level in my mind for many years, and I couldn't remember exactly where it came from or what it was. So, this was a fun thing to discover put the pieces together in my mind. We have, a little baby Boba Fett here. This thing didn't give any studs as far as I recall, yeah. Which is funny that they gave us Boba Fett in free play, because I don't think that there's any small character portals, those little hatches. What's kind of fun about this to me, the conceit of this level, having this like typical Lego City set that you can play as a bonus level, is it just reminds me of being a kid playing with Lego and, mixing sets, right? A lot of our Lego sets, I'm trying to remember, we had a lot of Star Wars stuff, we had a lot of Star Wars Lego. We definitely, there wasn't Harry Potter, we were a little too early for like Harry Potter Lego. They might have started doing some sets, but I think we were kind of too old by the time those sets started coming out. Not too old to like play with Lego per se, but I don't know, too old to be like asking for Harry Potter Lego sets. But we had a lot of sort of traditional Lego pieces as well, and so I would have stuff to make like a typical Lego city, but then you would also have all of the Lego Star Wars pieces. So Darth Vader would be standing on the firehouse or whatever. which is, it's a fun thing about being a kid, right? That imagination. Just that, there's something very pure to me about the mixing of toys, right? As a kid, you have all of these toys, and like, none of them are cohesive, none of them stick together. You've got Lego, and you've got, plastic dinosaurs, and you've got building blocks, and you've got this and that. And as an adult, you would sort of treat those things separately. I mean, obviously, as an adult, you're not really playing with building blocks, but put that aspect aside, as an adult, the idea of buckets, you put things into buckets, sort of categorical buckets, and things from different buckets are not supposed to interact. And that's a strong statement, obviously. People mix and match certain things, but I just feel there's a very childlike, it's such a strong reflection of that childlike mentality when kids are playing with, they're making a house and it's got a Barbie doll in it, and they're playing with, the Barbie doll also has like some Lego dudes as part of the family or something, and I remember just doing that a lot as a kid, combining toys in that way. And yeah, I guess that's kind of Toy Story, right? The movie, all those different toys hanging out together. The Army Man and the Slinky Dog and the Mr. Potato Head and of course Buzz and stuff. And that combination of different categories of toys, how those categories don't really exist in a child's mind. It's yeah, I don't have a thought about it per se, but just beyond, it's just a very sweet thing to me. Something I like about kids, that innocence of being a child, and how those sorts of things are not barriers to a kid. Then as we get older, those barriers start to form in our minds and solidify, and eventually it's like, well, no, you can't put the Lego with the plastic dinosaur. Those are different kinds of toys. Yeah, I don't have kids myself, but a bunch of my friends do, and so I've started spending more time with these toddler-aged kids as I'm hanging out with my friends, and it's really sweet. There's something nice about having this like childlike presence in your life. Not childlike literally, the presence of a child, even if you're not a parent. I've always felt that we have, and I'm speaking from my own culture, Western, this American culture that I grew up in. The generations are so siloed now, and I've always liked the idea of living in a multi-generational household, but people move, they live far away from their parents, and then kids grow up and they move to go to college somewhere else, and obviously there's always exceptions to this stuff, and it's not a universal truth, but I think it would be so valuable, and I didn't live in a multi-generational household. Both of my parents moved across the country from where they grew up, and and so I saw my extended family very rarely, which is something that, in retrospect, I do kind of miss. I think it would have been nice to have, or not miss, but yearn for, I guess. It would have been wonderful to have closer connections to my extended family. I had an uncle who ended up moving to where my parents moved, and so he and his wife and their children, we would do holidays with them, we would do Thanksgiving with them and stuff, and that was wonderful to at least have a little bit of that extended family connection, and I'm close with those cousins. But I have, especially as I've gotten a little older and, my grandparents have died and stuff, I've thought more and more about, I really wish that we had had more time together. And that those family relationships, those extended family relationships are so wonderful. And, of course, they can always be bad too, right? There's different experiences and different circumstances. And I know that this vision of an extended family all getting together for Thanksgiving, that's a very idyllic notion, and I know that for people who have had that, you often hear stories about, how it can be quite unpleasant. There's always, things can always go bad, right? But I do, I yearn for that extended family connection. And I think it would have been really cool to, have my grandparents living in the same house that I was a child in. And that whole support network of an extended family, and it connects the generations, I think it's good for old people to talk to young people, to see what they're going through, to see how the world is changing. Because obviously there's sort of a thing that can happen where old people get disconnected from the world, how it's changing. They get kind of frightened and confused by it, which is understandable in a lot of ways. But maybe if they had, teenage grandchildren who were with them all the time, it would help that process. And then similarly, young people can be so walled off from what it's like to be elderly, and to, just be walled off from the elderly in general, that to have grandparents living with you and to interact with them and talk with them seems like a really valuable experience. So, anyway, I don't know why I went off on that whole tangent, I guess, because I was talking about the kids that I know, and I think I feel lucky to have kids in my life, despite me not having had the chance to become a parent yet, just because I have come to believe that there's value in, multi-generational mingling, I guess. Which I think, to the extent that the generations are isolated from each other, that seems to me to be a very modern thing. But, I think that's that tangent. We'll get back to the topic here. Enough of that tangent. Let's not have any more trivial ruminations about such unimportant things as family dynamics studs that I'm missing are hidden. This kind of happens in the other one too, where I just get stuck at the end. You know, there's an element of tedium, I guess, at the end of these where you end up, where are these last few studs hidden? And I know that in the next one I get super stuck on it because there's like a couple of floodlights that you have to destroy, but they only turned on at a certain point, I think, and so I just never, I didn't get them till super late, or to the very end, actually. I think they were the last thing that I found. Firehouse seems cleared out. Anything over here? Anything over here? Oh yeah, here the flowers. You have to walk around and raise all of the flowers. Raise all the flowers. Once you get them all, I think this was the last thing that I needed. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, now that I have finished off the Complete Saga, let me know what other LEGO games you'd like to see. I've had a lot of LEGO games as suggestions, but I'm always open to more, and I do really enjoy checking out the LEGO games, especially the ones that I have played before, but also the ones that I haven't, have been really fun to see. Like LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean, which all studs collected, nice. LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean, for instance, I'd never played that one, and it was really fun to kind of see what that was about. I remember my aunt, who I spoke about earlier, my aunt and uncle gifted me a video game because they knew that I liked video games, and they just picked up this Pirates of the Caribbean game. I don't even remember what it was called. I think it was At World's End. No, wait. Dead Man's Chest, maybe. I think it was one of the movies. It was for the Xbox 360, and it was like a third-person sort of action game, and it had an emphasis on like the duels. This one is called Newtown. So, yeah, I remember enjoying that Pirates game. That was the only Pirates of the Caribbean game that I played. I'm trying to remember if that's true. I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, there was a focus on the duels, and I remember stuff like fighting on like masts and stuff. They have those sort of high drama pirate duels like they had in the movies. It must have been Dead Man's Chest because I think I remember fighting on like at the big whirlpool segment. And that's Dead Man's Chest, right? world's end is going to save him. Anyway. Near this little basketball court. And that proves to be tricky later on, as those floodlights are where some of my last studs end up being hidden, and I don't figure it out for quite a while. So, my apologies for wandering around like a fool. What a fool believes. But yeah, how have you been? How's your holiday season been? I had a very relaxing one. I was able to, take some time off. I got a lot of videos prepared early. I was trying to kind of crank out some videos in like October and November, so that I could chill out a little bit during the holidays and work at a more leisurely pace. So I did like a video or two, but nothing near my normal schedule. So I hope that you had a very relaxing season and are ready to get back into the swing of things in the new year. I have to be honest though, the new year has always been a hard time for me. I don't know, there's something so relaxing about the holidays, and then the new year comes around, and the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas, and whatever holidays you celebrate, those are what, we celebrated growing up, what I did. They are so cheery and happy and relaxing, and you're chilling out. Hopefully, obviously there's always people that have to work and so on, but for me, that's always been a very relaxing time. And then, it's a cold time. It's very snowy, but it's not as brutal usually as what comes after. And I associate it more with the, comforting cold. Christmas is yeah, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And so the cold is, it's kind of unpleasant to be cold, but it plays into that very comforting structure of the holidays. After the holidays are done, after Christmas is done, it's like, oh no, there's nothing to look forward to now. Now you just have the dead, brutal, bone-chilling cold of January and February. So, as much as I love the holidays, as soon as Christmas is over, there's always this weird gear shift for me, and I don't think that's uncommon. I think that probably happens to a lot of people. It's this really unpleasant gear shift where you're so cozy and happy and relaxed, and then crunch, creak, crunch. You have to clean off the rust and get back into the swing of your sorry, this was so depressing, but I was gonna say, the swing of your drab, dreary, dull life. And I don't really consider my life dreary or dull, but sometimes after Christmas, when you're going into sometimes it feels a little like your life is dreary and dull, or mine is, because you just don't want to go back. But you know, then you get over it. You get through those January scaries, and the mood improves. And then once you get over those last couple months, and then spring starts to come, and life is great at that point again. You start to have hope for the future. I don't know, maybe I just have that seasonal affective disorder or whatever, right? When you get sad when it's winter. But that's not really true, because, again, I don't get sad when the holidays are coming on, when winter is starting. And I do have a friend who has that, and he always gets depressed way earlier, so I think I'm sure it's a very normal thing. You have the holidays, and then you have to go back to regular life, and it feels a little sad by comparison. But we get through it. We're strong people, right? We can handle a little ennui. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to the new year. There's some exciting things that I have kind of planned for in the near future this year. Hopefully, I'm hoping that they all, or at least some of them, work out. But we'll see. So, always look on the bright side. Be optimistic. Always find things to be grateful for. It's very helpful for me. I went through the most difficult experience of my life a few years ago, and it's kind of funny, but going through something like that, and then going through something hard now, I can kind of be like, okay, it's kind of tough now, but at least I'm not going through that thing anymore. And I don't know if that works for everybody, but for me, it injects me with a little bit of gratitude, a little bit of positive feeling. My stomach is rumbling like a beast. I've got a rancor in my guts. It wants a Gamorrean guard to munch on. I gotta go have a bowl of chicken soup. I made a big pot of chicken soup a little bit ago. I store, old chicken carcasses. Not carcasses, I mean they're butchered and stuff. Sometimes I buy whole chickens. But usually what I do when I'm buying chicken is I will get those big bags of chicken leg quarters, which are so cost effective. They're so dirt cheap, and I love them for that. And then I just, kind of butcher them up myself. Separate the back from the thigh and the drumstick. And then I use the thighs and the drumsticks for whatever, dinners I'm cooking shortly after. And then I freeze the backs. And then when I have enough backs, I use those to make bone broth. So I did a big batch of that recently, and I have been working through a lot of chicken broth based soup to get through all of it. But it's oh my god, it's so delicious. But yeah, the chicken soup will sate my hunger soon enough. doing here in our search for studs? We're at 890, 900,000 to 900,000 now. 912, 914,000, 916,000, 923,000, 932,640. That was actually starting to sound a little bit like, not to be negative, but there's this style of ASMR that I really, really don't like. Which I don't, I totally respect everybody's preferences. I have no issue with it existing, but occasionally I get recommended like stuttering ASMR where somebody is just like frantically trying to say something but they keep stuttering and repeating themselves. Oh my god, it gives me anxiety, dude. I do not find it relaxing at all. It's funny, the things that certain people find make for good ASMR. There's such a wide variety of preferences out there, you know. There's just some ASMR videos I encounter where I'm like, holy fuck, who is watching this? And as I said, more power to them for whatever people like. I have zero issue with, but sometimes I find an ASMR video and it makes me like I want to pull my hair out watching it. And the stuttering videos give me that feeling. They just make me anxious and uncomfortable. But you know, no problem with that, of course. Sorry, I've said like 5 times now. I've been like, other people's preferences are okay. It's like, yeah, okay. Have I sufficiently laid out a safety net for myself that I'm not demeaning other people's preferences? No, I swear, guys, I'm okay with it existing. I seriously, guys, I don't mean to belittle somebody else's taste. Seriously, just because it's not right for me, it might be right for somebody else. Please, please, please don't think that I'm saying something bad about somebody else's personal preferences. Oh, good find. We can break this with the bounty hunter bombs. The thermal detonators. This station is fully operational. The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed. The establishment of the First Galactic Empire. Should we do an Emperor Palpatine ASMR roleplay? Rise, my apprentice. Darth Vader. I'm not doing the voice card. I'm going Darth Vader. What's that accent I'm doing with it? Darth Vader. It's not quite right. Not quite Ian McDermott. So we wander around a new town, trying to find some studs, trying to find where these last few studs might be hidden. Trying the little actually had studs in it this time. Unlike in the last map. Yeah, do a little, Darth Sidious sends you on a mission. You are his new apprentice. ASMR roleplay, something like that. What's your Darth name if you had one? It's always something, Darth Vader, Darth Tyrannus, Darth Maul, Darth Sidious. They're always very evil-coded. Darth Asshole, something like that. Come, my apprentice, prove your loyalty to me. Sorry, my voice for him keeps drifting into some, weird accent. I feel like it's some, prove your loyalty to me, prove your loyalty to me. Am I doing, Russian or something? What is it drifting into? I don't know, but, okay, we're only 10k off finishing this map. Only 10k away. Only 10k away. Only 10k away. I'm just running around with Padme now. Padme, parentheses, Claude. Parentheses, Claude. Because of course the monster, it perfectly scrapes her to reveal her midriff. Which, listen, be perfectly honest, watching Natalie Portman in the arena as a young boy, that was quite a revelatory experience for me. We don't have to go any deeper than that, but she's a very beautiful woman. Here I was checking the extras because I was remembering that thing about thinking there was a way to destroy the conch droids. But I hadn't even bought it from the cantina, much less even found the brick. So nothing was gonna happen with that. I just had to go find the last thing, which at this point I was just, and it actually worked out. But I just started wandering around, shooting in every direction, hoping that I would stumble across something. So, maybe you can use this as a guide if you're trying to 100% these bonus missions. You're trying to find some studs. You can watch these to figure out where all the studs are, so that you don't have to wander around for 20 minutes like I did. And here we go. Congratulations to me. I found the last of the studs. All studs collected. All studs collected. Alright, well, with that, we have finished our run of the bonus missions. So, thank you so much for joining me. We will finish off Lego Star Wars, the Complete Saga, soon enough. And move on to other pastures. So, thank you so much for joining me. Until next time, my friends, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye. 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 Hello, everybody. Today we will be concluding our journey through Lego Star Wars, the Complete Collection. I have now done all the major content in this game. We have played through all of the episodes, seen all of the Star Wars movies translated to Lego, and I will quickly read this crawl mission 1. Qui-Gon Jinn, the vile gangster chip with odd plans to kidnap her leading figures across the galaxy, threatening to hand them over to Imperial forces unless a ransom is paid. A band of vicious bounty hunters has come together to execute a Jabba's scheme. Their first target, the Jedi Qui-Gon Jinn. Alright, I didn't read fast enough for the title crawl, my bad. But anyway, we have gone through all of the episodes, and we have done the bonus room where we played some old versions of missions and some bonus missions. And I thought before we put the complete collection away for good, or at least for now, who knows what the future holds, maybe we will revisit it sometime in the future. But I thought we should truly finish off the game by doing the bounty hunter missions. The bounty hunter missions unlock once you have purchased all of the bounty hunter characters. This includes IG-88, Greedo, Dengar, Bosk, Forlom, and of course Boba Fett. The bounty hunter missions are basically hide and seek, where you are playing the Seeker. There is a specific character hidden somewhere on a map, and you have to find them before time runs out. So, it's, not the most revelatory gameplay in the world, but it's a fun little addition. I particularly like how, you have your whole band of bounty hunters with you for every mission. This little gang. But this will be just probably a shorter video, just a chill little farewell to the complete collection, which I have been playing a lot of the last few months. Maybe we can come back someday to, I don't know, do some 100% or something. But probably not for a very long time, if that ever happens. There's Jar Jar. So, wonderful little game. I think it holds up nicely for a Lego game. I've talked, I think probably enough about what I like in these games that I don't have to, go through that whole spiel again today, but I'll just say a couple things like, one thing that I've talked about before, but the unique combat animations that so many characters have. I'm playing as IG-88 right now, for instance, and IG-88 has a very fun, unique attack cycle where eventually he pulls off his own head and uses it as a bludgeon. So the passion, the fun that the developers were having while making this game just kind of stands out to me. Oh, this was a quick one. Kid Fisto was just off here to the left. A very fast bounty hunter mission there. This is also a nice way to make some money. You can farm money a lot faster once you unlock, the score multipliers in other parts of the game, but if you're not just farming, just working your way through these bounty hunter missions gives you a nice little chunk of change. Here we are in the arena, the Geonosis arena. We have found Master Luminara. So, how are you all doing? How are you enjoying the holiday season? If it is indeed a holiday season for you, if you celebrate. I am spending time with my family, which is always very nice to get together. I'm pretty close with my family, so I do look forward to the times of year when I'm able to see them. But I hope that you're doing well, that maybe you're having a little break from the stresses of life. And if you're not, I know that sometimes this season can be very difficult for people. I just want you to know that I wish the best for you. And I hope that you can find some peace. So we have these thermal detonators here. We need to blow up that object with the thermal detonator so we can continue on our way. I'm playing as Greedo right now. I probably talked about this before, but in the Star Wars Battlefront from 2015, Greedo was one of the villains you could play as, and I enjoyed his tool set. He had a grenade that would upgrade the more also had an ability that was basically like McCree's ultimate from Overwatch, where everybody on your screen gets targeted at once after a short delay, and you shoot all of them. So I enjoyed playing as Greedo. Actually, now that I think about it, you've got quite a crossover of those villains here, because the villains in Star Wars Battlefront, they wanted to restrict that game to the original trilogy era. And so if you're thinking about, iconic villains from the original trilogy that are combatants and that work with the Empire specifically, you are kind of limited. So they had the original three were Darth Vader, Darth Sidious, and Boba Fett. And then they just started adding in the bounty hunters. So, they got, actually Greedo wasn't even, he didn't even really work with the Empire in A New Hope, now that I think about it, which is kind of funny. He just got thrown in the list. They could have done IG-88 or somebody instead. That would have been a little more appropriate. But, yeah, so the crossover here, you have Greedo, you have Boba Fett, and you have Dengar. And then for the last DLC, they added Director Krennic, which was a little silly because he's obviously not really a combatant in a typical sense. He's just he's an Imperial officer. But he had a pretty cool tool set in that game. I enjoyed it. He could load his gun with this one powerful shot, and it would pretty much insta-kill people. And he also had a little droid that would deploy a bubble shield, and so you could kind of camp in the bubble shield. And then the only drawback to this weapon ability was that, the reload took a long time. But you could just camp in the bubble shield and then pop out, fire it off, and then go back into the bubble shield to safely reload. The other drawback, of course, was that if there were a lot of enemies, you weren't good at crowd control. You could pick people off one by one pretty effectively. Oh yeah, and now that I am seeing Bosk, of course he was one of the villains in that game as well. So that's another crossover here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 villains here that are crossovers with Star Wars Battlefront. And sadly, neither of the droids here were playable in that game. Disrespect for our droids. Also, it's a pretty windy day out there. So I can definitely hear it. I imagine you probably can too. So I apologize for that if the sound quality is a little janky, if there's a lot of that background noise. But it is nice out there. It's very kind of chilly and windy, but not so cold that, it's like miserable to be outside. As long as you kind of bundle up a little bit, it's very nice to be out there. Yeah, so these little bounty hunter missions are, as I said before, they're not anything crazy, but they're a fun little additional thing to do when you beat the game, or, specifically when you acquire all of the bounty hunter characters, which I think is just a nice touch from the developers. Not everything included in a game has to be amazing, but something small like this, it goes a long way, I think. It gives you something to work towards, and it's fun when you unlock it for the first time, and you can knock it out in 45 minutes, but yeah, it's just a fun little addition to the game. You get to see Jabba the Hutt, big old Jabba. Of course, the droids here, which is kind of fun, they count as both protocol droids and astromech droids for the purposes of control panels. So they're pretty powerful characters from an ability perspective. I mean, not powerful, it's like, not powerful in the sense of, this new meta breaks Star Wars the Complete Collection. The developers need to patch this broken new character. But if you're playing, free play or whatever, it's pretty convenient to run around as, IG-88 because he has a blaster, he can fight, he's fast. But he can also interact with many control panels because he can do the droid panels and the bounty hunter panels. IG-88 fans, stay winning. IG-88 all day, every day. So, next up we are searching for Chewbacca. Right, I've watched anime Baka, that's like dummy, right? I've seen anime. I know Japanese culture. Actually though, I have watched anime, but not too many. Let's see, I've watched Death Note, and I'm not sure if I've talked about this before, but I've watched Death Note, I've watched that show Food Wars, which is a pretty funny one. few seasons of that, and then there was this really big event in it. And then after that, it became, I just lost interest. It felt like it was kind of the conclusion of the show. And then the show kept going, and they like introduced this new character. There was this weird love triangle thing, and I said, you know what, I think I've had enough. I've seen a bunch of Attack on Titan, which I enjoyed. To be completely honest, there came a point in Attack on Titan, and I'll stay spoiler free, but they introduced some aspects that I just found really strange, which is fine. It's not like a bad thing, but yeah, there was just an element that like kind of took me out of the seriousness of the story, and I was watching it with my brother at the time, and I was like, because I started to get suspicious about something, and I was like, if they do this thing, I am not watching this show anymore. And then they did the thing, and I was like, okay. I actually wouldn't mind going back to finish it. It's not that I came to hate the show or anything, and I would certainly be curious to see where it ended up. But, yeah, it just, some of the choices that they made were kind of silly enough. To me, they came across as a bit silly to me, and it just broke my desire to continue watching in a sort of a practical sense. You know how you can be like, you know, there's a lot of things in life where you're like, oh yeah, sure, I'd like to read that book, I'd like to watch that movie, oh yeah, I would like to do this thing. But there's a difference between sort of in your mind saying, oh yeah, sure, I'd be happy to do something, and then actually being motivated enough to do that thing. And it's not like watching a show is, you know, a difficult thing to do, but you do need motivation of some kind. It takes a lot of time. So, Attack on Titan never got to the point where I was like, I am not going to watch this trash anymore. But it did get to the point where I just lost the practical motivation to do it, if that makes sense. But I did enjoy Attack on Titan. I'm trying to think if there's other animes that I've watched. I watched 7 Deadly Sins. I saw a few seasons of that. I thought that one was kind of entertaining. That might be all the anime I've watched. Yeah, it was never a genre that I really got into super heavily. But occasionally, for whatever reason, if there was, you know, some circumstance where a show came into my mind. Also, I just realized that when you shoot that box, you actually move it with the force of your blaster bolts, which is kind of cool. every once in a while, for whatever reason, I would just get the urge to watch some anime. Usually because, it came so highly recommended. Which was the case with something like Death Note, for instance, where, people that just talked. I'd heard for years about how good Death Note was. So eventually I was like, okay, well, let's check this out. Oh, you know what? I also watched some of Hunter x Hunter and some of Kill la Kill. But I didn't finish either of those. Yeah, anime overall, they're all so different, you can't really, but certainly there's a certain kind of anime, that like fan service, kind of pervy stuff, kind of puts me off. I don't consider myself a prude with, like, sexual content in art. Maybe I would come off as a bit prudish, I guess, but I don't conceive of it that way. My only thing with sexual content in, films and TV and stuff is that I sometimes, or I often find that it's not really contributing to the story. And so if, a sex scene is doing something to motivate the story, or, it's teaching us more about the characters or the relationships, then I think it's great. I have zero problem with it. But I do often find that it feels like they're more there for just titillation. And, I don't have a problem with that either. I don't care about, the existence of pornography or anything. But, I don't really want it in my art if it's just there for the sake of being titillating. And I guess as an example of what I mean when I say that, sex scenes should, like, develop the story or the characters. Oh, and by the way, this is just a rule that I have for, like, anything in art. Every scene and interaction should serve the story in some way. It should serve to progress the story, develop the characters. And if it's not serving a function like that, then it could probably just be cut. But anyway, an example in my mind of what makes a good sex scene would be, also, sorry, I don't know why we got on this topic, it's kind of random. We're playing Lego Star Wars, for God's sake. But anyway, The Shape of Water, the Guillermo del Toro movie, who's just a phenomenal director. There's two sex scenes in that movie, and they serve as, so the point of the movie is like, this woman falls in love with spoilers for Shape of Water. This woman falls in love with a fish man. And that relationship is, not societally acceptable because she's a woman and he's a fish man. But the point of the movie is, like, just because their love is different doesn't mean it's, bad. And so there's one scene in the movie where this guy who has a wife, they're a husband and wife, but he's the villain. They have sex, and I won't go into the gruesome details, but it's like disgusting. Some really nasty stuff happens. And, you know, what that scene does is it makes the intimate relationships of a societally acceptable couple, namely, you know, a married man and woman, this like heterosexual human couple, it makes that relationship feel disgusting. But then you have a sex scene with the fish man and the woman later on, and it's like, yeah, they are societally unacceptable. But the film portrays it as, you know, very beautiful. And so what you end up with is this contrast, right? And it just serves to make the film's point, which is just because things are unusual or different doesn't mean that they're bad. And it does that by showing that, you know, this physical relationship that's seen as normal is actually gross. And this physical relationship that is seen as abnormal is actually beautiful. So, that's an example of what I mean when I say that, you know, scenes like that can serve the story and serve character development and such. But I don't even remember how we got on that topic. This is has been a very, very rambly video. Oh yeah, because I was talking about anime, which is also not very related to what we are doing here in LEGO Star Wars. They did do that Star Wars Visions show, which I think is ongoing. I think there's a new season announced, or maybe it already came out. I didn't follow it, but it's Star Wars from a variety of different animation studios, and I think most of the studios are anime studios. Pretty sure I only watched the first season. I might have watched the second one as well. It was kind of cool. There were some, in my opinion, some really horrible episodes, but that's, you know, maybe just my personal taste. But yeah, and some, I don't know, yeah, some of the stories in that didn't work for me, but some of them were really cool. But yeah, I think I think I watched the second season. I think that came out around the time that I was sort of falling off the Star Wars show. Our last mission here, Mission 20, Han Solo. Naturally, the evil hunt intends to take the ransom money, trade the prisoners to the Empire, regardless, and pocket a double bounty. Their final target, Han Solo, a former smuggler turned Alliance hero, stationed on the rebel base of Hoth. Trying to remember some of the Visions episodes that I enjoyed. There was one, I think like a girl was gonna get married to a gang, so like a bandit or something, to protect her village. I don't remember the details of that one, but I do remember liking that one quite a bit. I think there was also one about like a girl and her pet or something in a big imperial city. I think I liked that one as well. new shows. Not since Andor Season 2, which was kind of my farewell to Star Wars. And I've talked about all that a lot in this complete collection series. Maybe I should do like a more organized video. Han is up there, where I put my thoughts together in a video that is specifically about, the topic of Star Wars and my thoughts on Star Wars. But this series has kind of ended up being like a dumping ground for all of my Star Wars opinions. I know I've talked at this point at length about, the prequels and the sequels and the shows and the Disney era and the culture around Star Wars and, Dave Filoni and all these things, yada yada yada. But there we go. That is our final bounty hunter mission. So with that, we have completed all of the, major content in the complete collection. Lego Star Wars, the complete collection. So perhaps one day we will return for some 100% stuff. But until then, which, I wouldn't expect to happen anytime soon. Until that day, I will say thank you for joining me. Thank you for accompanying me on this long journey through Lego Star Wars, the complete collection, a game which has a lot of meaning to me from my childhood. It has been wonderful to revisit it, and I hope that you enjoyed. Until next time, my friends, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. And you know what? Given the circumstances of having just played through this whole game, maybe I should also say, may the Force be with you.